So, I went to the conference, got a chance to watch a number of people come in and talk about great ideas. Elon came and did his talk. Of course, after the conference was over, I wrote up a profile and the Lockheed corporate, and I said, I think this guy is going to do everything. I think Lockheed Martin is buying a company at some point. So fortunately, they didn't. Right? If they did, they would have like magic. Right? Yeah, he's pretty star. I said, just watching them get the rock. That's nuts. That is so absolutely nuts. Right? My brain looks at that and goes, no. Right? It's like, I mean, that's why the question is it almost looks how it's above anything that's ever been done before. Yeah, could you imagine the design meeting? Right? And I'm sure it was probably Elon that said yeah, I want to catch a story building. Yeah. I can see all the engineers are serious. Right. Everybody thought they just had to deteriorate, hold it. Yeah, right. They run out of gas. Right. The rocket. I do think that I don't know if you've ever met Gwen Shotwell. I think Gwen Shotwell's funny. Right? So, Elon Musk strikes with one of those guys that's like an idea generator. All this great stuff's coming out. Right? If you're coming up with all these things, you got to have somebody take all that chaos, pull out tidbits to action, if you will. And so, I think Gwen is kind of his secret weapon. She helps take all chaos and starts to put it into action. Help. That's the case. She rules. Oh yeah. Action. Create of someone with that sort of an someone together as all the new ideas. Imagine where we're right. Yeah. And just kind of with that context, right? In my mind, SpaceX is an example of mastering the art of space. Right? SpaceX is conquering the climbing against the gravity as opposed to through therein lies a big opportunity to kind of re-highlight that perennial challenge. Right? Yeah. And then the idea of some sort of a distinction somewhere, like not just circling Earth out in the cosmos. There's so many different ways to take this stuff. The idea of crossing other planets, which is always like, okay, that's what we're going to do. Us, and that's where you're. Yeah, right. Whether it's nice. Right. What I guess against it as a whole, somebody has the ability to come here, right? Almost like I would rather be the one that technically advanced people to go somewhere else rather than have them come here. If you look at in history, that hasn't ever gone well for the organization, for the tribes that get visited. Never did. That's where I'm like, I'd rather be the one doing it. Right. So, and then imagine exotic virus. Oh yeah, right. It always makes you think, Star Trek go down to the planets of the heavens. Yeah, there. Yeah. All right. Like they breathe air, same atmosphere, same pressure, same gravity. Like I keep waiting over somebody's sight starts bleeding from their eye. Right. Explode. Yeah, the guy with the red shirt, right away, right? That's got. Yeah. But when you think of what's currently available today, in terms of research that you've done on propulsion, when people speculate that there's some sort of a black ops program that the government's been running secretly, and this is what a lot of these drones are, that people are seeing a lot of like the tech stuff that's probably ours, just while the military bases. Given your understanding of the current state of science, I think it's possible. Yeah, no. Well, it's hard to imagine that being possible, right? In terms of, my entire professional experience has been about wrestling with how do we conquer this time, this problem. So I know all too well all the shortcuts. I know where we are for the most part today, where we're lacking, right? And so I just don't know that there is an organization that has things that could operate in ways. I don't know that there is a black ops. I don't know that could a program where you get the brightest mind and far and that nowadays knows if we had some kind of right, not from you, however we got it, right, and we'll spend time just they could figure out. That also gets to a little bit of a logic conundrum, right? We talked about going back to hundreds, an iPhone, right? If you something like this, Isaac, right? No idea what to make it, right? But it might be perfect for you, really. I mean, how could he, even if he looked at it with like a glass that allowed him to start to make out the pixel, right? Physics, so forth. But it's not, right? But those, what might that maybe somebody figured it out. One of the ways they describe it's really described. I've heard that word. Yeah, you ever go try to get something to figure out, construct their own automobile, wouldn't them a 2025 Corvette or give them some combustion carburetor. Go, okay, like someone who knows how to take a motor, they could look at that and go, oh wow, all right, so the thing, the combustion, and the gases spin around, and then it creates energy, and then spins the wheels. Things have different gears, and that goes to the back wheels. Oh, okay, I think this. But if if you gave them some electric Tesla, like a new Model S Plaid, they'd go, okay, yeah, exactly. Well, especially right, electric. I think those gears 1.9. Yeah, like car. That's the main is electric Tesla. What's the Model S Plaid? It feels impatient. It feels like you're not in the country, right? You're in something like nature. So if they gave us something to back engineer, they would most likely do the small team. Yeah. Actually, I had never thought about it that. Yeah, right. Let's just start with the best. Right. You know what I mean? Like, right. Dummy, a Jeep, yeah. 50. You know what I mean? Like a Willie, right? Yeah. Look at all the stuff. Like if you open up the hood of one of those things, an old Jeep, you go, oh, I see for everything. Here's the spark plug. Right. Here's the distributor cap. I get it. But I guess, if that were the case, you could folly thought right. So then, could you imagine, this is, as I know you understand science, engineering, possible, there could have been some program going on in total secret, shielded from Congress, shielded from the higher levels of government, on the most need to know basic possible with our current security system, that they could have some kind of a program that's working on stuff. I certainly rule that out, right? But some things I think about when I think about that problem. Let's talk about the F-117 cell phone, right? There was a program that was unclassified the late early called Have Blue. And so that's when they were first starting to explore the idea of having an aircraft be extremely. And so it was unclassified for a good amount of time. They put the first onto a radar stand. And they turned on the radars and they're like, well, something's wrong. We're not seeing, right? And then a bird landed on the prototype, and they saw the bird. And so what happened, the whole program, right, became classified. Before then, it was not classified as classified. But it, of course, came out in the 90s, Gulf War, right? Stations. So there is a program extremely classified for this reason, but it still came out, right? And then I also think about, I work at NASA, so you have the working NASA for 20 years, you get the spectrum of people serving different roles. So you're always going to have people take out the garbage and stuff like that. So, you got something that has uh, implications like that. I mean, it's hard. It could happen. That's the thing I struggle with. A lot of different moving parts to try and keep that. Maybe. Well, if I was running, if that was going on, I would. It seems to be on the pathway we are currently exploring. I would. I want to bring something in. Well, if somebody's got a manual that can help me figure out to go do something, give me a call. Right? And then I'm going to go. I already get that now. You're going to get the cooks. But the question I guess I'm asking: are there even experts in physics, engineering that are out there that could be born, that could be taken away from everyone else and put on these projects? Could they achieve meaningful results given that kind of compartmentalized science? Right. Maybe the thing that we could throw in the box discussion, Manhattan. Maybe there's a better example of something where they were working on something extremely important for humanity. We're able to do a lot of those for quite some time. So maybe that's a run like that. I don't know. But would you have the expertise? Are there? I mean, are we aware of all experts are? Is it possible the government could have had access to brilliant minds that are on this sort of path, like you are, gotten them, moved them into these projects, have it all hush? But even certainly the government also has an organization called the Jason. They have a lot of extremely smart folks from academia, and they come in. Like I said, they they band together in the summer to go work on problems that they might have. So they kind of what you're asking kind of makes me think about that kind of a mechanism. You have the best and the brightest across the entire spectrum of the U.S. And you can still fix on whatever particular problem you got. But you could run into a problem where they might look at a problem and only look at it in the context of what we know, right? Quantum mechanics, activity. Want to think about new things that could be brought to the could be lies and appointment. That in some ways that does kind of and they do classified work. Interesting. I guess the question is, where are the brightest particular area of innovation? Where, if I was running the government and I wanted to work on some sort of stuff, how would I even find it? That's a tough question to answer because that might that so going to taking that question and going into like some steps might take, right? What discipline relevant? Right? That's a difficult question to answer because there's so much stuff that we don't know. We would have to sample from a number of different disciplines, right? Both in relativity and quantum mechanics, with some hope that maybe you've got the right sprinkling of ingredients there to that. And then there is a history of, I think, some folks in academia think about propulsion that are also primarily physicists that in their day-to-day capacity. But although he's got a lot of many and varied interests, great physicist, published a lot of great papers in literature thinking about heard papers, a number of papers from house polarized. Interesting, fascinating. And so there may be some things out there that are to the concept, trying to pull some of that together. That's fascinating. How the yeah, oh yes, I know that. And then people like on the Bob Lazar story, but the Bob Lazar story, which I'm sure you're aware of, is essentially what we're talking about. Like bringing out of the box, and it found some wild scientific rocket in background, which is what he did. He was that crazy fuck. Right, the guy with the rocket science, he's right, bring him out there. The guys that wherever he was the rocket. The guys at Los Alamos. Bring him out here. What's going on? Yeah, his story is not too familiar with it. It's the his story of all time. He supposedly, well, they denied that he ever worked at Los Alamos. Found him in not that, but security people. George Knapp took a tour. He knew everybody. He knew people that worked there. He knew how to clearly. So that's interesting. They tried to deny that he worked there. But then from there, he gets this job where he is out in the desert, area 50, like, and right. During his time, he can't even. So his wife thinks he's there. Flyway 11. Right. You can't tell me where you're going. You want to work? If you're working late again, wife starts having an affair, and because of which is one of the things about the reality. Reality is fake. Sometimes actual stories are bizarrely fake. So his wife starts having an affair, and he cannot be on these things if he be under extreme stress. So they don't give him an explanation. They don't tell him his wife cheated. Starts taking people out in the desert, explaining how to work. They fly this thing on certain. They do test flights around the base. So he takes these people into this area. They see it, get arrested. When he gets arrested, he gets caught there. He explains what he's doing. Okay, I've got to go public and kill him. But he goes public. Initially, they hide his face. Stuff like that. Film. He tell you everything. Goes over the diagram of the device. Yeah. And calls it a model, and it looks like that. That thing that we have. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. It's like in the middle of this thing is some sort of a generator that he said works on this unknown element, this element 115. Oh, some of this is. I think I've seen some stuff over the years. Yeah, some of it. And essentially, the way he describes traveling, and again, the way he describes it traveling, the way you describe that sort of warp drive, changing space and time around it, and that would point that where you wanted to go, and it would. It all sounds very surreal, right? Oh yeah. There's another story. Again, as I said, I have a number of friends that are keenly interested. I've been exposed to some of the different things. But the Big Tech account is interesting. It's got a lot of rigorous data. It helps you go, well, I can't explain that. I can't explain that. There is another accounting that I just put in the category. My brain doesn't even know what to make it. It's the concept of Rendlesham Forest. I don't know if that. So there's some over in the UK where base over there, German came across some very weird. I can't even describe. Not sure if I know this one. It's pretty bizarre. I don't know it well enough to pack it today, other than to say it's so bizarre that listen to the accounts that were recorded, right? It doesn't make sense. It's like, if you think about you watch an octopus aquarium, right? And the octopus is doing stuff that it sometimes understand motivation across ability to, it's like communication but without words, right? That octopus wants to eat that little crab or whatever the case may be. And so our chemical computers, even though they're different, we can look at their behavior and we can go, all right, I think I understand what that octopus might be wanting to do today, or a shark or a dog or a porpoise. Um, when you hear what happened in that Rendlesham forest, it breaks all of my guessing machine, and it's like, what is the story? A colonel and some airmen reporting severe stuff that was going on in Rendlesham Forest. Yeah, and they went out and tried to investigate it. They saw some. Again, I'm doing such a terrible job of summarizing. They don't really know the lore very well, but
here it is right here.
Everything they saw was very bizarre and crazy.
We can read it. It was 40 years ago, remote itself. It was one of the most famous UFO studies. Just what did happen, and will we ever know for sure? Victor Thornkettle, shopping in Rendlesham Forest, late December 1980, on a car trip. Out stepped two men, aged about 30, dressed in good morning. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Asked one of the well-spoken English accent. Earlier on 26th and 28th of December, United States Air Force security personnel stationed at nearby RAF Woodbridge had reported strange lights surrounding forest. Forestry worker Mr. Thornkettle, unannounced and unidentified visitors, asked if he had been out the previous night. No, because they said, "Did you leave the house at all? Did you see anything?" I said, "What?" They said, "Oh, there's a report of some red lights in the forest. We're just checking." Two men, very polite but firmly, asked me probably about 20 questions. I thought they were journalists. They suddenly said, "Oh, well, fair enough. There's probably nothing in it," and left. But brought the papers every day for the next days to find out what was going on. And of course, there was nothing. 3 years later, however, sightings made the news of the world's front page story for UFO lands topic, and that's official. The story was based on a memo from RAF Woodbridge Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holmes, Ministry of Defense. It was by the U.S. government described an encounter with an apparent UFO in the forest. Then the sightings into the source of much debate and speculation on UFO, subject of numerous books, articles. March of documentary sightings achieved status like the Lost Ark. The forest official UFO trail, complete light size replica of that hand. Thornkettle, UK authorities, what is now more? What do you say?
I guess stuff that it doesn't make sense in terms of what they described as UFO. Very peculiar. Right?
Yeah. Got their part of summit. There was absolutely normal belief of 3 rabbit scrapes, all carefully marked, absolutely roughly triangle. Okay, what else? What is the sighting? Burn marks on trees, but what's the sighting? Like, okay. That's a like. Have the markings? Brush brought it up on you. How bizarre is it to have that symbol? What is that? That's an ancient that Hamza symbol. Oh, that looks very weird. Huh. What about this one stands out?
I put the category of just don't understand if it's a real account. Right? I mean, I think when you have a lieutenant colonel that's reporting something factual, I tend not to believe it. Right. But it's not just him; it's several people around him. But they describe, right, doesn't and right. In terms of David Fravor talking about, I kind of, that's not totally alien. Well, it's trying to maneuver with the aircraft. It's maneuvering to the cap or whatever the case may be. I kind of connect the dots with that. But the Rendlesham doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, what about it doesn't make sense?
what they saw, why it was doing what it was doing.
What was it doing?
Just out in the woods. Out in the woods, blinky lights, weird stuff. It's like,
why is that weird?
I don't know. This is a gut, right? In terms of my gut's telling me I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. I don't know how to explain it any better. So.
But it's just an object. The woods, the lights. Like it's fine. Why? I just don't understand why that's weirder.
I think they also described it had like melty bits or something like that that were like dripping off of it and so forth. And it sounds so completely surreal. I think maybe what I'm trying,
What up, Pat? How are you? Yeah, dog, I'm the one who told you about him.
Have you been watching the podcast?
No, I haven't watched them.
No drug test. Take any drug.
Always work like that, baby.
No.
I can. What am I watching? Why are you like that?
What are you talking
I'm like,
I think she's talking in her sleep. All right, what channel is the enhanced games on?
I think it's... No, shit.
Dog, why is Bonnie Blue in jail?
I don't know. Okay, the first competition games before May 2020.
Can you not hear Zoot? Okay, well, you have to understand I'm having a conversation with Zoot. So, if you want to hear what I'm talking about, you've got to listen to Zoot. All right, Zoot. So, what channel is it on? Okay. Audie, go back to bed. You're not making sense. All right, Zoot. Why is Bonnie Blue in jail? Bonnie Blue has been arrested as her sister posts a statement and dramatic footage. It appears. Look, Audie. I'm not talking to you right now. It appears Bonnie Blue has been arrested. A video has been shown on her May. Okay. Not much about the arrest has been made clear. All right. That was 17 hours ago. Dog, I need answers. Bitch is my girl. Lily Phillips was arrested as well for filming in public. Yeah, this. I don't know, man. What are the odds that both these bitches get arrested within like 24 hours of each other? All right, I'm gonna find this shit out from X right now. I bet you. I bet you. All right. It suggests a stage stunt. Brock says it's staged. Dude, dude, it's staged. You came in here like your fucking sister was in jail, and it turns out this bitch is just. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said that. You said that shit is the realest shit of all time, and I said it sounds like a hoax. Dude, I just told you that. And I just said, what are the odds that both those bitches get arrested within certain hours of each other? Like 0%, dog. Both of them, dude. They're fucking. It's a publicity stunt. All right, I'm gonna beat you in a couple games real quick, and then I'm gonna go to bed. So I'm gonna choose the game. Blitz League.
The animal by friends, the servicemen, Sergeant Jim Peniston, later claimed to have encountered a craft of unknown.
Dude, you have an invitation. Are you gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw, or are you gonna accept it? Dude.
Yes. No matter how not going to be very much factory Buster. Look at the front page of the Roswell.
Dude, what the fuck are you saying?
That has the government has recovered that a crash was found. And
Dude, you're done, son. Dude, you're done. You should just give up. I'm going for 2 straight games.
book about people classified project connected to Navy, right? They were.
Dude, you're done. You can score all you want. It's not gonna help you. Dude, you're done, son. You're done. Bye-bye. That's 2 games in a row.
Program went kit and hardware. So it's neat to kind of see how black programs like that unfold. I don't know how that, but the fascinating within what you're wrestling, like how do you have something that's so classified
does that, right? Because all the other data,
Bye, Zoot.
you can
You're done. You should just give up. Zoot, you should just give up, son.
maybe they how to get around that. You look
Zoot, you should just give up. You're done. Oh, that's garbage. Zoot. Zoot. Are you fucking serious? You want to ball with the kid?
What is that? And
I got to get down the deal.
yeah, right.
Yo, Pimp.
But I guess no longer have access to that stuff.
No one knows.
Absolutely. You have a lot of special things.
They're well your way.
What he describes that put it in perspective for me. So you have to understand that one of the things.
Bye, Zoot. Bye. Bye, Zoot. Zoot, I made a comeback. Zoot, I made a comeback 3 games in a row, son. What are your thoughts? Zoot, quit checking shit. Quit being a little beast. Zoot, get your shit together, man. Zoot, you have an invitation. If you don't accept it within the next 10 seconds, then we don't play. Zoot, I'm going to get some big points against you right now.
Categorize nature of the craft has the manifest extremely fast. Well, I mean, R71 does Mach frequently. You got something that has radar tracking that shows it Mach 8 or Mach 10. That's just,
Fuck,
we can
Zoot.
have hypersonics. Something exotic. But then, like a Trump 90-degree kind of target, you got a radar track. That might help you categorize nature of the different signals that are out there. So, and to me, that's why like Tic Tac is always something that's hard for sweep because of the quality of data. And some of the stuff they describe, I can't imagine other conventional systems that explain what they're saying. A lot of the other stuff I can actually probably put together in my head. Okay, is right? So they talk about the cube side of a clear sphere. There are patents for radar corner cube or cube, a metallic cube side of a clear that gets floated anyway radars. When I looks like there's a patent.
Zoot.
There's a
This is going to be close.
patent version of that light enough side of it. Some kind of a maybe or something. There you go. That's the patent. So there's a patent. So I can certainly see
Get him!
if that's another
I won!
evaluating our
That's that was the closest one we've ever had. I got you, Zoo. That's yeah, that's 4 games in a row, big dog. Beating your ass, silly. Dude, why are you sucking so much cock, dude? Dude, why are you sucking so much cock? Oh, Zoo, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, Zoo. Look at all these reinforcements. I'm even gonna stop that guy just to piss you off. Dude, 5 straight games. We'll play until you win one, and then I'm going to bed. Hilarious. A little of both. I still don't really know how to play. Oh, Zoo, you just fucked me, dude. No, I didn't. I'm gonna rock your world right now. Dude, you're done, son. Dude, I'm making a comeback. Are you serious? Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. Dude, it's all. You gave up? No, we're done now. Once you get, I don't care. I don't play to play like douchey like that. You play to win, baby. Dude, accept the invitation or I'm gonna go to bed. We have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. No.
Fighter pilot. And so I can't. But the integrated quality of right, you got aircraft, right? That's the I would. Yes, exactly. Not only
Bus.
laying eyes on
Big bus, dude. Check out, son. Check out, son. Check out, son. 18. Dude, you're done. You gotta get that 3 easy. Busted. Dude, that's 1 in a row, baby. I play till I lose. Maybe I'm better than you are. I'm catching up with you. Dude's going first. Bad shot. Good shot. Bad shot. Bad. Get that 18. Double 12. Nice. Or triple 12. Alright, all I need is 320. Oh, shoot. I should have got that. Go, Zoo. Zoo, go. Zoo, go. 10, 9, 8. I don't know. I'm very tired. I want to go to bed. That was good.
So
25. Double 15.
right? But that is by definition incorporated.
Busted.
Air Force phenomenon. A restriction extraction.
Check out, Zoo. Zoo. Get it so we go to finals and then it'll be over. Check out. Alright, here we go. Zoot, try to beat that. This is for the championship. You're done. You're done. You're done. Bye bye. All right, dude. I gotta get some sleep. Yep. No, I'll probably sleep like 4 hours.
Also, straight are electrically connected to one another, are electrically together, but they're isolated. That's just a physical description of what this is. Now let's talk about how does custom structure interact with quantum structure. So for that, let me give you a metaphor. Imagine a Pacific atoll island out in the middle of the It's surrounded by oceans, all this random wave outside of the island. But at the center of the atoll island, there's a nice lagoon, right? Very quiescent, very smooth. The water's connected to the Pacific, but a lot of that wave energy can't manifest on the lagoon in nice environment. So imagine, Joe, you're sipping nice water and nice paddleboard day, quiescent, enjoying yourself. And Jamie, the other package, and went deep sea fishing out on the ocean. So he's really bobbling back and forth, much more uncomfortable than him. Right. So now with that metaphor in mind, let's come back to the structure. So this structure, the walls on the outside are like the Pacific age with ion. Inside the quantum field, like so it's assaulting that structure on all sides. The pillars are like your paddleboard in the lagoon protected environment. And so the way the quantum interacts with the structure is it occasionally cause a real electron inside the wall to quantum tunnel to the pillars. And so the pillars are like you on your paddle, quiescent environment. But the electrons show up
Quiescent. This motherfucker loves saying atoll and quiescent.
on the this is being out, and we can't keep the guys. Then we can get to further at things that we care about, tire pressure monitors, something microwatts worth of power, or a Fitbit, or got the thing there, electronic ring or something like that, or some low power application. So, using this approach, we're trying to create chips. They're about the size of your pinky that generate 1.5 volts and 25 microamps. That maps to a number of chips that are on the market today that operate at that power level, but they have to recharge. Don't have to recharge. So we're like a solar panel that works in the dark. So you can put a device at the bottom of the ocean, and it will continue to work. Or we can give it to our buddies in the machine. They can carry it to the surface of the moon. Maybe they want to throw a sensor off, measure something. Even though the sun's stopped. So the cool thing is, like I said at the beginning of the interview, we were going down this whole path of trying to understand the nature of the quantum field by where we might envision it could be one day. Maybe for a deeper understanding of that physics Venn diagram.
and get to a point where we can figure out what do we do to go around that IXS enterprise concept shift, if you will. And so it's
in honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
One of the largest Star Wars fan collections in the world is coming to COSI. Unofficial Galaxies opens on May 10th, and this is a one-of-a-kind exhibition with iconic characters, props, legendary ships, costumes, and behind-the-scenes secrets. It's going to be a must-see whether you're a hardcore Star Wars fan or just curious about one of the most famous sci-fi franchises of all time. Unofficial Galaxies is coming to COSI starting on May 10th. So get your tickets now at cosi.org.
Welcome back to the Hollow Sky Podcast. We are your hosts. I'm Steve.
And I'm Kyle.
And thank you for hanging out with us today. I have been in this, it's not a slump because it's not negative, but I've just been dragged into the world of UFOs and aliens as of lately.
Hell
So
yes.
get ready for that. You're going to get a lot of that. I've been finding a lot of weird-ass stories. This one's no different. Warning, preemptive warning. It's going to be a long one. There's going to be a lot. There's probably going to be 3 or 4 episodes tied to what I'm looking into here. So if you like these episodic ones, this is right up your alley. If you don't,
Sorry.
that sucks. I don't know what to tell you.
Sorry.
But before we get into that, we are going to this monster
Hell yeah.
and drink of it.
It's so good.
Mm-hmm. And go through all the business. Check us out at all our social medias: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Discord, Reddit. Search up the Hollow Sky Podcast. Come and hang out with us. You know the drill. If you have a paranormal experience you'd like for us to feature on a future show, Kyle's got all the deets.
You can call the holophone. It's going to be 1-618-556-0837. Text it, leave a voicemail. Sometimes we open the lines for interviews. You can send pictures, whatever you want to do. You can also write your story out or use your voicemail apps on your smartphones. Record your story or write it out. Shoot it over to the email, which is going to be hollowskypodcast@gmail.com.
I wanted to take time to shout out to all the people who hit us back up after the Mimic episode. I was going to do that before.
Oh, yeah.
It slipped my mind. Everybody coming out of the woodwork and letting us know about the call and response signs.
Yeah.
And that is legit. That is an actual thing. So shout out to everybody. Everybody at YouTube that emailed us, that all hit us up and was like, yeah. So thanks, Hollow Crew.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
For stepping up and letting us know some shit. If you'd like to help out the show, help us out a little bit, we have a Patreon. You can go over there and see if there's any tiers that you like. Just look through it. We got extra content and stuff over there. See something you like, sign up for it. We have a Venmo. You can throw some change in the good old monster file. Taking a monster, you can't hear it. And purchase us a monster or two. We greatly appreciate everybody that helps us out. Another thing you can do, the best thing you can do, is tell everybody word of mouth. Spread the show. Throw it to all your spooky friends. People who like weird shit. People who believe in aliens. People who are haunted. You know, your whole crew. They listen to podcasts. Throw our name in the hat. Kind of get it out there. We appreciate it. You can also leave us a wonderful 5-star rating and review wherever you listen to podcasts. I'll eventually try to find them. Like I said, Apple and iTunes I usually are my go-tos. But I make my rounds. So today's 5-star rating is from our friend Matt in Alaska. Matt in Alaska says, I drive a giant Tonka truck for 12 and a half hour shifts, and you guys keep my mind stimulated and help me stay awake and alert. I love how you guys feed off each other. Keep it up. Well, Matt in Alaska, we're glad that we can help you get through the slog of those 12-hour shifts.
That shit sucks.
They are terrible.
I work 10s currently, and I fucking hate those.
I worked 12s for like the last 3 years, and then I swapped to 8s, and it's like not even.
Dude, that's how I feel just going from 10s to 8s.
Yeah, it's awesome. So, be safe out there.
Please.
And whatever we can do to help you stay alert and awake, driving them big old Alaskan trucks.
Yeah, we understand the struggle. We're in the same boat.
True. Our listener experience today comes to us from our friend Flick. She says, Hi, Flick here from London, England. I'm binging the current and back catalog, and I've had a very similar experience to the guy in a coma following a brain aneurysm. I've recorded my story, and if it's good enough, please feel free to use it, or you guys can read it out loud. I'm not a very good narrator. Love the pod. You are awesome. Love, Flick. Here is Flick's story.
Hey there, this is Flick from England. I recently gave you a review. I think you're awesome, and I am going through the back catalogue of stories. I'm on story number 42, and it's so bizarre. The guy I'm listening to the current and back stories as well. Your show 42 had a story about a guy that had a brain aneurysm, woke up thinking that the son he lost, the baby, had grown up, and his reality was not his family's reality. I would like to tell you about a similar experience I had. Back in 2014, I had a severe accident and was left with a brain injury, or that was a brain injury, and I was placed into an induced coma for around 3 months. During this time, it's just weird. I mean, I was in there for 3 months, but when I came to, I believed that my son was still alive. I'd lost him when he was 13, and he would have been around about 28, 30. And I had, during the time that I'd been unconscious, I had lived a life with him in much the same way that the guy with the brain aneurysm. I saw him graduate from school. He went to university. He still played football, soccer in the UK, and I was still with my late ex-partner who was still alive. It was really bizarre. And when I woke up and saw my current partner, although I knew who he was, I was unsure as to whether he was with my son's father and where he was. And it was just the most bizarre thing. And to this day, sort of almost 10 years later, I do not have full recollection of things that have happened in real time, but I remember things that happened when I was in a coma. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm explaining myself very well, but it was just the most bizarre thing. And things that I have seen in the coma have actually come true. I'll try and articulate that a bit more and send that again. Okay, you guys are awesome, absolutely awesome. I love the podcast. I'm listening to the new episode and an old episode, and I'm going that way. All right, thanks so much. Bye.
Look, first off, thank you so much for taking the time to send this experience in. It is
The doozy.
It is just it sparks so many feelings. Like it's kind of it's like heartbreaking. It makes you like I can't even wrap my brain around how the human brain works. If that's even the case as to what is going on. Like living an entire 15 years and 3 months that you were unconscious is just so heavy, and to wake up and have everything be different it would be so terrible. Like on one hand, it's almost comforting to get to experience things with the son you lost that you wouldn't have got to experience had this not happened. But then on the other side of that, to wake up and then realize that it never happened, it's just like so much to take in. And to drive it even further, the fact that things that you experienced while you were in the coma are now starting to happen in your post coma life is even that much stranger.
I second all that sentiment.
Like I don't even know.
It's hard to wrap your brain around.
Is it your brain like trying to ease the rest of your body and other parts of your mind where it's not focusing on whatever trauma that has just happened? Or is it something to the point to where like the trauma just knocked you in to another reality, another time, timeline where everything's so much different. And then once that trauma starts to heal, you get pulled back into it. Like once it gets to a point to a knows you're going to survive, it pops you back into this timeline.
Yeah, it's almost like by being put in that coma, her consciousness currently left her body to experience a consciousness in a different plane until it woke her and then it pulled her consciousness back.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty fantastic there, but I don't know where to go here.
Yeah. I mean, how else do you explain it?
I don't know, man. Especially like because who's anybody to say that wasn't real? If it felt fucking real, like she can remember more details about being in her induced coma than life itself. Who's to say what's real and what's not to her?
Exactly. What is reality?
Right.
Look, definitely send us. I didn't see if you had sent us anything else. I have to search up your name and see if your emails show up. If you want to talk more about this, please send us in some more stuff because I'm super curious as to like what you experienced in your coma that is now taking place in your life.
Absolutely.
This is when I heard this, I was like, what?
It's like a first-hand lamp story.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't know where to go with it. Like Is it another plane of existence, or is it just your brain trying to get you to cope? I don't know. It is weird. Definitely hit us back up and send us some more information. So from there, we're gonna take a sharp right turn here. We're gonna get into this rabbit hole of UFO alien fuckery
I'm in.
that I have been running down. Like, I found so many fucked up UFO stories in the last like 3 weeks. I'm just writing down shit that I want to do an episode on. This one just happened to spiral out of control at this point.
Fuck yeah, that's what we like.
Okay, so this story began to show up on internet forums in around 2005-ish. In a series of anonymous posts that began, it was on an email. That was pretty popular in different UFO research groups. The emails that were released had contents that kind of seemed too fantastical to be real. But as we know, sometimes things that are too fantastical to be real begin to show up, begin to be real. Some of these posts started to talk about a team of U.S. military scientists that were deployed to a habitable planet in a nearby binary star system. They were sent there for 10 years to collect evidence and study the planet. This specific project was known as Project Serpo and the Human Exchange Program.
Well, that sounds comforting.
Yeah. So, from 2005 to 2016, an anonymous poster claiming to be a retired official within a branch of the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency began disclosing information based on the experiences, findings, and scientific evidence that was recovered by 12 servicemen that were part of an interplanetary expedition. Of the crew of 12, only 7 were reported to make it back. Project Serpo, as it was called, is reported to be a classified government program that took place in the 1960s. It took 12 highly trained military astronauts to another habitable planet to study and document their environment with the help of extraterrestrials and their technology. As with most cool UFO stories and the information that was released on it, everything started with the Roswell crash of 1947. It is reported that the incident isn't exactly how we know it today. That not one craft crashed to Earth, but 2 that are said to have collided in the air.
That's interesting. I haven't heard that one, but I have heard that 2 craft went down that day.
Yeah, they said that there was a storm, pretty bad storm going on, and it caused the 2 to crash, to hit one another in air.
Interesting.
Another thing that convoluted the story was that the second craft was not found until 2 years later. So sort of a stretch, but
I also don't understand their technology plus the technology we had at the time. Because one would think an argument right off the rip would be that they are literally hyper advanced technological beings in a storm put them down.
Right.
But that's also assuming that they have storms like ours on their planet. So could it be possible that some, a lightning bolt could have hit the damn craft and just fried the bitch? I don't know.
Yeah. But I think they said they collided midair. So I don't know, like you said, if maybe our atmosphere had something to do with it, or what the deal is. But
it could have been. We don't know anything about them. It could have been a visual thing where the storm was so bad they couldn't see properly, or whatever the fucking case may be.
And as it's reported, the second craft wasn't found for 2 years later, so they kind of had to excavate it a little bit. But if you remember, if you look into some of the statements Bob Lazar made about Area 51, he talks about there being multiple crafts, and he also uses the term excavated craft. So it could point to him being privy of the second ship.
That wouldn't surprise me.
That hit so hard it buried itself in the earth. According to the anonymous poster, The first craft was recovered in Corona, New Mexico, and it contained a live alien being that survived the crash, as well as 5 bodies of deceased aliens. A deputy arrived the following day of the report and summoned a state police officer. One live entity was found hiding behind a rock. The entity was given water but declined food. The entity was later transferred to Los Alamos. All the debris and the bodies recovered from the first crash site were initially taken to Roswell Army Airfield in Roswell, New Mexico. The debris was eventually flown to Dayton, Ohio, home of the Air Force Foreign Technology Division. The bodies of the dead aliens were transported to Wright Field in Ohio and kept in a form of deep freeze. They were later also transported to Los Alamos, where special containers were made to keep the bodies from decaying. The second site is reported to have not been discovered until August of 1949 by 2 ranchers. They reported the findings several days later to the sheriff in Catron County, New Mexico. Because of the remote location, it took the sheriff several days to make his way to the crash site. Once he did, the sheriff took photographs and then drove to the Sandia Army base in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and notified them. A recovery team from Sandia took custody of all evidence, including 6 bodies. The recovery of the second craft, they found the aliens to be especially decomposed because they stayed in a desert for 2 years.
That makes sense.
So animals and time had gotten to them. After being transported to the Sandia base, they eventually also went to Los Alamos. They determined that both crashed spaceships were of similar design, and the bodies of the aliens were almost all completely identical. They looked exactly the same. They had the same height, the same weight, and the same physical features, almost as if they had been like out of a mold. The document showed that they decided to start using a specific terminology for the beings that were found. They were called EBEs, which is short for extraterrestrial biological entities. You'll hear me use that a whole lot in here, so keep that in mind. The living specimen that was found was labeled as EBE1. The government, at this point, of course, swooped in and began interrogating EBE1. According to the information from this email drop, the entity could not communicate via human language, but it communicated in some strange tonal language that the officials could not understand. It just speaks and beeps and boops, I guess.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, just a whole range of different tones and internet dial-up, I guess.
I hope that's what it sounded like, the old 56K modem.
Reports vary on how they actually began communicating with the being. I've read that it was everything from telepathic communication to it was so quick or it was so smart that it could pull in human information at an unprecedented pace and kind of learn our languages. I also have a report of a nurse that was on site that said that she was able to communicate with this being telepathically. I found the transcript of that interaction between the nurse and the entity.
I feel like either you and me have talked about this, or
I don't think
we've done a small episode.
I don't think we did an episode on it yet.
I know I've heard this section before somewhere. Maybe we didn't do an episode on it, but maybe we had talked about it previously. But I do recall hearing this story, I think.
Yeah. I don't think we've done it. I think me and you have talked about it.
Regardless, it plays into the big picture of what you're doing anyway. So.
Yes. Okay, so as they began to communicate with this being, EBE1, they learned that it was from a planet about 40 light years away in the Zeta Reticuli system called Serpo. Zeta Reticuli sounds familiar to any of you UFO heads out there. It's because it's the same system that Betty and Barney Hill was reportedly taken to in their abduction encounter. Some believe it's also the home of what we call the Greys, typical big head, big eyes, etc., or the Zeta Reticuli. It stated that this creature was not human, and they had to decide a term for it, which was EBE. They also called it NOAA. The different terminology used by various aspects of the U.S. military and intelligence back then. It is reported that it was male, and that within the EBE's race, they do have males and females. EBE-1 was treated for some minor injuries and then taken to Los Alamos National Laboratories, which was the safest and most secure location in the world. Special accommodations were specifically made for EBE-1. We believe EBE-1 was a member of their Air Force or something similar to what we would consider NASA, some sort of exploration. It stayed alive until 1952, where it perished. They had learned a great deal from the EBE-1, and although he did not have voice organs like humans, he was able to communicate with an operation performed by military doctors. EBE was extremely intelligent. It learned English quickly, mainly by listening to military personnel who were responsible for EBE-1's safety and care. Many different military doctors, scientists, and a select number of civilians studied EBE. It never became upset or angry. It helped us learn from all the items found at the 2 crash sites, showed us how some of the items worked, such as a communication device. It also showed us how various other devices worked. EBE-1 died of what military doctors considered natural causes, but they can't really specifically pinpoint what it was that made it pass away. We didn't have any standards to compare EBE-1's body with anything else that we'd ever observed medically.
That makes sense.
Yeah. They said losing EBE-1 was a super huge blow to human science community, because it's basically the most interesting thing that they'd ever received to study.
I can imagine that.
Goddamn alien.
Yeah. And it almost makes you wonder how they treated it. Like, nothing, it doesn't matter if you're being super nice to it or not. Like, nothing wants to be under a microscope its entire existence.
Yeah, it would be.
And then did they keep it locked up in a room 24/7? Or did once it start being cool, did they start giving it privileges? Not that I'm kind of advocating for extraterrestrial well-being here, but if you choose to go down a dark road with that, that's going to obviously dictate a being's response to you. Not to mention a being or race's whole narrative towards you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because if homies back home find out you've been treating them like shit,
yep.
What do you think homies back home are gonna do?
Keep that noted. Weird side note here: it's reported that EBE-1 could not hardly process any meat at all. His body would reject it and make it extremely sick. While he was captive, it is said that he survived on a diet of different vegetables and cheeses that was provided to him. He wasn't equipped to process a lot of what we have here on planet Earth. Doing a little digging in Zeta Reticulans, I came across interesting anatomy differences. Apparently, they didn't have many processing organs like kidneys and bladders and livers and shit that used to filter out all of the bad shit that we eat.
Real quick, I thought you said Cheez-Its, which I was like, oh, my man.
I mean, could have.
Another thing that is interesting to point out here is that right there, if this is, well, not in all extraterrestrial cases, but we have heard reports that there are theories that the Greys and beings like the Greys are more or less biological robots that get sent out into the universe, which that right there, I mean, so far in your research, that right there would kind of prove otherwise, because it
has to eat.
Yes, it has to eat, and it drank water too.
Yeah, but it gets. I like where you're going. Gonna tie shit together further on. This is not necessarily related to the report, but I did find another website where it has gray physiology and anatomy. Apparently, this was taken from the controversial Krill report, which made its rounds on UFO boards earlier on in the 90s. We could do a whole fucking episode on the Krill report, but
I think I've heard of that one. Yeah.
That it talks about multiple dimensions. And
good. Right our alley.
But they describe the Greys and the Greys anatomy as, and this is all quoted from the site, the approximate height is between 3.5 to 4.5 feet tall. The head, by human standards, is large in comparison with the body. Facial features show a pair of eyes described as large, sunken, deeply set in, far apart, or distended more than human. slightly slanted or oriental in nature. No earlobes or apertures on the side of the head were seen. The nose is vague. 1 or 2 holes have been mentioned.
So it's your typical gray. Like when you picture a gray, that's pretty much what it is.
Mouth area is described as a small slit or a fissure. In some cases, there's no mouth at all. It appears not to function as a means for communication or food. The neck area is described as being thin, and in some instances not being visible at all of their tightly knit suits. Most observers describe these humanoids as being hairless. Some of the bodies recovered have a slight hair patch atop their head. Others have what appear to be silver skull caps. There was no breathing attachments or communication device. This suggests telepathy or higher intelligence. In one instance, there was an opening in the right frontal lobe area, revealing a crystalline network. This network implies the development of a third brain. Where the fuck did the second brain come from? First off,
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
yeah. The arms are described as long and thin, reaching down to the knee section. The hangers contain 4 fingers, with no thumbs. 3 fingers are longer than the others. Some are very long. Some are.
Do you
others are
know?
very short.
Do you know when this came out? Like this right here. What you're
The
reading.
Krill Report, I want to think it's in the 90s.
What year was Independence Day made? There's a lot of fucking similarities between the aliens and that and what you're describing right now.
And also from the Pascagoula incident.
Yeah.
The long ass fingers. The whole throating.
Yeah, and like, because if you remember in Independence Day, the aliens have no mouth. They fit because the aliens wear an exoskeleton, the big exoskeleton. The ones inside, they look like your typical gray, but they have no mouth.
Yeah.
And so it like there's similarities. Obviously, you'd have to merge the exoskeleton arms and stuff, but if you did, then you're not far off.
Further in, there are witnesses. I didn't write it down because I didn't think it was pertinent to the story, but there was witnesses who a reporter who interviewed witnesses that were on site when the exchange took place with the 12, and they said that they're smaller transport ships. The only way he could describe it was like the ones in they took it up to a larger mothership that was outside of our
That is interesting because I'm sure Independence Day was made in probably the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, it had to be
somewhere it was somewhere in the 90s. It was definitely in the 90s.
So back to the description of the Greys, which I want to point out that the EBEs, the Ebens is what the government will eventually call them, are not specifically Greys. They're 2 separate races, but they are very similar. No description is available for the legs and the feet. Some pathologists indicate that the section of the body was not developed as we would anticipate, showing that some of these beings were adapted to life in the water. There was a webbing effect between the fingers on most of the specimens. According to most observers, the skin is gray. Some claim to be beige, tan, or pinkish gray. No reproductive organs or capabilities were discovered. No phallus, no womb. Confirms cloning mentioned by other sources. The humanoids appear to be from a mold, sharing identical racial and biological characteristics. There is no blood as we know it, but there is a fluid which is grayish in color. I also found a letter from UFO conspiracy theorist John Lear. He states this about the conjunctions of the Greys. He says that they have a genetic disorder in which their digestive systems were almost atrophied and completely not functional. He seems to indicate that they suffer from some sort of unknown disease or some sort of nuclear radiation. They sustain themselves by an enzyme or hormonal secretion obtained from the tongues and throats of cows and humans. He notes that cows and humans are genetically similar, and in the event of disaster, we can alter cow's blood to use as an alternative for blood transfusion. The secretion extracted from the blood is mixed with other unknown substances that are applied directly to the skin of the Greys, which absorb the mixture and then excretes the waste back from the skin.
So one thing real quick, because it doesn't make sense to me. If they are being cloned, I mean, I guess you could explain that. My point was going to be that if they're being cloned, why have different sex? Because then in some cases it says that there are no sex. So we'll get into
We'll get to that.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't if you're going through a full cloning process. But I guess in hindsight, if you were essentially using old DNA, you are going to have to go from a pool of male and female. So that does make sense to a degree.
It'll start to come to fruition,
Okay.
and our Eben friends here start to take on a kind of not so friendly role in the.
Hey, surprise, surprise!
Interesting, right? So back to our Eben.
We always seem to find the negative in things.
Yeah, I was just kind of giving you guys some anatomy of the Greys, considering that they're similar.
Well, it's pertinent because a lot of people.
And it talked about the cloning.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Hey, Holocult, have you ever gotten back from a paranormal investigation, woken up with some funky symptoms like a swollen itchy eye, tight pain in your neck, weird cold symptoms that just won't go away, and then you immediately Googled it or searched TikTok to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you need with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can filter doctors who take your insurance, located nearby, are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and are highly rated by verified patients. Luckily, I haven't had to book an actual doctor's appointment. I've stayed pretty healthy, but I have used the app to book a mock appointment. It is great. So easy. It's a one-stop shop for any of your booking needs. You can search up doctors close by, doctors in your insurance network, ones that have short wait times. It really is nice. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/hollow1 to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/HOLO1. ZocDoc.com/hollow1. Hey, Holocult. Do you remember a time where if you wanted weed, you had to meet up with some sketchy dude behind the dumpster in a Denny's parking lot? You don't have to do that anymore, because you can get federally legal THC shipped right to your front door. How can you get that done? With Mood. Mood delivers premium 100% federally legal THC right to your door. You can get 20% off your first order at mood.com/HOLO and enter coupon code HOLO. I'm talking high potency gummies, top shelf flour, home baked cookies, vapes, anything you find at a dispensary, you can now order online and have it shipped quickly, discreetly, and conveniently right to your door. Every Mood product is made from pesticide-free cannabis grown on America's best small farms at prices that won't destroy your wallet. Best of all, not only is every Mood product backed by a 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, listeners get 20% off their first order with code HOLO. So head over to mood.com/HOLO, check out their online dispensary, and let Mood help you discover your perfect mood. And don't forget to use coupon code HOLO when you check out to save 20% on your first order.
The best piece of financial advice I've ever received is to pay yourself first. That's why now with every paycheck I receive, I start by putting a little bit away for those rainy days. Today's episode is sponsored by Acorns. Acorns is a financial wellness app that makes it easy to start saving and investing for your future. Acorns lets you get started with the spare money you've got right now, even if all you've got is spare change. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns recommends a diversified portfolio that can help you weather all of the market's ups and downs. Using Acorns, before I knew it, I had a couple $1,000s in a little nest egg account. Sign up now and join the over 14 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $25 billion with Acorns. Head to acorns.com/hiddentruecrime or download the Acorns app to get started. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/hiddentruecrime.
So, back to EBE1. He was a visitor to our planet, it stated. He was taken to several different locations, mostly warm. When he arrived at Los Alamos, he remarked that he liked the cooler climate, meaning Los Alamos in late summer, which states that he lives on probably a pretty warm planet if Los Alamos in late summer was cool to him. However, when he was taken to Washington, D.C., very closely climate controlled, I must state, the climate there was far too cold. information was found about their society that he gave us. The alien civilization. This is reported to be briefed to Ronald Reagan.
The climate thing actually kind of makes sense if you didn't think about it. Because they're small, they're thin, and they have no hair.
Yeah.
It kind of actually makes sense if you really break that down. That makes sense. They would require more warmth.
I didn't think about that, but
me either.
They are pretty well put together for warmth.
Yeah.
So in this briefing to President Ronald Reagan, it stated the alien civilization that the Ebens came from, which we will come to call the Eben Society, Eben was not a name that they gave us, but it was a name that the government chose for them. It stated that their lifespan is between 350 and 400 years in Earth years. Eben don't have any similar characteristics to those of humans, with the exception of their eyes, ears, and mouth. Their internal organs are different. Their skin is different. Their eyes, ears, and even breathing is different. Their blood isn't red, and their brain was entirely different from a human. We could not classify any part of the aliens with human. They had blood and skin, and although considerably different than human skin, their eyes had 2 different eyelids, which is probably because their home planet, to find out, was very bright. EBE-1 did explain where he lives in the universe. We call the star system Zeta Reticuli, which is about 40 light years from Earth. EBE's planet was within the star system. Our closest star is 4 light years away, Alpha Centauri, a yellow star. It's the brightest star in the constellation Centaurus, and it is 4.3 light years away. It took EBE's spaceship 9 of our Earth months to travel the 40 light years. Now, as you can see, that would mean the EBE spaceship either traveled faster than the speed of light. This is where it kind of gets weird, because he states that their spaceships can travel through a form of what he described in our language as space tunnels to get them from point A to point B faster without having to travel at the speed of light. It's almost a wormhole.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Just like a wormhole.
They have harnessed wormhole technology.
Which is fucking crazy.
They seem to be able to bend the distance from one point in space to another. Whoever's writing the report says that they cannot fully understand how they travel, but we have many top scientists who understand their concept. The laws of physics on their planet are not the same as our planet, especially when it comes to the movement of their planet in relationship to its 2 suns. Our scientists don't understand it because it defies the laws of our own physics. We also understand very little about the propulsion systems. There seems to be 2 different propulsion systems. One they use within our atmosphere, and one they use containing Serpo as a binary star system, which, again, means 2 suns rather than one like ours. Their sun do not set like ours. Their daylight is during the entire day, with the exception of a short period where both suns hit the horizon. They have very little darkness. Right as both suns hit the horizon, is the time that planet starts. According to reports, EBE-1 managed to salvage a communication device from his downed aircraft and attempted to make contact with his home planet.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. He tried a total of 6 times, and all 6 times it failed to make contact. EBE-1 sent 6 messages. The first message was just letting his planet know that he was alive. The second message explained the crash in 1947 and the death of his crew. The third message asked for a rescue craft for him. The fourth message suggested a formal meeting with our leader of Earth. The fifth suggested an exchange program. The sixth message provided landing coordinates to any future rescue visitations to Earth. The incoming messages gave a time and a date, even date and time system, and confirmed a landing location. However, once the message was translated by EBE-1, it was determined that the date was over 10 years away. Fearing that EBE-1 was sick at this point, did not translate the message correctly, our scientists began to translate the message based on the Eben language that was taught to us by EBE. Get forward here, because I kind of have all over the place. So, within this time period, EBE-1 passes away. The agents and scientists that were working for him started to receive messages back from his home planet. Whether or not this is from the initial contact he sent out, them replying to it, or whether they got the communication device working is unclear. They didn't state it. Now with EBE1 gone, they have a problem because they don't know how to interpret the messages that are sent.
Right.
They're all tonal, right? So after a few months of trying to translate these messages, they just are like, you know what, fuck it. The Ebens are so much smarter than us. They just started sending messages to them in English. Just fucking throwing it out there.
I don't blame them there.
And it didn't take them long for them to understand our language, and they started getting responses back in broken English. Oddly enough, it stated that they did not use verbs. So,
That's weird.
yeah, no fucking action words, I guess. I don't know. Over the next 9 years of communication, they devised this trade program between Earth and Serpo. Couldn't find much information regarding the context of the interactions at this time. I'm assuming it's either redacted or still classified. It just sort of jumped to this trade program from sending humans to Serpo and having Ebens come here. At this juncture, the Air Force is pretty much in total control of the program. They decided to make a very strict selection process for the journey. Candidates had to be career military officials with multiple special skill sets that crossed different military backgrounds. They could not be married. They could have no children, preferably completely orphaned. So they wanted no blood ties here for planet Earth.
Nobody to look for you when you're gone.
Yeah, basically a suicide mission.
Yeah.
They pretty much planned that nobody's
Right.
going to come back.
Right.
After months of going through the selection process, they narrowed it down to a dozen candidates. Some reported there was 10 men, 2 women, while other accounts just say that it was 12 men. Regardless, they each with different useful skill sets and various traits. They called this crew the Galactic 12. After being chosen in some versions of the count, these Galactic 12 were completely scrubbed from the public record. Any documentation of these 12 individuals ever existing was methodically expunged from history. In other versions, they were first listed as missing in action, military exercises around the world and presumed dead. Then, from there, they would change it to being completely scrubbed from the public, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because if you're going to say they're MIA, just say they're MIA.
Yeah, because either story works.
Yeah, and surely people fucking knew. They had interaction with the people. They had friends, and they had not so much family, but they had acquaintances and shit.
But at the same time, what do you do if they completely scrub you from existence? Because you can sit there and tell somebody till you're blue in the face that no, this person's real, and then you're like, prove it, bitch.
Yeah, prove it.
And there's literally nothing out there.
And being scrubbed from the public sounds way more like conspiracy and X-File-ish anyway.
Oh, 100%.
So
it definitely adds to the story, regardless. Although I feel like the more logical one will be to say they're missing in action.
That's what I just left it at that.
Because the government's they've done it, like where families are investigating someone missing in action, and the government, all they have to do is just ignore you.
Yeah, like
they don't give a shit. Yeah, we're doing our best. Goodbye.
Each team member was not identified by a name. They got a number, a 3-digit number. From that point on, they were identified by their number only. Even each member identified others by their 3 digits. They never used their real name. So they wanted to like almost keep all like emotional connections nil. It is stated in diaries and documents that came back from Serpo that once they left planet Earth and got to Serpo, they gave each other nicknames. Team commander was identified as Skipper, medical officers were Doc 1 and Doc 2, pilots were Sky King and Flash Gordon. Even though it wouldn't make any difference if they used their real names on Serpo, they were disciplined enough to continue using their nicknames with 3-digit numbers. In a release I found a series of their numbers here, but this just kind of tells you who they picked to go there. There was a team commander, an assistant team commander, 2 team pilots, 2 linguists, a biologist, 2 scientists, 2 doctors, and a security person. After extensive selection process, each team member had to demonstrate their ability to endure hardships, which included a battery of psychological tests, medical screenings, and a PAT, a positive attitude test, which is a military test given to pilots and special force personnel. The rigorous training consisted of the following: an introduction to space exploration taught by NASA personnel, astronomy, identification of stars, use of telescopes, and general astrophysics, Eben anthropology, based on information received from EBE-1, Eben history, basic information received from EBE-1, U.S. military field medical training, trauma care. This was given to non-medical personnel on the team. High altitude training, parachute and weightlessness, zero oxygen environment training, survival, escape and evasion training, basic weapons and explosive training. 6 pounds of C4 was taken. I am assuming that's on the training. Psychological operations training and anti-interrogation preparation.
Fuck.
If you get there and they want to know shit,
they are preparing for worst case scenario.
Yeah, they're waiting to get there and they're just being all out.
Yeah, shit show.
Yeah. Small unit tactical training, mini 4-week U.S. Army Ranger course. I bet that was fucking.
I know for a fact that the survival, escape, and evasion training is fucking horrid.
Multiple intelligence gathering courses, space geology, collection methods use of specialized geological equipment. How in the fuck do they have? They already had training courses on gathering shit from outer space.
I don't know, dude. I was saying the same thing when you went through the space exploration by NASA. Like, bitch, we don't know what we're doing up there. Shut up.
Physical stress training, methods to cope with confinement and isolation, nutrition courses, equipment use training, individual specialty training, basic biology, other training which is still considered extremely highly classified even in the 40 years after when these were released, so 65 to 2000. Each team member had to endure extreme psychological and physical training. In one training test, each member was locked inside a 5x7 box and buried 7 feet underground for 5 days, with just food and water, no contact with anyone else, in total darkness. This tested several factors. They also gave each team member a placebo pill. The pill was a standard use for intelligence agents and operating behind enemy lines. The pill could end their life if, for some reason, they needed to take it. Suicide pill.
Yeah, as soon as you said a pill, I knew exactly where you're going with that. But dude, imagine how hard that would be. Be buried underground, shitting and pissing all over yourself for 5 days or however many days. No contact with anyone. Nobody checking up on you.
Yeah, and they probably didn't tell him a word. They probably just woke up buried in a fucking...
Guarantee it. And then on top of that, you don't even have zero idea what time it is. You could have been in that box for 2 hours or 10 days, and you don't know.
Yeah.
You have no fucking clue.
That'd be terrible. Terrible.
Because you know they're not giving you a cell phone, they're not giving you a watch, they're not giving you shit.
Fuck no.
The only upside to that, the only thing that would give me hope is if they gave me food and water.
Yeah, so they're wanting you to live.
Yes, they want you to live.
But they're also giving you the option for an out. Like,
yeah, that's true too.
Several selected team members, pilots, were trained on flying Eben crafts, one of which was captured near the western New Mexico border in 1949. The plan called for the selected few to fly the craft back to Earth in case of an emergency. But they had to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Hijack one of them back to Earth.
That's fucking wild.
Isn't that fucking just awesome? Like
it is kind of cool.
There were, this gets confusing. There's discrepancy here. It says that there were 4 pilots on the team, but
the original list said 2.
Yeah, I read that there were actually 16 members picked. So 4 were alternates in case somebody backed out or something happened.
Gotcha,
so I think this may fall in here. These 4 spent many weeks at the Nevada complex learning to fly the recovered alien crafts. It wasn't hard to fly once one could understand the operation of the controls. The writer says, I'm sure many of the UFO sightings back in 64, 65 around the West Coast could be attributed to these test flights by our team members. Each team member selected was sent to a special facility camp at Camp Perry, Virginia. This was an intelligence training location. We took over a complete complex side of Perry. Most of the training took place there but some special training was accomplished at Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, Texas, Ellis Air Force Base, South Dakota, Dow Air Force Base in Maine, isolated locations in Mexico and Chile. The training lasted for 167 days. The team was allowed only 15 days off during this period, but they were closely guarded. Just prior to their trip, each team member was transported to the United States Disciplinary Barracks in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and confined into locked cells. This prevented them from communicating with anyone in the outside world and kept each under close watch. There was, however, a change of plans. We received message from the Ebens stating that they did not wish to make the exchange during their initial visit to Earth. They wanted to meet first and then plan the exchange in person. This created many problems with the team since they were ready for the exchange. We sent a return message, but we didn't receive a reply. In December 1963, the Ebens sent a message confirming the time, date, and location of their landing. This message stated that 2 crafts were en route to Earth and would make the appropriate landing at the pre-arranged location. However, our government was suffering from the loss of President Kennedy during this time. Some in the project wanted to cancel the exchange because of his death, but President Johnson was debriefed and decided to continue the event, although it was noted that Johnson didn't really believe it would happen. Our team planned for 2 locations, one cover location at Holloman Air Force Base in near Alamogordo, New Mexico, and the other, which would be the actual landing location just west of Holloman, near the southern entrance to the White Sands Army. The first Eben aircraft entered our atmosphere during the afternoon of April 24, 1964. The Eben craft landed at the wrong location, near Socorro, New Mexico. Our team was in place at White Sands. We were able to communicate a message to the Eben craft. They landed in the wrong location. The second craft picked up the message and landed at the correct location. The Eben craft landed exactly at the location that was sent, and there were 16 senior U.S. government officials on the ground. Some were political, and some were senior officials, including military officers. Ebens exited their craft and walked under a pre-located canopy. The Ebens gave gifts of their technology, and they had a crude translator device. It appeared to be some sort of microphone with a readout screen. The senior U.S. official was given one of the devices, and the Eben kept the other one. The official spoke into the device, and the screen showed a printed form of the voice message in both Eben and English. It was crude and hard to understand everything that was said. The exact transcript of the meeting won't be discussed at this time. Ebens decided to make the exchange, but not until the following year. July 1965 was set as the location to be decided upon as the Nevada test site. Planners did not wish to keep the same location for fear that something might leak. Team members were kept in Fort Leavenworth until May 1964. They were transported to Camp Perry. The team was isolated for the next 6 months, going over the same training they received. They fine-tuned their individual skills, learning some new skills. This gave the team an opportunity to better understand the Eben language. Although most team members had difficulty learning the language, 2 linguists on the team were able to hone their skills. In April 1965, the team was transported back to Fort Leavenworth, and where they waited until July, when they were transported to Nevada. During the exchange, only a few select officials were present, other than the preparation crew for the exchange. The Eben craft landed, our team was placed on board, and the amount of supplies loaded on board the Eben craft were that of 90,500 pounds of equipment.
That's a significant amount.
That is a significant amount. So they're clearly just trying to prep them to spend, I guess it was predetermined that they were going to spend 10 years at Serpo. So the list of equipment, I found a whole big long list, but I just picked out a couple things of note here. First and foremost, they took a ton of music. I guess everybody was super into it. They figured that the being spoken tones and shit, they took everything from Elvis to Bob Dylan to the Beach Boys to Bach and Beethoven. They even took various music based around like chants, Native American chants, Tibetan chants, African chants, thinking that this was kind of closer to the Ebens tonal language. They took a portable x-ray machine, along with numerous other medical equipment and items. Tons of scientific testing material with everything from radiation testing kits to diamond drills for geological testing. They took 1,000 pounds of C4, 1 nuclear detonating kit.
Oh, wow.
24 military handguns noted to be Colt 45s further in the report, 24 M16s, 6 M66s, 2 M40 grenade launchers, two 60 millimeter mortar tubes with 30 rounds each, 5,000 rounds of .223 ammo, 500 rounds of 45 ammo, 10 seismic deep hole drills, 10 military combat motorcycles, 3 M151 Jeeps, 3 military trailers, 1 military lawnmower,
Okay.
2,500 gallons of fuel, small canisters of liquid nitrogen, chewing gum, lifesavers, suicide pills, along with tons of other shit.
Interesting choices there.
There was
I wish I had a military lawnmower.
I don't even.
I
I
mean,
mean,
if you
I
need
guess
an escape option,
you're going in completely blind,
but a lawnmower,
so you don't know what you're gonna need.
but a lawnmower.
I mean, I guess a lawnmower.
Even one. I can mow your lawn for you, bro. I got you.
So there was a lengthy discussion between the leaders of the Ebens that were on the planet and our government about all the weapons, because clearly
Taking some firepower.
taking a nuclear detonating kit.
Which obviously means that they probably have a warhead tucked away somewhere.
Scary thing is that at the end, the Ebens, yeah, take it, bring it with you.
That goes to show their confidence / arrogance.
Bring it on up here, boys. So clearly, most of this stuff we're taking just to help the military members feel safe, because they're going to be grossly outnumbered.
Oh, yeah.
And
they probably thought worst case scenario, between the 1,000 pounds of C4 and a nuclear warhead, we can at least let them know, hey, don't fuck with us.
Just set it off. But even that, they're just like,
okay,
go ahead and bring it.
That is pretty sketchy.
Sucks.
Yeah. They're not worried at all.
In the reports, it said that smaller ships are used to take these items to be unloaded on the larger ship just outside of our atmosphere. And like I said, the reporter that interviewed people said that the closest thing he could describe it as would be like the Independence Day ship. The Ebens left just one person, or one Eben here as exchange. So it was
a good faith thing.
12 for 1 swap. And if we had any issues here on Earth that we weren't understanding, they wanted one of theirs to be here to kind of try to help bridge the communication gap.
That makes sense.
So,
especially with the Eben's capacity to learn, that is also what's scary, because the fact that they can learn lightning fast and then you leave one here as like a quote unquote liaison, and yet all they're basically doing is just sucking up all of the information they can possibly suck up and then forwarding it on to their entire race.
Yeah,
that's a little bit of a red flag for this guy.
So,
I realize it's a double-edged sword. You know, we have the opportunity to learn too, but as me and Steve have grossly pointed out, that understanding one's intentions
suck.
Yeah, like it's you never really know where they fall.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and end this one right here, because we're right at the spot to where we're getting ready to get on the big ship, getting ready to take off.
All right.
So,
I'm excited to venture out, because it's like you said, it's like being in a little movie. Like we're exploring a movie here.
If this is fucking real, which I have no more reason to believe it's not than I have to believe it is.
I feel like it is. Because they essentially gave us voice to text, and now look, yeah, iPhone.
I mean, they Evans did create the first iPhone.
Told you.
Oh.
I mean,
I wish that was their main goal, because once.
Well, and then people have talked about it a million times. I'm not gonna keep kicking it, but the technological jump that humans have made all of a sudden is pretty fast.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, so it totally makes sense that somebody somewhere fucking helped us.
Yeah. The mark where we're at here. I can jump right back in to where we are. I'm just gonna make some notes here a bunch of the websites and shit that I used. Once I heard about it, I started listening to a bunch of podcasts. My main one was the Alien Theorists Theorizing, Case File 123, Project Serpo. They did a real good kind of overlay of the entire thing. They didn't dive into it as deep as this is, but they kind of gave their own little commentary on it, which I pulled a lot out of. They're the ones that kind of connected Bob Lazar talking about excavating the ships
Right.
and shit, and I thought that was a pretty good point. Like, when they said that the ships were excavated, and he specifically says that the ships were excavated out of the ground, kind of ties it in. I also, a lot of this comes directly from this Google website called the Night Owl News, and
sounds cool.
The person who wrote this pulled it from another webpage, www.oocities.org, where a man by the name of Maurice Osborne went through the entire Serpo page of all the leaked documents and kind of combined them into a smaller series to where it's kind of easier to read and get through. So I used that. I'm pulling a lot of shit directly from that because the story is so fucking wild. Like, a lot of it is just government officials. It's excerpts of them talking. I also, for the Krill part, I used ufofandom.com /wiki/ohkrill, and for all that good alien anatomy, fandom.com/wiki/krill. If you guys want to put in, check it out and further look into it. We're going to start off the next episode as they all start to leave Earth. I have pulled some excerpts from the diaries of the Galactic 12. They have a ton of them at the website. I just pulled a couple pages of different interesting ones and kind of pasted them back and forth. So be sure to tune in next week if this is interesting you. The Galactic 12 are getting ready to head to the Zeta Reticuli star system and planet Serpo.
Not me. Fuck that.
Fuck that, Kyle.
Ain't happening, but wait.
Gets a lot worse.
I can only imagine.
Not
because we're a dumb species.
The thing is,
and the fact that asshole has 3 brains, we're definitely screwed.
The thing that sucks is that they treated the whole. What I get, they treated these people utmost respect. And the thing that's terrifying is that they didn't hide anything. Everything that you find out that they're up to, they just show it.
Don't even care.
Like, here you go.
Well, in the end,
this is what we're doing.
In the end, if you think about it, it's like a king and the peasant, right? Because the king knows, bitch, I'm in charge here. Like, you have nothing on me.
They're like
nothing.
Humans are like, we're bringing a nuke.
That's our biggest and baddest.
And they're like, okay,
come on aboard.
Okay, you want
Let's go.
You want us to carry it? You gonna carry it?
Yeah, we can. We can.
We'll just take. We can test it out once we get home. You know? You want to see what it'll do?
We actually have a chamber that you can put it in, and it'll keep it contained. It's nice.
And the fact that's the most fucked up is that they state in the report that they sent all these weapons just to make
the guys feel better.
Because as a military personnel, like your sidearm is.
What else does that suggest? It also suggests that upper management knew a fuckload more than what they was letting their dudes know about.
Oh yeah, it gets like these diaries and shit get pretty deep, but it also kind of goes into like how exactly is all going on, and the more you dig into it, it kind of sets off a domino effect of pretty much all ufology as we know it now.
Interesting.
Like a whole bunch of shit. All your Project Gleams and your Project Orions and all this kind of started as trickle down from this supposed human exchange program.
Well, and to be fair, Like when it comes to today's news, people theorizing that all these crafts that are being reported and stuff are ours. The fact of the matter is, in my opinion, that we didn't create that shit. So, like, I could believe that today's that we're seeing are ours, but that technology did not originate with us, in my opinion. Like, somebody would have had to have enlightened us, so to speak, which Serpo obviously plays right into.
Yeah. And how fucked is it? Like, Roswell was so convoluted to begin with. They're like, oh, it's a UFO that crashed. I'm like, no, it's not. It's a weather balloon crashed. And then there was some other third fucking story. I can't fucking remember. They said it was some sort of weird. What was it? Like, don't hold cover up project something. Or they said it was some sort of other device. I don't know. But now this comes out and it's like, nothing you know about Roswell is correct except that there was a UFO crash. But there's multiple UFO crashes. So just.
And not only were there bodies, there were living bodies.
I love that they go to give him food and he's like, "No, I'm good, fam."
Yeah, like, let me have some water, bro. I can't eat meat, so I definitely ain't trying to. You don't trust people that can't eat meat.
All right.
Well, I'll take that back. You don't trust. Well, then again, you might not want the extraterrestrials to eat meat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if we're going with the Greys, though, they do take enzymes from human tones.
Oh, that's true. Fuck.
Which, on that note,
I will.
Whenever
bust
you
a Grey.
Whenever you hear of like cattle mutilations, it would explain why so many of the mutilations are just cattle, but they're always removing
the tongue.
Their fucking tongue.
Well, and the genitals.
And their balls.
And their eyes.
And their eyeball. Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
But yeah, tune in next week where we're going to get into some of the...
This is going to be cool.
The Galactic 12 is going to take off, and I got a whole bunch of their diary entries here.
I'm vibing this pretty hard right now.
It's fucking weird, bro.
I'm liking it. I really am.
So, check us out on our social medias. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Discord. Come and hang out with us. Stay safe. Stay weird. And if a UFO crashes outside your house, an alien, not try to feed it to you.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
One of the largest Star Wars fan collections in the world is coming to Kosai. Unofficial Galaxies opens on May 10th, and this is a one-of-a-kind exhibition with iconic characters, props, legendary ships, costumes, and behind-the-scenes secrets. It's going to be a must-see whether you're a hardcore Star Wars fan or just curious about one of the most famous sci-fi franchises of all time. Unofficial Galaxies is coming to Kosai starting on May 10th, so get your tickets now at kosai.org.
Do you want to help kids with their feelings but aren't sure how? You're not alone. Research shows many adults struggle to support kids' mental health, but help is here. Backed by experts at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, the Kids Mental Health Foundation offers free resources to help you create a supportive environment for the kids in your life. Visit kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org for more, because kids' mental health starts with us.
One of the largest Star Wars fan collections in the world is coming to Kosai. Unofficial Galaxies opens on May 10th, and this is a one-of-a-kind exhibition with iconic characters, props, legendary ships, costumes, and behind-the-scenes secrets. It's going to be a must-see whether you're a hardcore Star Wars fan or just curious about one of the most famous sci-fi franchises of all time. Unofficial Galaxies is coming to Kosai starting on May 10th. So get your tickets now at kosai.org.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Welcome back to the Hollow Sky Podcast. We are your hosts. I'm Steven.
And Kyle.
And thank you so much for hanging out with us on this wonderful Monday.
You had me really confused there.
Not Monday. It will be.
I'm not a dates, numbers, or a time kind of person.
Kyle has, I don't know what Kyle has for us today.
I really don't either. I started with the idea of looking into my labs and stuff like that. And then I found a book. And I'm like, whoa, cool. I'll just, it's all in this book. I'm going to dive into this book. And it went left, right, up, down, circling around. Not to say that it isn't good. It's a lot of fun, and there's a lot of cool thought processes me and Steve are going to get to run down. But it was definitely not exactly what I was expecting. Plus, we kind of already covered, like, the Dulce base, and it gets referenced in this book, and so on and so on.
So, he's bringing us that.
Yeah, left, right, up,
left,
down.
Right, up, down.
Yeah, I was going to say Mortal Kombat cheat code.
Yeah. But before we can get into Mortal Kombat, we have to get through all of this housekeeping business. So check us out at all social medias: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit. Come to the Discord. Come hang out. Discord's been popping off like crazy lately, which is awesome. Shout out to Discord. Ooh. If you have a paranormal experience you'd like to share with us, Kyle's got all the deep.
Yeah, you can record yourself on your smartphone using like your voice memo app or your even just a video. You can send it to the email, which is going to be hollowskypodcast@gmail.com. You can write your story out, send it over there. A lot of people have been texting the phone, like a brief description of what they got going on. Some people want to just come on and talk. Others are just sending it through the text, or you can call. The phone is going to be 1-618-556-0837. leave a voicemail, and remember that does run in 4-minute blocks. So if you have a very extended one, like our alien guy from the last one, you can use your voice memo app and record whatever length you want and then shoot it to the email. Or just come on the show. I know we're kind of piss ass at scheduling interviews, but just bug us and
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and it got a little crazy this weekend. Steve got forced, so we're kind of tight on time.
Shout out to my job.
Yeah, we're tight on time, so I was thinking about
giving it the
scheduling one. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I hope my boss listens. Thanks. Tool. Anyway, not bitter, but if you. Where am I at now? Oh, yeah. If you like to support the show, we got a bunch of ways you can do it. Patreon, you can hop over there, check out those tiers, see if that's something you're interested in. Get some extra content, some goodies, all sorts of stuff over there. We also have a
Monster sponsorship.
Yeah, if you can get Monster to sponsor us, that'd be cool. If not, we got a Venmo. You can toss us some pocket change to buy some monsters there. Best thing you can do is share us, word of mouth, share episodes on all your social medias, tell all of your weirdo friends, anybody that listens to podcasts, anybody spooky shit, throw our name out there. Just keep the grassroots growing.
Yeah, that's probably like one of the most important things anybody can do.
Yeah, 100%.
Help us grow and give us monsters.
Oh, crack that monster. My friend going earlier.
Hell yeah.
Another way you can support us is by leaving us a wonderful 5-star rating and review on wherever you listen to podcasts.
Oh, remember, for those people leaving reviews, come up with clever names. I enjoy when Steve reads a very interesting name.
Me too. That being said, today's 5-star rating and review comes to us from Truth Senpai.
All right.
Truth Senpai says, 5 stars. Hey guys, been listening to your podcast for about a year now, I believe. You guys are amazing. I love every topic you guys talk about. One cool show idea, if you haven't done it yet, is discussing the ancient alien theory. Anyways, cheers guys. Looking forward to more episodes. Well,
we've talked about the guy with the frizzy hair.
Yeah, we have. But we haven't went into the ancient alien.
Oh, I thought they were more or less just referencing the guy.
Could be.
I kind of feel like that's
tie it into both.
Okay.
You should grow your hair out.
I'll try. I got a long way to go. You're probably closer than me.
I gotta get a haircut. Jen, if you're listening. Anyway, True Senpai, thank you so much for taking the time to leave us a 5-star rating and review. Like we said, love hearing the feedback from everybody, especially when it's positive feedback. We'll take criticism, constructive criticism. When it's positive, that's even better.
Little pep in our step never hurt nobody.
Yeah, and from there we are jumping into our listener experience of the day. Into us from
Ryan.
Call me Ryan. Says from Ryan. So it says, hey, here's a paranormal story from a new listener. Hey Kyle and Steve, heard of your podcast from listening to another. I like your dynamic and chemistry you two have together. It's like listening to the boys shooting the shit about the weird. Anyway, I'm a bit of an attractor of the weird, or rather weird things happening have been a common theme in my life. Story though. Not entirely sure why that is. Maybe I'm a magnet for the strange. Who knows? With that, I have one ghost story and many of my stories. By the way, you can call me Ryan. Here's a bit of context for the story to help enhance things and give it an edge. The place of interest is typically called Spooklight Hill. It's a fairly creepy hill out in rural Indiana. More exactly, it's where 2 gravel lanes converge on a forested hill. Now, folklore as I have read it tells of a tragic happening in the horse and buggy days. You see, back in those times, a farmer, a widower, and his only daughter lived in the area of Spooklight Hill. As two was a quaint white church just a mile or so from their farm. These 2 were known as the Lowry, or this is what the legend says, him being John Lowry and her being Rebecca, his daughter. Well, one spring or summer day, as there is none around that can remember exactly when, Rebecca was to be wed at a nearby church. She was running late and John was rushing recklessly in their buggy to the church with her in her bride's dress and all. but Rebecca was never fated to be wed. See, in their hurried manner, Rebecca fell from the buggy. The spokes of the wheel severed her head from her body. Damn, a tragedy John would never forgive himself. Her head was never recovered, and his grief never subdued. Legend tells that John, even to this day, searches with his lantern light up and down the roads for his daughter's lost head, hence the name Spooklight Hill. That's the folklore of it. Here's my own experience with 3 others who will be given aliases to protect their identity. One stormy spring night, I say around 11 o'clock, back in my college days, myself, Zach, Keith, and Keith's annoying girlfriend Abby all pile into Zach's car and drive around an hour away to Spooklight Hill, as you do if you're bored and sober. Shout out annoying Abby. Eventually we got to the road it's on, a slick gravel minefield of potholes and rivets. We make it to the 3rd hill, turn the car around, and flash our high beams 3 times at the Spooklight Hill, cut the engine, and then wait in the dark, rain, and silence for the light to appear. For probably about 40 minutes, as myself and Zach had seen the light before and wanted others to experience. Luckily, it appeared just as I got out of the car and struck my big lighter and motioned the flame in a slight figure 8. I called out for Rebecca or John to show us something, really anything at all. Then I got back in the car and we waited a minute or two. First, the intersection, the hill, began to glow a bit as if there were a dim cast of light at the center of it. The best comparison is if a tiny nightlight were going out and dimming. Then we all witnessed a brilliant orb of light just kind of manifest itself out from nothing, which naturally we assumed it to be an approaching vehicle. So we just waited in silence, but it never came. Instead, what we saw defies explanation. I and Zach witnessed something very similar, but the others never agreed with me. Here's what I saw as best as I can detail it. The light began as something in the spectrum of white or gold. It then manifested as almost like a small little bonfire or fire in a circular or oblong shape on the gravel. Then these feet, dressed in old-timey shoes and legs, appeared faintly and translucently inside the fire, moving in best as I can describe as a dancing motion. This is all I saw. Keep in mind, none of us were describing what we were witnessing at the time, as most commentary was basically, what in the hell is that? Similar. Here's what Zach described that he saw. He had the best perspective. The intersection was glowing with a bright light and then slipped into flames, or something like flames that lit up the apparition of a woman with dark hair and a short dress spinning and dancing in place like one of the music box ballerinas. He wasn't quite sure, but he thinks she may have been holding either a candle or a lantern, and that's the best of what he described of the apparition. After about a minute or two, the figure and light dissipated. We left not long after, and the light never returned that night. I had a pretty decent idea, though. I told everyone not to discuss what we saw on the ride back. We all agreed we'd sleep on it and write a detailed description of what we saw when we were alone. Next day, we were all hanging out and reading each other's notes on our experiences. This is where myself and Zach realized we witnessed damn near the same things, but the others did not. We both found that really odd, as we had no way of influencing each other on what we saw. We both agreed it had to be genuine and not of some shared delusion. We believe we witnessed the spirit of Rebecca Lowry in some ethereal manifestation. That's my ghost story. I have many more if you're interested. You all have a good one. Anyway, thanks for reading. Ryan, we are definitely interested in all of your other weird stories, so keep them coming. I may have heard of Spooklight Hill or one similar. I think there might be one either around here, not super close, but in Illinois or in Missouri. I don't know if it has the same lore, but it's definitely the same seeing of the lit orbs and stuff. I haven't heard many people seeing an apparition tied to the light, though, so that's pretty rad. And I like the way that you went about, like, trying to confirm your sighting with all the other witnesses. How you're like, we're not going to talk about it. We'll get home, we'll write it out when we're not conversing, and then we'll see what matches up.
Yeah, if that was you and me, we're not that thorough.
I'm
gonna be like,
Kyle, you see that girl dancing in that fire?
I was like, hell yes.
But
Of course I do.
Like how you did that.
Yeah, it was very professional.
Scientific. It is weird that you both, the two of you, seem to have had almost identical accounts, especially something like as specific as a figure dancing.
Yeah.
That's pretty specific. And it's also weird that the other two people didn't.
Yeah, I don't know.
It almost makes you wonder if like you two are in tune to some like
maybe it was only meant for
playing.
you two.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do like the following of the lore though. Like you gotta love the old lore tales, and then it gets you to go out and investigate an area, and then in this case it happened. And then he said that it's happened on more than one occasion for him. He's seen it before, but never the apparition.
Yeah, that'd be something cool to check out.
For sure. And it wasn't like malevolent, like it was gonna push your car off the bridge or something. So
if you hear this, Ryan, maybe shoot us the location. I'll see how far it is from. We have to take a road trip out there. See if we can't see dancing Rebecca, headless Rebecca, hanging out.
Yeah, that was a pretty intense part of the story.
Yeah, took her head right off, and then you couldn't even find it.
It seems illogical, but I'll go with it. I mean, he must have been getting that buggy going to straight up decapitate.
Took it right off.
And he might have had like six horsepower on that thing.
Yeah. But
who knows?
Anyway, Ryan, thank you so much for submitting your stories, and we would definitely like to hear more of them. Especially since you're a magnet of the weird. That's our kind of guy.
Hell yeah. You fit right in with all the weirdos.
For sure. So, from there, we are diving in to
some crazy shit.
To Kyle's crazy shit.
Right. So, I kind of prefaced a little bit of my intentions. I found this book. It's Top Secret Alien Abduction Files.
Top Secret?
What the Government Doesn't Want You to Know by Nick Redfern.
The government doesn't want us to know a lot of shit.
Yeah, yes, exactly. But I've read a lot of articles by Nick Redfern. He posts a lot on Mysterious Universe, I believe. But I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll check the book out, especially if it falls in line with my wanting to look up my labs and shit like that. So here we go. Before alien abductions began in the United States, the government were keeping close tabs on the people who had claimed they had been in close contact with extraterrestrials. They were creating files on these people, listening in on phone calls, intercepting mail. Most of this secret work was done in the 50s. It could be assumed that it could be assumed that the reason all this started to take place was because they wanted to learn what was being done to people by these said visitors. In the beginning, the FBI was doing most of the work. It is also pointed out that the Freedom of Information Act has been used to acquire files on all the steps in which the government had taken to learn about each contactee case. At this point, they go a little into the difference between a contactee and an abductee. In a typical abduction experience, it's usually trauma-filled, more so when they know, like the grays involved, it's usually experiments surrounding DNA, sex, and reproduction. Contactees are a lot more fortunate. One instance was with these quote-unquote space brothers, which I've never actually heard of, but apparently they were almost physically identical to us. No one was ever taken aboard a UFO against their will. No wiped memories, no anything. They wanted to try and unite humanity to live without war. So from here we follow a man named George Adamski. He was a Polish man who immigrated to the United States where he served in the military. However, all of what he was doing wasn't filling this void that he had within him. So
I think I've heard of that before.
Have you?
The Space Brothers thing.
It's weird, man.
Where I heard.
It's weird. It's a weird story. I think I go a little more into it. But anyways, so this George Adamski, he retreats to the city of Laguna Beach, California. It was here he formed the Royal Order of Tibet. It was a shamanistic retreat, which was dubbed by the Los Angeles Times. However, Adamski states I'm not bringing the superstition side of things, instead the scientific portions of the religion. After spending 6 years in Laguna, they end up moving to Palomar Mountain in northern San Diego. It was here that they had an encounter with a massive alien spacecraft flying high in the skies. November 20th, 1952. Adamski meets up with some fellow UFO seekers, Al and Betty Bailey, George Hunt Williamson, and his secretary Lucy McGinnis. So they meet up, they have breakfast. Afterwards, Adamski has a feeling that they should head to Parker, Arizona. Not long after arriving, they see a huge silver cigar-shaped UFO. With excitement, they yell at each other to follow the craft. Not long after the UFO, it ends up shooting away because it was being followed by a squadron of military aircraft. Shortly after the commotion settles, another smaller UFO appears and lands on a nearby mountain, which Adamski says, "Hey, this is a sign. They want to talk with me." So Adamski's like, he's on one, right?
Don't do it.
He's like, I'm gonna go talk to him. I have to.
That is like
Right?
the ultimate flashing your flashlight at the UFO.
Yeah, and they juked the military out. Think about it. They sent the mother craft on down the way. They're like, hey, look,
Chase this.
And
Psych.
they got a little one coming off the back end.
If I saw a UFO,
We would have to
land.
go up there. It's our job now.
Oh, now.
I mean, we're not full job, but
Now,
it is our job.
now we're obligated to. But if I was just hanging out, with my other like UFO crew and it landed, I wouldn't be like, I don't think I'd be like, yeah, they want to talk to me.
Oh no, I wouldn't be assuming that at all.
This is a sign that they
We're fucked.
want to speak. I'd probably be like, I'll just take some pictures and we can get the fuck out of here.
I would probably be with that plan.
I'm just like I said, a million times over. I fuck with a lot of shit. I'll fight a demon. I'll do whatever. Aliens, I'm just not a fan.
See, yeah, me either, but except for when I tell them to do better.
Not a fan. Because
they're green?
I don't know, man. I'm not trying. Anyway.
Before Steve gets emotionally scarred, we're going to move on.
Bringing it back around.
We're going to move on. So, oddly enough, this is exactly what happens. He has a face-to-face conversation with extraterrestrials.
Great.
As Adamski approaches the craft, a door opens and a long-haired human being walks out. The being said its name was Orthon. It came from the planet Venus. Orthon was sent to Earth to warn them of the dangers from nuclear weapons. Also tells Adamski that he was to be a part of a worldwide program to stray away from the planet's annihilation and towards a new paradise.
You hear that a lot in
UFO,
the UFO community. They really started taking notice to us when we started
blowing ourselves up,
nuking, detonating nukes.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, they have way more power than they need, and they're using it on themselves."
Well, I mean, and I even have it referenced here that even in the Bledsoe encounters, how there is this special thing that Adamski here is communicating with a higher entity for the basically salvation of humanity, so to speak, right? Like it is a general message across, not only from the nuclear aspect of it, but from this message of, hey, we're here to help better you guys, and yet you're not getting any better, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, you're not getting it figured out.
Right. So, with all that being said, like I just said, I even note here also, I know it's bleak, but did it actually work? Did we stray away from the planet's annihilation? Or was it that we only did because we dropped some and we were able to see the destruction that was caused by it? So from here, Adamski's encounters and the fact he released a book on them, he starts to create a large following, despite a lot of people are rolling their eyes even to this day about it being, or a being possibly from Venus. And you can imagine back then, you know, some dude coming forward and being like, "Yeah, I just talked to some dudes from Venus." Like even in today's world, most people are gonna go, "You're crazy," right? Also, with all this, which is, in my opinion, more to look at, is that with the release of his book and gaining a following, the FBI started to take notice in him and the things that he was telling people. It's noted that he would have just published stories of bizarre encounters that they wouldn't have cared less. Which brings me back to the Bledsoe encounter, and if you think about it, just like anything you could write, or just like anything, you could write it off as science fiction. You know, it just, like if he were just to come out and publish these stories, just wherever you want to publish them, boom, 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 anywhere, people could just be like, "Oh, it's just science fiction."
Yeah,
That's all.
Especially that time.
Yeah.
When it came out, that was like a big thing. There was all kinds of science fiction magazines. People would all sorts of stuff like that. Especially after Roswell and all that popped off.
Yeah.
It was I was probably inundated.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that, the Roswell, because that's like that would be no different than riding the wave, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a great point.
What did that say? It was early 50s, 52 or something?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
You're like within 5 years of Roswell.
Exactly.
And it seems like as soon as Roswell happened, UFO sightings went.
Oh yeah, through the roof.
Yeah.
So this is where it was interesting, because you have to keep in mind that the time as to when I was actually writing this was right whenever World War III was popping off. Knock on wood here. But Adamski claimed that the aliens were actually communists, which is comical in a way, because of said war that was happening literally as I was writing this.
Now that we put it in perspective, communist aliens from Venus, it does sound like a science fiction story.
Well, it gets better. This being says that the Russians would be victors in a third world war. And like I stated, literally it was popping off in Ukraine as I'm writing this.
Damn it.
And I'm like, okay, if this isn't synchronicity at its best. Then after this, the quote-unquote Space Brothers would usher in a new era in which they would sculpt a new Earth, which sounds like the NWO. But if you look at the statement, and if you have listened to our past episodes, you can link them. Bledsoe spoke of a mother reigning in what, 2026, a new world. As crazy as it sounds, you look at this statement, which was made in the 50s, that the Russians will win a third world war. By all measures, it almost appears we could be on the brink of that, which, since I wrote this, it has slightly settled down, at least as far as coverage goes, and not to mention my attention span when it comes to the media. But it's weird how little puzzle pieces kind of start to fall together when you're looking at these things. But the FBI opens a file on Adamski and watches him throughout his life. The book goes on to list others as well. This was more or less the start of the seemingly government taking special interest in the people who have had or claimed to have had contact with extraterrestrials, which is kind of an interesting statement for me, because it almost makes it sound like prior.
Hey, Holocult, have you ever gotten back from a paranormal investigation and woken up with some funky symptoms like a swollen, itchy eye, tight pain in your neck, weird cold symptoms that just won't go away, and then you immediately Googled it or searched TikTok to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you need with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can filter doctors who take your insurance, are located nearby, are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and are highly rated by verified patients. Luckily, I haven't had to book an actual doctor's appointment. I've stayed pretty healthy, but I have used the app to book a mock appointment. It is great. It's so easy. It's a one-stop shop for any of your booking needs. You can search up doctors close by, doctors in your insurance network, ones that have short wait times. It really is nice. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/hollow1 to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/HOLO1. ZocDoc.com/hollow1. Hey, Holocult. Do you remember a time where if you wanted weed, you had to meet up with some sketchy dude behind a dumpster in a Denny's parking lot? You don't have to do that anymore, because you can get federally legal THC shipped right to your front door. How can you get that done? With Mood. Mood delivers premium 100% federally legal THC right to your door. You can get 20% off your first order at mood.com/HOLO. Enter coupon code HOLO. I'm talking high potency gummies, top shelf flour, home baked cookies, vapes, anything you find at a dispensary, you can now order online and have it shipped quickly, discreetly, and conveniently right to your door. Every Mood product is made from pesticide-free cannabis grown on America's best small farms at prices that won't destroy your wallet. Best of all, not only is every Mood product backed by a 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, listeners get 20% off their first order with code HOLO. So head over to mood.com/HOLO, check out their online dispensary, and let Mood help you discover your perfect mood. And don't forget to use coupon code HOLO when you check out to save 20% on your first order.
Hey, baseball fans, it's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout, no matter the showdown. BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. It's U.S. promotion offer. Not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
The 4750 is, because Roswell was famous in 47. But it almost makes it sound like and claim that the government, for whatever reason, wasn't taking many people serious on the subject until Roswell. Because like you said, Roswell is right at the back door of this encounter right here.
Yeah, and I feel like that Roswell pushed the UFO phenomenon so far into the public limelight that they almost had to start taking this thing seriously. They had to show people they were investigating. If for nothing else, for like national security, like, oh, we're checking into this.
But also another point to that is like, imagine being, we'll just pretend that I'm a senator, and you hear about this amazing story, what you would consider amazing, of a UFO crashing in the desert. This you hear the whole story, and in your brain, you're at least entertaining the possibility of. you don't have the clearance to find this information out. But who's to say, someone like me doesn't go, Joe over there claims that he was in contact with extraterrestrials. Hey, you know what? Let's go look into this. Let's go see what it has to offer. It doesn't mean that, because it could have just sparked people's curiosity into the possibility of not being alone in the universe.
I'm trying to think of where I heard this story, but it may have been delving into that whole stir no face thing. But I read or heard that Roswell was actually an encounter of two different ships. I don't know if the first one crashed and a secondary one was coming in to like either retrieve the first downed UFO or coming in to help, but in this report, the military used a hypersonic weapon or some shit and shot down second craft. The second craft is where they reportedly recovered the alien bodies, and there was one actually surviving.
I believe it. Why not?
Because in this information, they were talking about 5 instances that the human military structure had aggressively attacked extraterrestrials.
Yeah, and you know that we would.
Yeah, and it's supposedly setting off something. But anyway, that's what I read, that there was 2 crafts at Roswell. One either went down on its own.
I think I've heard that a long time ago, that there was another one.
And the second one was taken down by the military.
Yeah. But I don't know, like with this story, like this is kind of one of the spearheader ones. But in the 50s, these contactees were popping up all over the place. Which, like you said, after the 47 Roswell incident, the UFO sightings just kind of went through the roof. So there was a special division of the British police who were watching a group called the Aetherius Society, which was completely comprised of contactees. So, as long as I spelled it right here, AETHERIUS.
I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, it kind of sounds. It's kind of cool. It's all comprised of contactees, which could also quickly turn into a cult. But we will not. So it seemed like the most of the people at the time were encountering human-like beings, all with a similar message: disarm nuclear weapons and the creation of a better planet. From here, we go into one of those special abduction cases that follows Carl Hunrath and Wilbur Wilkinson. Like Steve and I, these guys were small players in the UFO world. These guys lived in Racine. Like, I say it out loud, it just sounds like Racine, Wisconsin. They were nobody. It literally reminds me of me and Steve. But they were so intrigued by the UFO world, they decided to one day pack up, quit their jobs, and head to Cali. Once they got there, they made friends with all the big players in town, including Adamski. So as you can imagine, a file was now comprised on these 2 Joe Schmoes who show up hanging out with all the big dogs. Again, kind of like in these files, it was disclosed that one night while Hunrath slept, a human-looking being broke into his home and injected him with a bunch of chemicals. This started to have an effect on him. He woke up feeling spaced out, and his head was spinning. He also couldn't move. All he could see was a tall, thin man in a dark suit standing over him. The intruder says, I believe I meant to put Bosco, but for some reason it says Tosco. Anyways, I'm pretty sure it was Bosco. I am Bosco. You have been chosen to enter our Brotherhood of Galaxies. Also noting that this said entity had a European accent. So it makes me wonder if the government or a government was starting to mingle in this entire abduction thing. Like this may have been the start of something. Because if all these people were almost 100% believing the message the aliens were telling them, why not dip into the cookie jar and start seeding their own ideas? Like that logically makes a fuck ton of sense.
Oh, yeah. Especially now that it's on everybody's mind and on everybody's lips.
Right.
Put whatever you want out there and people are going to listen to it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, to kind of circle back here, like what I mean by that statement is, like, they start a file on Adamski, who has been starting to influence these groups of people in this overall message of, I mean, even think about it this way. He's saying fucking communists are saying that, hey, they're going to win this war, and they're going to run the world.
Oh yeah.
So then the United States government is like, yeah, fuck that.
That's definitely going to spark the attention of your alphabet board.
Exactly. And then you have all these people leaving this message, so then the government could, at some point, go, all right, let's start staging our own abductions and start influencing our will on these people, so we have another Dansky over here talking about how great the United States is, or how great Britain is, or so on and so forth.
It's so weird when we get into these things and they tie into two totally separate things we're looking into. Yeah. Because the stuff that I've been researching, I think it was Stephen Greer or whatever, said that in one of these domes, I don't know if it was Dulce or where the fuck it was, but there was a report that they were churning out gray aliens off of an assembly.
Oh.
And in their core, they're robotic, but they have biological flesh and bone.
So it's like fucking Terminator. We can kill it.
They're saying they're doing this to push Bluebeam.
Oh,
when
interesting.
The actual invasion hits.
So they are gonna. Oh, that would be.
When the actual invasion hits, they're gonna have all these guys that come out.
Convince me of that. Convince me that these little fuckers are basically Terminators and that I can fucking kill them. That's all. That's all you need to do.
And I don't know where they're getting the biological matter from. I don't know if they were talking about like it being taken from all these people, or like from the cattle mutilations, how all the organs are missing.
That's weird.
They're talking about them being put in where when Bluebeam goes down and the faux invasion happens, that there will be like boots on the ground gray aliens that interact with the humans.
Go.
And when we do drop them, they'll have biological matter to make us think that it's legit. At its core,
it's all show.
It's a fake. It's going to be programmed by.
God, imagine that mindfuck. Like
you finally drop one. Like it makes me think of Signs, and you finally smoke one. We're like, we can kill it, boys. And our like little rogue groups of scientists are like, we got to cut it open, see what it's about. And you cut into it, and there's a fucking United States of America stamp right on the side of that.
That would be crazy. But it wouldn't surprise me at the same time at all.
Like when you're grasping at like a whole bunch of different straws and you're pulling them together, but once you get them together and you start to look at it, you're like, this.
Dude, yeah, it's 100% possible.
What if?
100%. But anyways, back to this Hunrath.
Sorry, I keep taking you on tangents.
No, it's fine. It was a good talk. The FBI, or in this file that the FBI had, it was noted that through, and this is another fucking weird reference, because this is in the FBI file, through quote unquote occult techniques, Hunrath's mind was filled with data on UFOs and their technology.
What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, but I like it. So, and it was Bosco, it wasn't Tosco.
We got
or Costco.
Wizards.
Yeah. But that right there, that suggests that this Hunrath guy, who was a nobody like you and me, had advanced knowledge somehow on UFOs and technologies that these beings were able to possess. Can't talk.
Who? Okay, maybe I missed it. Who is the one filling his mind with this from occult technique?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's this Bosco person I was talking about earlier, who I miswrote as
Tabasco.
Tabasco. I like Tabasco. Anyway, so
He's a spicy.
I like Tabasco. So this Bosco also started to leak info to Hunrath. He started to explain how to take down Russian aircraft. Also, that this tech that Hunrath was able to create, it would bring down American military planes as well, which furthers my statement earlier about some government
gonna be a problem.
fucking feeding something out there, right? So Bosco tells Hunrath, "You are my vessel to speak through," and from this point, his mind was flooded with tech and science-based imagery. Well, Bosco wanted to help Hunrath create his own weapons of mass destruction, which is weird coming from a being who wants nothing but fucking peace on the planet.
That sounds fucking familiar.
Right. So after this, it
Why
said,
do they always do that?
I don't
Why
know.
do they always take the path like, oh, we're all light, we're all love, but first let's show you how to make a fucking dirty bomb to take out your enemies. But we're gonna do it with love.
Exactly.
Sent to you from Venus via warhead, signed with love.
Hell yes. Anyway, but I don't know.
Fucking hate.
After this, it said that Bosco did something very not alien-like. And this is kind of like me talking. He walks over to the window, climbs out, and vanishes into the night. 100% not what a fucking alien would do. But I'll just leave
I
that
love
there.
that he has traveled light years.
Yeah.
He traveled millions of miles to get here. Can transport through walls and everything, but he's like, I'm gonna see myself out through this window.
Yeah, I mean, but and this is like just a refresher here. This is the Bosco that was in this guy's room, injected him with chemicals, made him feel all fucking weird, taught him how to bring down Russian and American planes,
So
et cetera, et cetera.
Bosco was just a
More or less. Definitely working for some type of government agency, in my opinion.
I was hoping Tabasco was an alien. Just sounds like he's regular.
Yeah. So
Damn it.
this encounter prompts Hunrath to move to Cali and begin on the weapon. He was visited then by the FBI and police on several occasions. His buddy Wilkinson also got a visit from the feds. However, he freaked out. All he wanted to do was find the truth out about UFOs, and then he gets wrapped into this fucking, his buddy making basically a tech that can take down all planes. Hunrath, his buddy, had some mysterious genius from Ohio contact him, and apparently this genius took off to Japan to work with them on magnetic systems. All of this apparently aiding in the device. Hunrath seemed like a man on a mission with nothing to lose. He wanted answers that bad, so he went to Ohio looking for this guy and started asking questions all around the scientific community about ETs and UFOs, knowing that someone would reach out eventually if he's knocking on all the right doors. He even went on to start spreading fucking rumors of a device he now calls Bosco and how it would destroy all aircrafts, and he didn't care whose aircraft it took out. So, as one can imagine, this attracted not only the attention of the FBI, but the good old Men in Black started to trail him as well. So with that being said, you have Hunrath stirring all kinds of shit with this Bosco device he supposedly had. Everywhere he went, basically turned radioactive. His buddy Wilkinson was like, yeah, well, fuck my buddy Hunrath. I'm out. I'm going to keep my distance for a while and just kind of cut ties with Hunrath for the time being.
Hunrath sounds like a super.
Right.
If someone was going to create a weapon of mass destruction, he would probably have Hunrath.
I agree. So, like I said, he cuts all ties, but later on, ends up joining back up with Hunrath again because of his fascination with the subject of UFOs. And they had a lot of history as friends. So, 2 men later claimed that they had made contact with an extraterrestrial and that they were being downloaded with information. Now, this is also strange because that happened to Hunrath first. Hunrath was just all in on Bosco. But now Wilkinson is involved again, and he's also convinced now that they've made contact with an ET. So now they're both doubling down. There was a George Hunt Williamson claimed to have even seen this and said it was so bizarre. It compares to like using a Ouija board, like they were just receiving messages from the great beyond. One night, these two got a message to go to a location which was very remote in California. No one but them knew the actual location, but they were to meet up there with ET. The morning they were going to meet with the ET, they rented a car and headed to the airstrip. Hunrath was a very skilled pilot. They rented a plane. The plane had about 3 hours worth of fuel. Hunrath told that employee about meeting with friends in the desert. They took to the skies, and by mid-afternoon, no one had heard from them again. The airstrip called emergency services. Local pilots also searched the surrounding areas in every direction. No signs of anything. No wreckage, no smoke, nothing. Both the feds and local cops dug into this incident. Nevertheless, no one found a single sign of anything at all whatsoever. So these two dudes disappear from the face of the planet without a trace. So much so, like, I understand being skeptical when the government and cops get involved, but they said local pilots took to the skies, flew in every direction, looking for these guys. They found no wreckage, no plane hiding out there, nothing.
My brain goes in two separate directions.
Yeah, exactly.
On one end, it reminds me of the old boy who was building UFOs and talking to the aliens through his television and he disappeared. Which, I mean, there's one of two things here. Either the dudes went to go see the ETs and the ETs took them, or someone posing as ETs sent these boys out there and now they're shut up for good.
Yeah, they're in the desert.
Yeah, they're definitely in the desert. Now
just a little bit below the ground.
They're shut up for good. So you ain't got to worry about old boy spouting off, taking down planes, and you ain't got to worry about them talking about the communists winning World War III, and you ain't got to worry about any of that because they're disappeared.
That's 100% where I'm at, because I believe that Wilkinson dude had a family and shit. Like, one of the whole reasons he dipped out on Hunrath first was because, like, he has a family. Like, he has a wife and children, I believe.
I've heard this story somewhere.
Probably have.
Like, what? Now I want to go and search the desert and try to find their plane buried. It's probably in a hangar somewhere. It's not even buried. Probably landed it, and then not a UFO, but another flying device, not flown by aliens, probably by the government, flew in, took the plane. It's just sitting in some airplane graveyard somewhere.
It could have been, man. It could have been a whole pre-plotted thing. Wouldn't have been hard to do.
No, not at all. Especially when you got a guy already believing that he's talking to aliens. All you have to do is send him messages from the aliens.
Yeah.
Air quotes. And he's gonna believe it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because he's already in. Completely invested.
He's in.
Could be like, that's the easiest way to get rid of somebody. Be like, hey, we're the aliens. Come and meet us out here. Nothing bad will happen to you. You definitely won't get disappeared. They'd be like, all right, let's go. Let me get my buddy.
Why are all the aliens driving black SUVs?
Let me get my buddy who also believes in it. That would be like us, Kyle. That's how they're going to get us.
That's exactly what I said at the beginning of it. I said, this is literally me and Steve.
That's how they're going to get us.
It's 100% me and Steve.
Damn it. Well, at least we know. If we disappear, know that we were chasing aliens that weren't actually aliens.
One thing that we have going for us is neither of us know how to fly a plane.
I play Grand Theft Auto. Oh, shit.
All right, so I'm going to try to get to this last encounter before I shut her down here. It's a good one. You're going to want to hear this. Next one's just going to blow your mind even more.
You like sitting in hindsight now, like you see all the red flags that Hunrath wasn't seeing.
Yeah.
You know, like, hey, the government's trying to tell you to shut up, and you just keep fucking spouting off with the mouth. You know,
But somebody tried fucking with him first. Bosco fucked with them.
Yeah.
There was some outside source wanting him to go on a tirade. And then once he did,
I wonder.
Another government agency took notice to him.
Unless it was all the same government agency.
Could have been to see how far they can get with something.
Or if the whole end game was just to get him to go so far off the deep end that when he did disappear, nobody'd even think about looking into it.
Possible, man. I don't know. It was weird, but this
R.I.P.
next one's weird. So from here,
Bring it on.
We follow a story of a man named Antonio Boaz, something like that. Antonio had at least 3 recorded run-ins with the ETs. The first encounter was simple. He noticed a bright light in the sky one day. He said it appeared as if someone had their headlights on it, and it vanishes. A week later, same light appears, and as it gets closer, this time he said that it was shaped in like this cartwheel type vehicle. All of a sudden, this UFO hovered over Antonio and shined a bright red light on him. This light ended up irritating his eyes for whatever reason. The third encounter gets a little more interesting. Around 1 a.m., he noticed an odd red star in the sky. In the matter of a few moments, it grew into a large egg-shaped object. The object got closer and closer and said it was a rounded shape with little purplish lights around it. It also had 3 metal spurs in the front. On the upper part, there was something revolving at great speed and giving off a powerful fluorescent reddish light. Antonio started to run. He, at this point, fears for his life. Well, he doesn't make it very far, and he's basically paralyzed and flat on his back. He notices a humanoid figure approach him in a one-piece suit. Antonio was taken aboard the craft. He was stripped and covered in a sticky liquid. The beings made a small incision on his chin and took a small amount of blood. So they leave afterwards, and the room begins to fill with a gas. Almost like breathing in smoke is how it's described. Well, it makes him feel pretty shitty for a short time. Then he recovers and feels better than he ever has in his entire life. So he's hanging out, naked, whatever, when all of a sudden, this female alien walks in. By all counts, she's what me and Steve would dub an ABB.
It's an ABB, Kyle.
Alien big booty. And it's noted that...
I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, this is where my brain's at. I'm like, why would they draw the blood from his chin on a noticeable spot? And then the whole time it's about to happen.
It's getting real. So, and he also notes that this ABB is Asian looking.
Oh.
She had curvy, he says she had curvy proportions and a very exotic appearance. Well, at this point, Antonio is basically forced to make some sweet love. After this, they ended up dropping dude back off at his house. All in all, pretty fucking bizarre encounter, right? So, with the start of that,
I just added in kind of.
Oh, he
Asian to her.
He felt some type of way. You could tell. He's like thick in all the right places.
Curvy. It's curvy.
Yeah, he says she's curvy.
I'm not saying I got an alien type, but if I did,
this would be the one.
Be close.
But with that being said, before I go, that's the end of the encounter. The analysis of the encounter, like more to the story evolves, but we're going to do that in the beginning of the next episode.
It sounds like old boy probably had a side chick. And he probably was getting close to getting caught.
Babe, you don't understand.
You do not know what I've just been through.
You don't understand. I was taking it against my will.
I was forced.
They was extraterrestrials.
I was forced to have relations with this curvy alien.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Look at this nick on my chin. They took my blood. They did it. They made me breathe some weird gas. They took all my clothes off and they covered me in all this stuff.
Look, I'm covered in the sticky goo.
Yeah, I'm sure you were after the night you had.
Oh, what a poor guy. Poor guy.
There's only. I'll save it for the end. I'll save it for the outro. So, yes, make sure you tune in next week to round 2. Whatever the hell just happened in this episode. Oh, man. So check us out at all our socials: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, and Discord. Come and hang out with us. Tell all your weird friends about us. Until next week, stay safe, stay weird, and this just makes us have to make an ABB. It's gonna happen.
Calling all artists.
ABB in Big Booty. This is where we're at, folks. This is where the
Sorry. My fault.
The Jeff Weiler Columbus Auto Mall has 5 new models under $30,000, over 600 used cars under $20,000, and new cars priced under employee pricing. More cars, more value at Jeff Weiler Columbus Auto Mall.
One of the largest Star Wars fan collections in the world is coming to Kosai. Unofficial Galaxies opens on May 10th, and this is a one-of-a-kind exhibition with iconic characters, props, legendary ships, costumes, and behind-the-scenes secrets. It's going to be a must-see whether you're a hardcore Star Wars fan or just curious about one of the most famous sci-fi franchises of all time. Unofficial Galaxies is coming to Kosai starting on May 10th. So get your tickets now at kosai.org.
Do you want to help kids with their feelings but aren't sure how? You're not alone. Research shows many adults struggle to support kids' mental health. But help is here. Backed by experts at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, the Kids Mental Health Foundation offers free resources to help you create a supportive environment for the kids in your life. Visit kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org for more, because kids' mental health starts with us.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
A healthy life starts with great sleep. Wake refreshed with Avocado's GOTS certified organic green mattress, delivering breathable, back-loving support, natural materials from Avocado's own sustainable wool and latex farms, easy financing, a 1-year sleep trial, and deep, restorative slumbers. Organic sleep awaits at avocadomattress.com.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied for 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Uneven Concrete. A1 Concrete Leveling provides efficient, cost-effective solutions using patented technology. We lift and level your concrete without the need for a replacement. We service driveways, sidewalks, patios, and more. Our process is eco-friendly and minimizes disruption to your property. With over 30 years experience, we're the trusted choice in Ohio. Customer satisfaction is our top priority, and we take pride in delivering exceptional results. Don't let uneven concrete ruin your property's aesthetic. Call us for a quote today.
Welcome back to the Hollow Sky Podcast. We're your hosts. I'm Steven.
And Kyle.
And today we're going into part 2 of Kyle's crazy governmental alien conglomeration of wickedness to wickedness.
I like that. I like that intro.
So if you haven't listened to last week's episode, definitely go back and you're going to want to catch that because there's some weird alien shenanigans going on at the end of that one.
Facts.
But before we dive back into it today, got to get through all this business. So check us out at all social medias: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, Discord, TikTok, you name it. We're everywhere because that's what we do. If you search up Hollow Sky Podcast, we will be there. Come and hang out. Be part of the community. You know the deal. You've listened to the show before. I say the same shit at the beginning of every show. So, if you have a paranormal encounter you'd like us to feature on a future show, Kyle has all the details.
Yeah, you're going to want to give us a call. And our phone number is 1-618-556-0837. You can leave a voicemail. You can also text that phone. You can write your story out. You can record yourself with your voice memo apps, your video recorders, and shoot that over to the email, which is going to be hollowskypodcast@gmail.com. You can also reach out on socials and our website and leave stories or summaries of stories, maybe possibly set up an interview or something like that in the future. Any way is fine with us.
It's all good.
In the hood.
Just get at us.
Please.
And now you're sitting there thinking, man, these two dudes sound dope. How can I help support the show? Well, lucky for you, I have a bunch of ways. First off, and most importantly, word of mouth. Share the show. Share your favorite episodes. Share it with all your weirdo friends. Anybody that listens to podcasts. Anybody that's into paranormal and conspiracies and cryptids and ghosts and shit like that. Just be like, yo, you should check these guys out. They're kind of funny. They talk about weird stuff. You'd probably like them. And then just pass it on. Spread the word. The best thing you can do. But if there's other things you're looking into, we have a Patreon. You can check out the tiers there, see if anything wets your whistle. Get some extra content, some goodies, all that stuff. We have a Venmo. You can shoot us some pocket change to buy a delicious Monster Energy drink. And You can go to wherever you listen to podcasts and leave us a wonderful rating and review. If they're 5 stars and I like them, I will shout them out. If they're constructive criticism, we will take it with a grain of salt and not shout you out. So, there's that. Today's 5-star rating and review comes to us from our friend, Strange One. 5 stars. Love these guys. Always look forward to listening to this podcast. If you want some epic commentary and cryptid creature conversation, rough. Cryptid creature conversation, you found the best place for it. Also leave room for any other creeper you can think of. Well, Strange One, thank you for leaving us an awesome 5-star rating and review.
Appreciate you.
Those are the ones we like. Weirdness from a fellow weirdo. Love it. So yeah, do that. Wherever you listen, just leave us some cool words, and I'll repeat the cool words on the show. That's how it works. Science. From there, we're going on to our paranormal experience of the day, brought to us by our friend Chad. It's titled Alien Implant and So Much More It's Hard to Choose. Chad says, in the last few days I've become aware of apocalyptic dreams being evidence of alien abduction. I've always wondered if whether or not I've been abducted because I woke up one summer day with a Cheeto-like object embedded in the flesh of my inner elbow, kind of close to my funny bone. Whatever it is has been there for 14 years. I've had strange paranormal dreams spanning from a giant apocalypse, alien invasion, global flooding, and planetary collision. I've also had a close encounter with a demon that I found while traversing an underground labyrinth. And I ran into an angel, biblically accurate I may add, which was terrifying, and a shadow person. I'll explain the latter. The dream started out as a fantastic lucid dream. I was walking around the downtown area of my town with all these attractive girls from school, when my father pulled up in a red van. I walked to the passenger door and asked him what he was doing, and he replied that he found 2 babies in a dumpster, and he was bringing them to a hospital. So I opened the door to check the poor babies out and helped situate one better on the seat because my father had no baby seats. They were filthy and covered in feces, so I slid the van door closed with my hip, and I walked to a local coffee shop to wash my hands. Upon entering the coffee shop, I immediately noticed that I'd stepped into a separate realm. The room or space I walked into was very bright. The walls seemed to be made of a gold vibrant. That's not what frightened me. In the corner of a room came a siren-like scream. I panned my awareness to it. It was a gigantic, biblically accurate angel. Though humanoid, it certainly was like nothing else I'd ever seen depicted in any movie or book. It was impossibly huge and incredibly bright, with no discernible facial features, other than eyes on each of the individual feathers on its wings that blinked in unison. During this thing's siren-like screams, it seemed as though my consciousness had deciphered its message, and I heard the words, "You shouldn't be here, get out now." My immediate thought was, why? And then I noticed this room's only hallway. The room beyond the hallway was a proverbial opposite of the room I was in. I saw shadows dart across the walls in this tunnel-like hallway, which then jumped off the wall when it hit the threshold of the room in the hallway, becoming a 3-dimensional entity as it quickly rushed at me and placed a hand on my shoulder. The hand felt like it was an 800-pound gorilla had jumped on my back. I was immediately drained of all my energy and I hit a knee. I looked up at this faceless shadow and it struck it as hard as I could with all of my strength. That's when I woke up in a pool of my own sweat.
Fuck that. That thing is intense.
That is, man. I'm just like...
And it's weird that you randomly picked this email, too. Because it totally plays into my episode.
That is weird.
That is really weird.
That is, first off, Chad, thanks for taking the time to write in.
Yeah.
That is heavy. I was like, I think about my shadowed person dream and how, like, intense it was, and it had nothing on this one. I'm exceptionally curious about the rest of your encounters here. We would definitely like to hear from you more. I'm curious about the demon in the labyrinth. for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for people to hear this one and see if they can pick out anything with the dream itself. Because I don't know, like it hit me some type of way when he talked about the angelic being huge, which I've heard before, and the fact that it screams at him and he deciphers a message.
That is weird.
And then it was almost like that angel was a gatekeeper of sorts or a guardian, because at the other side of it, there's these shadow beings, and the angel is like, "You're not supposed to be here. You need to go on and get."
I like that take.
So I don't know. It's very interesting. I am curious to see what people dissect from that, because I feel like I don't have enough knowledge in that world to really come to some type of conclusion.
He also sent us a picture showing a protrusion in the inner section of his elbow where it looks like there is something beneath his skin. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to share it yet until I have his permission to share it. So, Chad, when you hear this, I'll probably shoot you an email if I don't hear back from you when this episode drops. But if you hear this, if you are okay with it, I will share the picture of your implant. I'm curious if you ever had an X-ray to see if they can, like, visibly show what's beneath your skin there. That'd be a cool thing to have back up. Yeah, definitely get at us with some of these other stories as well, because this was heavy. It was, and I'm really drawn into this demon encounter while traversing an underground labyrinth.
Yeah, we need to know about that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a follow-up here, Chat. So, first off, thanks for writing this out. But we're gonna have to hear back from.
Yeah,
that's a command from
upper management.
Sky. Yeah, from Hollow Sky upper management. We're gonna need a follow-up story. That being said, we're going back in on it.
Let's go!
Going back in on it. For those that haven't listened, listen to last week's episode. For those that did listen, you know that the last account was
interesting.
Yeah.
A little X-rated.
Thick extraterrestrial honey.
Yeah.
And some guy that was forced to have an encounter with it.
Yep. That would be it.
Man, I love our hobby.
Yep, so from there...
Kyle's ready.
I am. I'm ready to go. So, if you all remember previous episode, it was a pretty interesting encounter. Well, it takes a little bit of a turn here, and I'll explain why. So you have this guy, Rich Reynolds. He's been a UFO guy for years. He is someone who takes as much evidence in UFO accounts to try and help analyze what's actually going on. But one day, this guy approaches him. The name given was Bosco Niedlovic. I am not good at reading that. But no, the Bosco.
Never trust the guy named Bosco.
Right, at this point, you should know better. This man was born in Yugoslavia and moved to the States only in turn to end up working for the CIA. Well, as luck would have it, Rich was looking into the Antonio case, which this Bosco had intimate knowledge of. Only Bosco has a completely different account of what actually happens that night. Bosco told Rich that this entire event was planned and executed by a few of our friendly government agencies. We had the CIA, AID, and a few other agencies involved in this.
What's AID?
I don't remember. I specifically looked that up in my research too. but I forgot.
I'll find it here.
I forget what it is. Anyways, all of this was derived from the MK Ultra program. So it's more or less proof MK lived on. Or at least this is the story being spun to Mr. Reynolds.
Found it. Agency for International Development.
All right. So Bosco says when they were sent out, they were flying the helicopter in the dead of night, and they seen a person on their onboard thermal. He says this guy was literally in the wrong place at the wrong time. At this point, the team found what they set out to find, i.e., a human guinea pig. The helicopter made a low pass and sprayed the area with a chemical derivative in gas form. Apparently, the CIA made a cocktail that could alter a person's perception and affect their ability to function. It was noted by Bosco that Antonio had a large array of drugs in his system. At this point, in fact, the part with the female was acted out. Now, it doesn't go into detail on the subject, but nevertheless, he says it was acted out. Apparently, the CIA used Asian female hookers in some of their operations. And if they did their duty, they would be given a nice sum of money and a home in the United States as a citizen. So, basically what they're saying here is that in the past, during different ops, CIA entities would hire Asian prostitutes to do dirty work, and in turn, they would basically grant them U.S. citizen and a shitload of money. And what this guy's claiming is, because Antonio points out during that encounter, his eyes burned, because he was hit with something and made his eyes burn real bad, then he couldn't move, et cetera, et cetera. Well, this guy has a claim, they sprayed the area with the gas, which immobilized him.
And there's proof that they've done similar things like this before, like Operation Midnight Climax, where the CIA used prostitutes to slip mind-altering drugs to John just to see what would happen, LSD and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Afterwards, you can put together, they ended up dropping him off where they found him. Rich Reynolds said that there were plenty of 100% true cases of alien abduction. The CIA and governments didn't really know what was going on, but they knew that people had been having encounters with humanoid beings not from this planet. So for whatever reason, the CIA started to abduct people to see what the witnesses and media response would be to the entire situation. Also, it's noted that the sexual experience with Antonio to help keep abductions a little more discreditable. Most people would hear that and think this dude has completely lost his mind.
That was maybe the next question I asked. Like, why would they tie this weird alien twist to it? But if it was ops to see how people would react, that makes sense.
And also to note, like when Antonio first describes the UFO, he says it has this, what was that word? Like a wheel. Like there was basically something spinning above the craft.
Yeah, like a rotor.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was a helicopter.
Damn it.
So it overall has this egg shape, which helicopters are fat in the front and they kind of narrow out.
It said he had an array of drugs in his system. Was that before they sprayed the stuff or after?
I think that was after they hit.
Okay. And I love it. I don't love it. I hate to use the term that he's just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah. It's crazy. So then we move forward to January 20th, 1959. Bernard Gary Irwin, a soldier driving to Fort Bliss, Texas, he notices a light in the sky. It was at very low level, and he was thinking that maybe it could have been a plane in trouble. So he stops the car and turns on his blinkers. He gets out and leaves a note inside the car in case any passerby stops to check out the abandoned car. The note said, "Have gone to investigate what looks like a plane crash about 1/4 mile to my right. Notify state police immediately." So he sets off to find the crash. Well, the next thing he remembers is waking up in a hospital bed in Cedar City, Utah.
Hell.
Once he was up, he started to mutter, asking about survivors. He was still in the mindset that a plane had gone down at this point. The doctor finally told him he had been unconscious for a full day and night. A passing Fish and Game Commission found Bernard's car. Police were then notified and Bernard was finally found, unresponsive and about a quarter mile from the road. Eventually, the military came and picked Bernard up and took him back to Fort Bliss. They kept him under medical watch for another week and then released him at full health. Once back to work, he ended up passing out, and when he came to, he was unable to remember anyone's names or faces of the people helping him.
So, he's in Texas, and he sees the plane go down?
I believe. It may have said he may have been in passing, but it makes it sound like he was in Texas.
Yeah, and they find his car in Utah?
No, they find him in Utah.
Yeah,
no.
But not far.
Somebody...
Because it makes it sound like the Fish and Game person
found him, and then somebody transports him to Cedar City, Utah. After that game, the Fish and Game found him.
So they found him in Texas and transported him to Utah?
I think.
Because it sounds like they are saying they found him in his car in fucking Utah.
A passing Fish and Game Commission warden found Bernard's car.
Yeah. They're not saying if it was a Fish and Game Commissioner in Texas or if it was a Fish and Game Commissioner in Utah.
Yeah, they might have just found his car, and for whatever reason, dude woke up. I don't know. I must have fucked that up. I'm sure
it might not have had the information in it. I'm just
maybe.
I'm wondering, did they transport his car and everything to fucking Utah?
I don't know.
They're going way out of their way now.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. But, like I said, he passes out while at work, can't remember anything. After this, it said he went into an almost hypnotic-like state, caught a bus to Utah, and headed out to where the incident had occurred. So I'm assuming he was going to Texas. He was in Utah.
Okay.
That clears it up. So, still in this altered state of mind, he ends up walking to Cedar City. I suppose someone filed a Freedom of Information Act for this incident. Well, this document was written by Captain Valentine, who was Bernard's psychiatrist. He notes that when Bernard was injected with sodium amytal, it did some pretty interesting stuff. So at this point, the captain was vested and paying very close attention. He writes the following. Bernard stated that there was a special intelligence that he couldn't explain to me, since it would be incomprehensible to me, which has directed him not to remember or not to tell me about any of the events in Utah. He says that if he tells what was behind the incidents in Utah, there will be a big investigation that he does not want to be bothered with, and also because it will harm many people and he doesn't want that to happen. He states it all began at the age of 3 years, although he will not reveal how or what began, stating that it would provide a clue to me as to what is behind all this. Also, he informed me that he could leave this hospital anytime if he wanted to by invoking a special force. Following this interview, the patient stated he could remember nothing of what he said during it. So at this point, I start to read ahead and see what catches my attention. I found some pretty interesting information. So I start reading on this one case, and it literally starts to bring things together. At least for me, in this kind of confusing time reading the book, more so in regards to the direction of the book itself. So there was an article written by Mysterious Universe on a man who had been abducted. Well, the granddaughter ends up reaching out to Nick and tells him who she is. They end up meeting up so he can share as many details on her grandfather's case as he can. After her grandfather's experience, the FBI calls and said they were going to be handing over the case to another agency. A few days later, a couple guys in military uniform claiming that they were United States Air Force intelligence show up and start asking a lot of questions. Jennifer said these men had a lot of knowledge in abductions. They were very interested in the missing time her grandfather had experienced. It was said he was missing upwards of 8 hours. They also started asking if he had any dreams, like being taken aboard a UFO and subjected to medical experiments. Her grandfather stated he did in fact have a few weird dreams. The first was him floating out of bed, then being taken to a small round room that was brightly lit and smelled of burning metal. Also, vague memories of 3 small beings taking him to a gurney. The other was a massive nuclear explosion that left Washington, D.C. destroyed. Her grandfather also noticed that the UFO was solid but had the ability to become transparent, which sounds exactly like the blood soap case. It gets even more interesting. About a week later, her grandfather noticed he was being watched by someone else. The MIB decided to start paying very close attention to him. They were described as pale-skinned, with large hypnotic eyes, the classic fedora hat and black suit. They have the ability to control people's minds, even make them sick. Jennifer said her grandfather can recall 3 times they showed up. The first was when he noticed a tall, very thin man dressed in a black suit and trench coat. This man was following him down the streets. Another was at the TV repair shop that her grandfather owned. The man walked in and approached the counter, said nothing, but just gave an insane grin, then turned around and left. The last was when her grandfather was fishing on the nearby bank. The last was when her grandfather was fishing. One of the agents appeared on a nearby bank. He just appeared out of nowhere, stared at him for a little while, and then literally vanishes into thin air. So it gets even stranger. The book starts to dive into the classic appearance or the sudden appearance of these mysterious black helicopters that always seem to pop up. They have no markings, usually seen at night, etc., etc. We've all heard about them in regards to UFOs and stuff like that.
Classic.
Well, it happens over in the UK pretty heavy surrounding these UFO encounters. Whenever they get looked into, the government ends up shutting it down immediately. Then it moves to the United States. There was a Judy Doherty. She was driving home, and what she experienced that night was utterly terrifying. They were driving, and she noticed a light following them. Well, finally, they figured out it wasn't a helicopter. So Judy ends up pulling over by a pasture and gets out to look at the craft. Well, at this point, the craft swoops down and flies over them, then shoots up into the air and disappears. Well, that's what Judy remembers. So years later, Judy gets hypnotized by Professor Leo Sprinkle. This is when they figure out it was far more than just a flyby. So she gets out of the car. This is reliving the account. She gets out of the car and notices a light. It hits the trunk of the car. I assume it passes over the car and it decides it's going to pick up a calf. She noticed the light seemed to have substance to it. Anyway, she recalls how the cow was then systematically dissected and its body was dropped to the ground. She also recalls her daughter being abducted and examined. This isn't even the weird part. The weird part is that this hypnosis took place in 1980. Well, there was a document written on her account in 1973. 1 month after Judy's incident occurred, the Air Force Intelligence at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico wrote that document. It was noted that this wasn't her first abduction. It was her third. They were concerned that for some reason the cattle mutilations and abductions were connected. Wrap your fucking mind around that one. She didn't find out about that section of it until 1980. But the government had documents on her and that experience in 73. The 7-year difference.
What?
So like I said, you follow the pattern of this book, and you it's almost like it starts. This book is more or less explaining, at least the way I take it, the evolution of the government's involvement in conjunction with UFOs, like the things that they're learning about, the things that they're reaching out to do, because all of a sudden these black helicopters pop up, and then I believe here in a little bit we get into it, but like the government somehow has the ability to monitor anyone and everyone, contactee, abductee, doesn't matter. They watch everybody.
That's weird.
They watch everybody.
It almost makes you wonder if the entirety of the alien abduction phenomenon isn't completely governmentally based.
It could be, but I still believe in aliens.
Yeah, I'm just...
It does beg the question, though.
Because they said it's her third abduction.
You're right.
So almost as if, I mean, I don't know.
But there could be a way that they monitor it, because we're not privy to what radars can actually do.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you're just what you suggested earlier in the last episode about the 1947 Roswell case, about the two UFOs and how the military used a hypersonic missile to shoot one down, right?
Yeah.
Well, just 2 months ago, China came forth saying they have developed the world's first hypersonic missile.
Yeah.
So that kind of in itself could prove the possibility, and everybody is always under that assumption anyways, that the military has technology at least 50 years more advanced than what we could even dream of. So,
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. Like, that is so...
Oh, yeah.
They had files on her, and she didn't... She was fucking abducted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said that the cattle mutilations...
They were worried that the cattle mutilations...
and her abductions were connected.
And the abductions were connected. And now I don't know if that was just her, or if that's like an in general statement.
That's so weird. That is so weird.
Right.
How did she find out that they had a file on her?
Well, like I said, it had to have been through some type of FOIA act.
Yeah.
It had to have been. That's the only way. That's the only way. Somebody would have had to. Maybe somebody would have had to heard her story, and then said, "Oh fuck it, I'm just gonna throw one out there."
Yeah. And I'd love to read that file to see if
I'm sure you could find it.
If her daughter's abduction was legit as well, because she said she remembered her daughter being taken up and examined. And I was looking up when you said that he was injected with sodium amytal. I'm like, what the fuck is sodium amytal? But it is a sedative used for short-term treatment of insomnia. It's also used in what they call narcothesis, which you can basically use it as almost like a hypnotherapy, where they put you under and they can recall dreams and relevant topics for later discussion and therapy.
Which could also be used in the countermeasure of putting thoughts in someone's head too.
It says uses a technique of free association as well as dream and transference material during the session as a basis for uncovering relevant topics for later therapeutic discussion.
Yeah, which is why regressions in general
called the sodium amytal interview. Yeah, called the sodium amytal interview or necrosynthesis. Not necro. Necro's death. Narcosynthesis. Just gonna kill that some bitch and then do therapy. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to wrap my brain around
well, dude, these stories get weirder.
Because
hey, Holocult, have you ever gotten back from a paranormal investigation, woken up with some funky symptoms like a swollen itchy eye, tight pain in your neck, weird cold symptoms that just won't go away, and then you immediately Googled it or searched TikTok to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you need with ZocDoc.
ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can filter doctors who take your insurance, are located nearby, are good, but I have used the app to book a mock appointment. It is great. So easy. It's a one-stop shop for any of your booking needs. You can search up doctors close by, doctors in your insurance network, ones that have short wait times. It really is nice. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/hollow1 to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/HOLO1. ZocDoc.com/hollow1.
ChatGPT Plus is free for college students through May. Here's the thing. You've got a lot to do between now and then. Studying for finals, writing papers, trying to keep your life on track. And ChatGPT can help with all of it. It can quiz you on your econ exam, make a study guide from your French notes, plan out your meals, and study breaks. It can get really specific on how you like to learn. It can even help you come up with ways to stop procrastinating. So from now until summer break, take advantage of all the ways ChatGPT can make your life easier. Restrictions apply.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Think of the disinformation campaign it would have to be if everything, say aliens are real, 100%, but nothing we know about them is legit. It's all just a governmental disinformation campaign to just like make us so afraid of them. You know, because they're chopping up animals, they're taking people and doing all these experiments on them, when in turn it's just the government, which we know does all this shit anyway.
That's true. You know, or it could just be that the aliens really are taking these people. They're really doing things to them. It's just the government has figured out an advanced way of monitoring this.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that.
And more or less are curious as to why they're doing this. And then the government comes in behind them, sims another abduction to figure out why they were abducted in the first place.
Yeah, or to like they said with the Asian prostitute thing, to make it to discredit it.
Could be, yeah, absolutely. But with that, we'll move on to the next one, and this is involving Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson. They were out fishing, which seems to be a huge mistake in the UFO abduction world.
Please tell me they shine their flashlights UFO.
Anyways, they were out fishing when they noticed a blue light, thinking nothing of it at first until it got super close. Then they could see the shape of an egg-shaped craft. They were hit with a deep droning sound that made them want to puke. The craft's door opened and 3 humanoid creatures appeared. They were referred to by their lobster-shaped hands. They had antennas poking out,
creepy.
And their faces as well. Oh, they had antennas poking out of their faces. So these guys were in a panic but couldn't move. Parker actually ended up hyperventilating so bad that he kneeled over in a faint. The aliens grabbed them up and took them aboard to do experiments on them. They laid them on a table, and a large eye-like device hovered over them. seeming to inspect them head to toe. As if that wasn't strange, it gets a little weirder. The two men went to the police after the event. The men were called to then go to Kessler Air Force Base in Biloxi on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. They were taken there by the local police officer, Deputy Tom Huntley, who makes a statement afterwards about the transport. We were in an unmarked car, but the guards at the base were expecting us and waved us through the moment I said who I was. After passing through the gate, the officer noticed two cars full of air police pulling behind him. Also, he noticed that the entire route was basically routed by air police on every intersection. So the way my mind works is that imagine driving through an intersection and two of the paths are blocked by air police. Like, only giving you one path to go.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a no-stop shop.
Exactly. Once they were directed to go to a specific building, they were then greeted with a team of medical personnel. After inside the building, the men were subjected to a series of medical inspections. The medical team were in full hazmat gear. They dressed in all white, masked, and gloved. Both men even had a Geiger counter ran over them. After the medical portion was done, they were escorted to another building. This building had armed men everywhere. Once again, they laid out a route for the men to follow. They then hit a conference room, and it was worth noting that the entire base command was there. Colonels, majors, all of them. Another curious note, Hickson found himself victim to endless phone calls. So in this book, it's at least a possibility to consider. With this case, they put in question if it was actually an alien abduction. Not far from where these men had their encounter is an island known as Horn Island. Back in World War II, this was home to top secret research in chemical and biological warfare. Less than a decade later, the U.S. Army Chemical Corps used the island for research into hypnosis, mind control, and psychedelics. It's said that the experiments at Horn Island were stopped in the 1960s, and the abduction was in 1973. But if you talk to the locals in the area, they will tell you a different story of the island and the experiments. The locals say the Army was secretly testing BZ on them. BZ is known as Buzz. It's a powerful mind mixer. I'll try to say this, and we all know I'll fail. Yeah, I'm not even gonna fucking try. Clydaclin benzoate.
I'm saying that's spot on.
Cool. I got one right.
In a weird and totally unrelated, but a weird synchronicity that you brought this up, and I just happened to watch it. I was watching the latest season of Ghost Adventures. Shout out Zach Baggins. Take us on a demon hunt.
Let's go.
But he was using that weird camera which shows the entities that are
Gotcha. Yeah.
And one of the entities they picked up had lobster lobster-like
That's
hands
weird.
instead of fingers.
That's weird.
They're probably alien adventures now.
Hell yeah.
Anyway.
But back to that crazy ass drug, symptoms are graphic hallucinations, states of unreality, cognitive dysfunction sets in, then incapacitation. So it would be, I'm kind of mixed on that, because unless they did this, I don't know, because they treated him like they treated these guys who were fishing like something fucked up happened to them, because they ran Geiger counters over them, had full medical team, blah, 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 blah. But they're also suggesting, at least Nick is suggesting in this book, that it's possible because of the close proximity of this chemical research facility that maybe these men were drugged. Because it kind of does fit, because the one dude basically ends up fainting, which could be incapacitation, et cetera, et cetera. Seeing the lobster men, that's definitely
hallucination.
Possibly. Yeah. So
and running the Geiger counter and shit could all just be some sort of like
it could have been a play
kind of thing. Yeah,
it could have been absolutely
to make them think that they experienced something.
Yeah, and it's but to what end? Like I would not even begin to see the end goal in that situation. Like to make those two men go to a military base and run them through all these fucking.
Unless it's like to see if it got out in the media and how the media would react.
I was just getting ready to say that. Like maybe if this thing, maybe they would rather people in that community go, the fucking aliens taking us, when all reality it's the government running experiments on everybody.
Yeah.
And these two guys were more or less the Trojan horse.
Yeah.
They're like, these guys are going to weed the story into the locals.
That's exactly where my head went with like the whole sexual turn of that encounter from the last episode. I'm like, why? And then they're like, to see how people would react. And also to sprinkle that little bit of no credibility to the story.
Right. Yeah.
So that, I don't know.
It's weird, dude.
I hate it that there's that possibility that they could just be fucking with everybody.
Yeah, I think they run in conjunction. Personally, I think extraterrestrials are real. I think they do have a hand in abductions and
it's almost like the government comes in right after it to try to either spin their own narrative or start discrediting or start making everybody's experiences questionable.
Right.
Sucks.
Yeah. There's a lot of avenues there. Moving forward from here, though, you have the start of cattle mutilations, and states start to ask for help from the FBI, who basically refuses to help at all. They finally get called in after 3 states are calling them out. They come in and take statements, then more or less bury the files. While all these mutilations are going on, all the locals in the areas are noticing the infamous black helicopters. It got to the point where they started to arm themselves just in case. Not long after this, military bases started getting buzzed and harassed by UFOs. Even more interesting, they started to notice mysterious black helicopters in the area, which is worth noting that you have a military base who more or less sees a UFO out in the distance, and then they witness black helicopters showing up, and they have no fucking clue who's in the black helicopters. So whoever's in the black helicopters is not there, or they could be military related, but they are not keeping any peons, in the loop. There was a report filed, Defense Against Helicopter Assault. It states for 2 nights an unidentified helicopter has been hovering over the weapons storage area. Attempts to ID the aircraft have been met with no result. Then you have another report that talks about the same thing. But in this case, they were looking at the aircraft. They noticed a flashing white light with red navigation lights on inside the craft. Then either the pilot turned off the lights and dropped out of sight not to be seen again. The base searched the area and found nothing. So you have more than one account found where no one can actually ID these mysterious black helicopters. The military nor the typical intelligence community could figure it out.
At what point does the military just start dropping them?
I don't know. That's what I would say. I'd be like, let me shoot it.
How close do they have to be and keep like? That is so. I'm trying to like put the pieces together to make something like cognitive in my brain. First there's UFOs, and then there's helicopters, but then there was helicopters after. Like, what in the fuck?
Yep, the reports, go on and on with this unknown agency borderline harassing people with their helicopters and tapping their phones. A ufologist, Tommy Bland, had a military contact that said all across the United States they have underground installations in very isolated areas that have squadrons of unmarked black helicopters with sophisticated instrumentation on board.
Not to take anything away, that the cattle mutilations got so bad that the states called on the government for help.
Yeah, and the government goes,
Nah, we're good. We don't see an issue here.
Yeah. And and like I said, they even just to appease them, the FBI and who knows who else came out, investigated them, took the questions, and then buried it. They're like, we want nothing to do with this shit.
Because we're creating a race of robotic alien greys to
I fucking hope so.
further push Project Blue.
I hope so.
like it's so far fetched when I say it out loud, but when you think about it, and you put the pieces together, that there were so many cattle mutilations in multiple states that they're reaching out and they're like, we need to figure something out.
Yeah.
You can churn out a lot of biological tissue from mass amounts of cattle being chopped up.
Oh, I'm sure. And I don't know.
Not to mention the people that go disappearing. Not to mention there is probably no governmental records of homeless people that go missing.
Right.
There's probably nobody keeping track of that.
Right.
Shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird, man. 1994, a Greg Bishop conducts an interview with an abductee, Dr. Carla Turner. It was done at the home of Wes Nations, a friend of Bishop. It was noted that Bishop woke up many times that night before at 1:11, 2:22, 3:33, 4:44.
That's weird.
Which rings for me because in the note, Egress asks about repeating numbers.
Oh, shit.
Yes, it does. We've also heard many times different people pointing this fact out. However, according to Turner, this is very common when it comes to alien abductees. So as they start to dive through the story of alien abduction, they start to notice things like after they did a session, they noticed people in khaki outfits roaming around Nation's property. Shortly after this, a fire broke out. During all of this, they started to notice that their mail would disappear or to have been tampered with. So they started to try and take extra steps to ensure that it wouldn't happen anymore. Also, they noticed that Bishop's phone was being monitored. He would get more than 10 mysterious phone calls a day. No one ever spoke at all. All he would hear was a clicking and humming when he would answer them, which sounds all too familiar.
South Carolina. Phone calls we keep getting
to the day. We still get them. One day, Bishop looked out his living room window and noticed a man directly across the street in a car. Once the man in the car noticed Bishop had spotted him, the man got out, raised a camera, and started taking pictures of him. While all this is going on, a man inserted himself into Bishop's life, a Mike Younger. One of the first things he said to Bishop was, "I've read your file," which of course would grab anyone's attention. Another statement made by Younger was that someone sitting outside Bishop's house or in another building could see what was on his computer screen by scanning the signal of the CRT, cathode ray tube. Younger and Bishop would meet in cafes and restaurants. Younger would show Bishop all types of files on UFO and say how he was working to disclose this to the public. Younger apparently worked with U.S. Naval Intelligence and out of Area 51. Younger then goes dark and was never seen again. Bishop later found out that Younger had died of a quote-unquote heart attack at the age of 30. Later on, Bishop and Jim Keefe link up. They would both have the same issues, computer problems. One day, Jim's computer was smoked with a virus that wiped out all of his personal files. The next day, Bishop was hit with that same virus. So Bishop emails Keith. There are a few possibilities. I was hacked through my modem. I was given a virus that only affects my article folder and no other Word files. Or someone broke into my house and deleted those files. Keith writes back, "Thanks for the statement, Greg. So far, I've turned up 9 political conspiracy sites that were hacked in the same time period." That would be the last Bishop ever hears from Keith. Keith was dead. So, what happened to Keith? Well, he was headed out to a Burning Man festival. A day before the event he was on stage and accidentally fell off, hurting his leg really bad. So it begins to hurt horribly, and he ends up going to the hospital. They tell him he's fractured his tibia and that he needed to be prepped for surgery, which of course needs him to be put under. Before said surgery, he calls a buddy, George Pickard, and tells him, "Hey man, one of the attendants at this hospital has the same name as someone I debated on the matter of black helicopters a few months earlier. As surgery got closer, he got more nervous. He tells his nephew, Chris Davis,
Don't do it.
I have a feeling that if they put me under, I'm not coming back. I know if I get put under, I'm going to die." Which is exactly what happened.
Damn it.
It said a blood clot took his life. So, pretty weird circumstances with that story, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's pretty sus.
There's some pretty weird. I hope this is the one I was telling you about earlier. I think it might be one of the last stories here, but it starts with a man named Charlie, and he got a hold of Nick Redfern about his abduction experience. So Charlie was at home. Yeah, this is it. So Charlie was at home hanging out on the couch. It was late when he had an urge to look out the window. When he did, he noticed a police car sitting there. So he goes outside to ask if things are all right. As he approaches the car, the officers are staring at him with this insane smile. Now, as he approaches the car, things start to blur, and the car turns into its true form, an egg-shaped object the size of a truck. So Charlie tries to run, but no dice. The next thing he remembers is standing in a field. Two men were standing there dressed in all black. I mean, with that description there, you know who it is. The old man in black. They grabbed him up and took him aboard the craft and dressed him in what could be described as surgeon scrubs. Charlie couldn't move at this point. He was shackled to the bed and his ankles and wrists. Even worse was when he saw the three little figures enter the room with the huge black eyes. One of the beings touched Charlie, and his mind was flooded with an image of Earth coming to its bitter end. The planet was in ruins, billions dead, clouds blocked the sun. Mushroom clouds had been everywhere. The image was done, but the night wasn't over yet. As the image faded from his mind, he felt a cold metal instrument up his nose. Charlie heard a popping sound in his head, which led to another vision. It was Earth again, but thousands of years past the nuclear Armageddon. The Earth was repairing itself. Nature had reclaimed Earth's surface and not one person in sight, although there were animals everywhere. Once again, he comes back to the room. The device was now out of his head. Three beings still there, however, the next thing he knows, he's back in the front yard with the squad car again. The same officer still in it with that same insane smile, only to silently pull off and disappear into the dark. So a month later, Charlie is in the same scenario at home. Parents out of town, so it's nighttime again. The phone rings. Ignores it. Rings again and again. It happens 4 more times, and he finally answers it and says, "Who the fuck is this?" The line goes dead. Then Charlie gets dizzy, lays back down on the couch, but not before checking for the squad car outside. Thankfully, this time it wasn't there. Charlie wakes up later to a man dressed in all black. He tells him not to make a sound, but Charlie tries to fight him off, and 2 other guys pop out of the shadows to make sure it's over before it even starts. Then another man comes from the kitchen and injects Charlie with something that makes him pass out. Charlie wakes up in the back of a van. Charlie was injected again with something that instantly calmed him down. Then the interrogation begins. How long have you been interested in UFO subject? Which answers I had no interest in them until my terrible encounter January 2nd, 2015. Have you ever had any dreams about extraterrestrials and UFOs? No, he says. Was he vegetarian? No, Charlie was not, but he admitted to having urges to stop eating meat, which had begun just weeks before.
What a weird question.
Right? At this point, they tell him they know about his little run-in with the ETs. As Charlie breaks the story down to the guys, they pay more attention to a few things. The fact that the officers turn into MIB-style people and the Armageddon scenario. They began to ask if Charlie knew which cities were hit, which of course he replies, "Hey man, nobody makes it out alive in this dream. The entire world's smoked." Then Charlie fucks up. He tells the men about the metal object being shoved up his nose. The men go silent, and one leans forward and says, "Listen to me, and listen very carefully." The man begins to explain that we have in our midst a dangerous race of extraterrestrials who are routinely implanting devices into large numbers of the American population, devices that control and manipulate people as they see fit. Very controversially, they even told Charlie some mass shootings were the work of implanted individuals who were enslaved by aliens. He said the number of implanted was growing by the day, and we, the human race, are losing the battle at a shockingly fast pace. But they ended up scanning him, and to everyone's surprise, he came back clean. No implant was detected. But it's also noted that the devices can be pushed up the nose to make people see things. The man also says that these implants are being taken as serious as rogue nations seeking to gain or create nuclear weapons. Then the book goes into the possibility of implants. You know how we as a race have not only suggested it, but are currently working on it. DARPA has tried releasing 1 year back that you would swallow daily. David Icke warned about this in the 90s. This book was written in 2020. While we witnessed the world change in these few years, they pushed for things similar to implants, passports, all this shit, like people being voluntarily signing up for these types of things. The book then hammers on something that even we have noticed, the apocalyptic dreams. Dick states that in 2017 this took off and came to its peak, but people still message him with these dreams of all-out destruction of America and even the world. It's one thing apparently that the government is very interested in. It also makes you wonder if people are tapping into something that lays out the future possibilities. It's something putting these images in everyone's mind in hopes that it aids us in course correcting. Because it wouldn't make sense for something to know our future and to show us almost like it's rubbing it in our faces of what's to come. It would make far more sense that something is showing us in hopes that enough people see it and we change the way we operate. Which I would agree, and I'm sure you would too, that the world itself needs a massive rework.
Yeah. I'm curious as to why, when that, in that last case, when the Men in Black hears that he has that implant up his nose, why he made it specifically American. You know, he said there's almost like a plague going on in America where,
I don't know, like it definitely implicates that it could be other governments coming in. But we've also heard, in all fairness, different types of extraterrestrials being more prominent in different locations on the planet.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true.
So, I mean, this last case totally sounds like aliens to me, but there could definitely be more at play. You know, I first read it as an alien abduction, and then these government entities swoop in, try to figure out what the fuck was going on, especially because they grill him so hard about the apocalyptic dreams, about his encounter. And I find it curious because remember when we had a large uptick in people emailing us with apocalyptic dreams all of a sudden?
We still get them.
Yeah. And it makes you wonder, it really makes you wonder as to why. Like, why is the government so interested in apocalyptic dreams?
I wonder what the correlation is between people who have had abduction experiences and people having apocalyptic dreams.
And the only thing I can think of is like whenever you hear, I know there's been cases, I'm not gonna be able to reference them, but whenever somebody's aboard a craft or in contact with ETs and the ETs are able to put images and shit in your mind,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like maybe, like I said, maybe they are more or less showing us what to come if we keep being stupid.
Yeah, could be.
Which would fit in this which I don't fully believe, but this overall image of ETs wanting to come down and go, hey, you guys need to quit doing what you're doing. You need peace on Earth, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, if you don't do this, then this will happen.
Right. So it kind of makes sense, that there would be.
That is kind of a common trope.
Some of them
abductions.
Yeah, it is weird. It's definitely weird. I don't know. It turned out to be a pretty good read. It's kind of confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. Not sure what that's about. But I don't know. It was pretty cool. And then
make you wonder, the cattle mutilation, whether I don't know.
Man, my overall consensus for me personally is that, because I'm pretty sure I remember reading in there, and I must not have wrote it down, but it seemed like people who were either contactees or abductees, the government had the ability to monitor that. Because it was almost like they would start files on them. They would visit them. They would, in some cases, they would fucking re-abduct them. I know I've heard stories of that, of people being abducted by aliens and then being re-abducted by the government.
Yeah. Because that's like when I was looking into Max Spears, he said what we think is what's deemed as a normal alien abduction, what we think is alien abduction, is not alien abduction. It's governmental abduction. Because there is alien abduction. Everything that's been put out to the public, what we think of alien abduction is governmental abduction.
It very well could be, because
it makes you wonder if they're working in cahoots.
Yeah, well, and then you re-reference old girl who knew nothing about her shit and found out about it 7 years after it actually happened.
Already had a file on it.
They already had a file on it.
Could you imagine if she didn't get, if she didn't go under hypnosis and figure all that shit out, if somebody just plopped that file down in front of her one day, how much of an absolute mind-shattering chunk of bullshit?
I think logically, the only thing a person would do is go, "You're insane."
Yeah, just deny it.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
But your brain would slowly start making the connections.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I did see that UFO that day.
Yeah.
Oh, what a weird coincidence.
It is super weird. I mean, it would make sense to me that, if they did monitor you and you were abducted and they came in and re-abduct you, it would make sense that they're trying to figure out why they chose you, what they did to you, the whole nine.
At this point, I would rather it just be aliens. Because I don't want the government dumb shit.
I don't want to get abducted either way.
Well, yes, true.
But we all have to, all right, throw this fucking stick in the fire here. But we also don't know for a fact that every abduction case is negative, alien-wise. We don't know. Yeah. We don't know if they are. Are they malevolent? Are they, just chill? Are they impartial? Do they not give a fuck either way? Because you hear stories of some of them being so hyper intelligent, emotion's not even a thing. Yeah. That's just a waste of brain space.
Fucking fat.
Right? I mean, this is how some of them act.
That is the most enlightening thing I've heard. Emotions are just a waste of brain space.
I get something right every once in a while.
I could hit the nail on the head.
Right? We don't know the truth. One way or the other, we don't know. To my knowledge, I haven't met an extraterrestrial. However, I am probably an extraterrestrial. That's what we've been told.
We are children of the stars.
And I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
And
it's whatever.
I got the Star Brother card. We're Soul Brother. We're meant to do this for forever. I mean, I could literally make up a conspiracy in my mind right now. I'm not going to.
Does that mean we're just gonna be looking for answers forever?
No, fuck that.
That sounds exhausting.
I think whenever we formed this, we re-entered the game and then we instantly started getting monitored again because we've been doing this forever already. That's why we started getting all the mysterious logins and all the fucking weird calls.
Mysteriously just tell me who Egress was. I can just mark that off the bucket list.
Yeah, it'd be, at least we'd have one case solved.
We have already solved all the other ones.
But then it would drive us even more nuts because then we wouldn't have anything else to dig into constantly.
Oh, I'm going
after Egress? I mean, I'm okay with that. No, I wouldn't be worried about it yet.
Anyway, wrapping it up because I have to go to work tomorrow. Lame.
Sick.
Supposed to be my day off, but instead I'm working the opposite shift because who needs a sleep pattern?
Not me.
When there's money to be made. Anyway, check us out at all our social medias: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Discord, Reddit. You know the deal. Come and hang out with us. Till we meet next week, stay safe, stay weird. Zach Baggins, if you're listening, we want to go on a demon hunt. And government, if you're listening, stop doing terrible shit. All Sky out.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
As spring continues to bloom, there's no better time to find your dream home. Fisher Homes offers a range of fresh floor plans designed with you in mind, each ready to customize and make your own at our Lifestyle Design Center. Step into your new home this spring and enjoy the perks of a brand new space tailored to you. How will you design your dream home? Visit FisherHomes.com today and schedule a personal tour of your new home today. That's FisherHomes.com.
Uneven sidewalks, driveways, or patios, A1 Concrete Leveling is your solution. Our advanced technology can fix your concrete problems without the cost and mess of replacement. We offer free on-site evaluations and estimates. Don't let uneven concrete be a tripping hazard. Protect your property value by addressing these issues before they worsen. With decades of experience, we've earned the trust of homeowners and businesses alike. Call us for a quote today at 614-575-0123. A1 Concrete Leveling, your trusted local concrete leveling experts.
One of the largest Star Wars fan collections in the world is coming to COSI. Unofficial Galaxies opens on May 10th, and this is a one-of-a-kind exhibition with iconic characters, props, legendary ships, costumes, and behind-the-scenes secrets. It's going to be a must-see whether you're a hardcore Star Wars fan or just curious about one of the most famous sci-fi franchises of all time. Unofficial Galaxies is coming to COSI starting on May 10th. So get your tickets now at cosi.org.
Do you want to help kids with their feelings but aren't sure how? You're not alone. Research shows many adults struggle to support kids' mental health, but help is here. Backed by experts at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, the Kids Mental Health Foundation offers free resources to help you create a supportive environment for the kids in your life. Visit kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org for more, because kids' mental health starts with us.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Welcome back to the Hollow Sky Podcast. We're your hosts. I'm Steven.
And Kyle.
And this is the Monster Energy drink.
Hell yeah.
I getting ready to sip on. Kyle just cracked one. So
I did it right before we record.
Following his footsteps.
Attaboy. Attaboy. Take in
first one.
The amazing.
Always the best one.
Oh, it's so good. So we don't have sponsorship, but
yeah,
you know.
I keep tagging Monster on Twitter and shit, but they're lame.
Yeah, they're not ready for all this smoke.
All I do, they'll post something about like some snowboarder or some bullshit, and I'm just like, yo, we're still here.
Yeah, about that dog man and UFOs and shit.
Yeah.
You think you're snowboarders?
Become cryptid hunters? We're not going to have a Monster logo on the back of our jackets.
It's true.
Because you guys aren't listening now.
Oh, speaking of sponsorships, not that we have one, but another one that I would like.
What are
we talking about? It's more of like a product recommendation for anybody that works outside in the heat.
This is a non-paid sponsorship, by the way.
100%. And it would work good for you. That Liquid IV.
Oh yeah.
Totally drink that shit before you go to work, like before you actually start working. They have like extra hydration formulas.
Yeah, get some electrolytes in your system.
So helpful. And watermelon is the greatest.
It's pretty legit.
It's amazing. So for anybody that works outside in the bullshit like me and Steve do, in just horrendous working conditions.
Yeah, Monster's usually not the best thing to take in when you're trying to stay hydrated.
No, just do that like at the ass end of your
day.
Yeah, like your morning coffee type situation.
Don't use it for hydration.
Or when you know you're done working for the day, but you're actually still working, and you can drink your Monster.
Facts.
Just don't do it.
Liquid IV.
Yeah, I would definitely, anybody who's unfamiliar with it, I would definitely look into it. Really awesome stuff. And they have like a vitamin one. It's almost like the emergencies and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, it's pretty dope. I just figured I'd throw that out there because I know there's a lot of blue collar ladies and gentlemen out there that are busting their ass every day like we are.
I was stoked. I thought you landed us a sponsorship and you're going to surprise me.
No,
non-paid sponsorship.
No. I wish. It would be cool.
One of these days.
It'd be cool just to have a sponsor that's like Liquid IV that was just like, here, I'll send you, instead of paying you, I'll just send you boxes of our product. And I'd be like, all right, that's cool.
That'd be sick.
That's cool because it'll keep me hydrated during my hell day.
Yup.
But anyways, moving forward here.
We are going to do some holophone goodness.
And I'm fucking excited.
I was stoked. He is
I read like
up and ready to go.
I read like 3 sentences from a text message. I'm like, I'm in.
He sent me a picture of the holophone the other day. We had like 27 text messages and like 21 voicemails. You guys are going hard.
Oh, it's so awesome.
Hard in the hollow.
I'm so stoked that the holophone was a good idea.
It was a good idea, and you guys keep sending the weird shit. We need weird shit.
Yeah, the most fucked up stuff out there.
We thrive on it. We are in our element. It's weird. But before we get into that, going through all the business, check us out on all social media: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, TikTok. Search up the Hollow Sky Podcast wherever you hang out, and bring that hangout to us, because that's what we do: build a community and just enjoy everybody's weird company. If you have a paranormal experience you'd like for us to feature on a future show, Kyle's got tons of details about how you can get it to us.
This is true. You can write your story out. You can record yourself on a voice memo app or just your video recorder on your phone and shoot that over to the email, which is going to be hollowskypodcast@gmail.com. And for anybody worrying about the video section of it, just realize that I can strictly pull the audio off of that. So don't worry about the video itself. It's just a form of being able to record yourself.
Yeah, Kyle's a hacker.
I wish.
You guys didn't know.
We would be non-existent.
Kyle
I promise you that.
is a hacker.
I would be hacking into all types of shit.
He's working on it. He's training.
Yes.
He's a hacker in training.
It's true. Also, we have the holophone, obviously, and the number to that's going to be 1-618-556-0837. You can also look in the show notes, find it there, but you can text it, you can call it. Leave a voicemail. Remember, that runs in 4-minute blocks. So if you have an exceptionally long story, you either have to call back and leave it another one, or revert back to the voice memo app and being able to mail it to us. It's up to you. We really don't care. And we also do interviews from this phone and everything else. So
yeah,
something to consider.
Just send the weird.
Yeah, and if you want an interview, just ask.
Shoot Kyle a text.
Not that hard. Because I'm always looking for Patreon interviews, and then there's interviews with me and Steve.
And if you get a new schedule, which I hope so, they keep dragging their feet. Work, boss. We should have more time to focus on the podcast.
Yeah.
Because our schedules are going to pretty much mirror one another.
Yeah, so
which is a bonus.
It's going to get litty real fast.
Yeah. So, yeah. Listen, boss. Make shit happen. We're dragging your feet.
Big facts.
Fuck's sake.
Big facts.
About to file a grievance.
I would. I am too, then now.
Now Kyle's filing.
Yep, that's it. It's on.
But before we get into all of your wondrous stories, you're probably wondering how you can support the podcast. First and foremost, share it everywhere. Share it to all your weird friends, at the water cooler, at the watering hole, wherever you're at. Post it on social media. Share our episodes. Just get our name out there to anybody who listens to podcasts, loves paranormal stuff, loves spooky stuff, and creepy stuff. Just mention our name.
That's literally probably the most important thing you can do.
100%. If you'd like to go beyond that, we have a Patreon. Hop over there, check the tiers, and see if there's anything you're interested in. We got some goodies, stickers, and buttons, and magnets, and shirts, and shit like that. And we've also got extra content. Kyle's been on his game, popping out extra content over there. So check that out. We have a Venmo. You can throw a couple bucks from your pocket change in that to keep our monsters flowing if you feel like it. And we also do these good little things, these 5-star rating and reviews. If you leave us a 5-star rating and add a review to it, we will shout you out on a future show. Today's 5-star rating and review comes to us from Heather Hollywood. She says, perfectly splendid, 5 stars. Picky podcast listener here. I've never left a review before, but the gratefulness you guys have for them gave me the motivation to chime in with my opinion. I started listening to the podcast about 2 years ago, and since then there have only been 5 that I can handle enough to add to my daily routine. This is one of them. I'm big on the back and forth chatter, and the others have none of that at all, and that's what I really require. However, you guys have just enough of it to be interesting and funny without being annoying.
Thank you.
I love it.
That hit me in the feels. I appreciate that.
We take our pride in not being annoying.
That's right.
She continues with, I love the storytelling and the energy between you two. I appreciate the humbleness and the authenticity while still being entertainment and blunt. Happy I found Hollow Sky. It is perfectly splendid. You know what? We're happy you found us too.
Fuck yeah.
You're a dope person.
I'm stoked. Like that was a really awesome review. And I love how, like,
it goes against a lot of people in my life that think I am annoying.
Well, I mean, I'm not far off of that.
This is pretty good to hear.
And and what's kind of funny is there are people out there that appreciate our bluntness. That we're like, we kind of call it as we see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any other way to do it.
Same, we try to reiterate everything in a fashion that isn't confrontational, that isn't like trying to talk down on shit. We have questions, and why not? But ask the questions,
Not calls it like we sees it.
That's what we have to do.
And this just proves that there are people out there that like it.
That's where I'm at.
There's probably a lot of people
where I'm
that
at.
don't.
Oh, I'm sure there are a lot of
people that leave reviews.
We know there's a lot of people that don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes they do leave reviews.
Yeah.
They don't count.
That's true.
Because they're lame.
Also true.
And they probably have a lot of shit going on in their life that makes them hate us. They don't even know us.
It's true.
I'm sorry if your life is that bad. You have to project your anger on two guys sitting in the fucking middle of Illinois, in nowhere, Illinois. You have to go out there and just talk shit.
Yeah, try to make us, you know what? Try to make us feel bad.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You know what? The bottom line is, if you didn't know us, you wouldn't be talking shit about us. So, that's where we are.
That's where we are.
Anyway, we're rambling, so I'm sure we're going to get a bad review about this.
That's okay.
On to the holophone.
All right.
Holophone sound.
I agree.
Of the NWO theme song.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that.
Sick. Oh, you're going right into the meat of this one, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
You are so stoked. This text message is like...
It's long as fuck.
6 pages long.
It's long as fuck, but I'm actually pretty excited about it. So I'm just going to dive into it. Because I don't have the choice.
Whenever Kyle sees something that, like, ticks his, like, interest meter...
I go hard.
His eyebrows go up, and his eyes get so big, and he's like... Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So he was just scrolling through it and it happened.
Hopefully it doesn't dupe me, because I am a fucking sucker for a story. And I'm notorious. You can ask Steve. Like, I'll read like 3 sections of a story, and then I text him. I'm like, holy shit. And then I read the rest of it. And I'm like, oh, it's
never mind.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's way different than what I thought. So I am horrible when it comes to that.
Game on.
But here we go. It says, holy crap, you just had to do MH370. That tears it, boys. First off, I'd like to say hello, Steven and Kyle. I'm a dedicated Hollow Sky fan.
What up?
My name is Jeremy, and I found you guys maybe around episode 30.
Damn, OG.
OG. And since then, you have earned your way to the top of my list of favorite podcasts. So much so that I have been considering sharing my pieces of the puzzle to the weird shit we all love.
Well, Jeremy, you just climbed to the top of our favorite listeners.
Right, dog. Let's go. I've never put these events out in public, only discussed with my closest family members, but holy shit. You guys got to hear this. It ties MH370 to a UFO seen near Hellier, Kentucky.
Oh.
Which is massive leaps there.
Oh. Wow.
I'm going to call and leave a message. I think you guys will want to hear this. Fuck, this is a strange world. We're getting even stranger by the day. I'm at work right now, and I'm afraid that the background noise from the piece of surface mining equipment that I'm operating right now, combined with my accent, would make a voice message unlistenable. But that's where this story starts. One night when I was in my rock drill, on night shift, I was finishing drilling a hole, and when I looked up to move to the next hole, I saw it. So that night, I was drilling on top of a point that overlooked the Tug River Valley, the town of Matawan Golf Course that follows the river off to my right. And coming down the river valley right at me is this incredibly bright light. I remember that I first thought it must be a helicopter with its spotlight on, because I've never seen anything this bright in the sky. So I stopped and opened the cab of my drill and stepped out onto the porch for a better look. It was hard to judge the size of how high up this was because of the brightness of the electric blue light. So I see it's flying in a slow, straight line for a few seconds. Then it arcs slightly, gaining in elevation, and when it reaches about 1 o'clock, in its upward arch, it accelerated at an indescribable high rate of speed with no noticeable sound barrier boom. I mean, fast enough to turn us into a puddle on the wall. But it's so bright I can still see it as a tiny dot way, way up in space before finally going out of sight. This was the first sighting, late 2010 or early 2011. The second sighting. This sighting took place at the house we were living in at the time. I was in my yard walking my dog well after dark. All these sightings take place in Pike County, Kentucky, deep in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. But the second two are only maybe 10 miles as the crow flies from Hellier, Kentucky. So I look up, like I said, while walking my dog, and I see the same electric blue light moving across the sky in front of me, kind of in a left to right direction. But this time I had more time, and I had my iPhone 3, laugh out loud, in my pocket. Well, as this light is moving disturbingly slow, I managed to get a couple of pics, both zoomed in and out, and even a short video that I also zoomed in on. Then it made the same move as the last time. It starts to arch in elevation, and when it reaches the top of its circle, it takes off again. This time, I'm not around any loud machinery, and this thing doesn't make a sound, even as it completely destroys the speed of sound leaving the atmosphere. Just like the last sighting, I could see it till it was the smallest dot of light in space, but this time, as I'm watching for it to go out of sight, at the point in the sky it took off from, it suddenly reappeared, almost like it might have shot back down so fast I blinked and couldn't see it. But it reappeared like in a small to large dot of light instantly. It's hard to put into words. And then continued on along the exact path and speed it was traveling when I first saw it until I lost it over the horizon behind the mountains. Wow. Now I know I gotta contact MUFON. To be continued. So I'm going to point out right now that the iPhone camera has come a long, long way over the years, because the footage of the electric blue light in the sky was worthless. Maybe it was just my skill or lack thereof, but pics and video was useless. So then comes the MUFON clusterfuck. I attempted to contact somebody with MUFON, but with my old laptop, the only thing I could find was page after page of disheartening questions that had no bearing on my sighting. Later, come to find out, Google tricked me and I wasn't even on the MUFON website. Third, and most amazing sighting coming soon, and you will soon see the bearing to MH370. Jeremy, you duped me. I thought 370 was going to be in this, bro.
Oh, that was it?
That was it right now.
Jeremy.
Come on, bro.
No cliffhangers at Hollow.
No, you can't do this to us. This is wrong. It's wrong.
Damn it. But Hellier is a weird place, period. Rural Kentucky is a weird place, period.
Facts.
Like,
but rural Illinois could be weird too.
Oh yeah, that's not even an argument. That is not even an argument.
Right.
But all the things that have gone down in Hellier with the goblins and like
everything,
Brown Mountain and all of that. I don't even know if that's in Kentucky, but it was in Hellier, so I'm going with it. And the lakes that are surrounded around that, and
the cult.
Yeah, all
type of situations.
Like this is part of the course, and it's here.
Wasn't at one point there was like a news segment done on a blue light that kind of went across the states at one point? You remember that? I know it went directly over St. Louis. I remember seeing it on the news.
I do remember hearing.
I don't remember how long ago that's been. It's been a while.
Yeah, I do remember hearing about it.
But I don't know if it fits in the same time frame.
Could.
That would be interesting.
And it's weird that this thing moves so fast, but it didn't break the sound barrier.
Right, and then
that's almost some kind of technology that we're not privy to.
And then it was also bizarre how it shoots up into space like it did, disappears, but in that same instant of it disappearing up there, it reappears back on its original flight path.
Almost like some kind of portal shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. Or like or like even like you said, like you described it, like it just kind of in the blink of an eye, it reset itself or
remanifested itself or something.
Yeah, like it made me think like almost like that forward segment of time just disappeared, like it rewinded time.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
Right back, because he said it was on almost the identical flight path now. It's, instead of arcing this time, it just followed its flight path.
That is.
So it was definitely weird.
Man, I'm just waiting to see something. I'm needing to see some weird shit. So I've constantly got my eyes open. But you left us hanging, Jeremy, for the same MH370 stuff.
Yeah, you better bring that full circle, homie.
If this UFO manifests MH370 over the hills of Kentucky, I am going to quit podcasting.
Don't get me this excited.
I'm going to quit podcasting and I'm going to move to Hellier.
Let's go.
Oh.
I'm sure we can get a double wide.
Thinking high expectations.
Okay.
Thinking pull behind.
Oh, I'm good with that too.
But
let's go. Let's go.
Hell yeah. But thanks for sending your story. And we're going to hold you to sending the next half. Maybe it's tucked away in there somewhere. Maybe
it might be. It might actually be. It might be in the voicemail. I don't know.
Well, we're hoping we're going to get to it because you had Kyle's hopes.
Yeah.
Really excited.
I'm still excited. Don't get it twisted. I'm still excited to hear it. Like even if you think it's absolutely fucking nuts, I still want to hear it.
That's
no matter what. I still want to hear it. Absolutely. So with that being said, we're gonna move into a voicemail here. This one's 4 seconds, so it's probably nothing. But Hollow Sky Fashion,
alien chatter.
Hollow Sky Fashion, we have to listen to it.
Hopefully, it just says you suck.
It might. It might. So here we go.
Let's go.
All right.
Sick.
So as stated.
So caller that didn't post anything, we appreciate you.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Moving on.
All right, the next one definitely has substance because it's 3 in a row from what looks like Virginia.
Please let it be from like Quantico.
Here we go.
What's up, guys? Love the podcast. What's up, Hollow Sky listeners? You guys are great. Quickly becoming one of my favorite podcasts out there. I've got some good stories to share. I'll start with the UFO story. Definitely changed my life seeing this thing back in 2002. So me and 3 of my buddies went on a hike after school one day. I was a senior in high school. This is in Haymarket, Virginia, is where we were hiking. We go up to this spot that we used to camp at sometimes. Got a little bit of rock. The mountains in Virginia are pretty mellow. Nothing like out west where I live now. There's not a lot of rock, but this one spot had a little bit of rock. We would hike up there and camp, and people would rock climb me every once in a while. So we're hanging out up there, getting ready to hike back down. Starting to get, about that time. And my good buddy first notices this object off to our right. We're kind of standing on the ridge, the mountain extends out to our right and left. And then in front of us, just kind of like a pretty flat plain that gradually rises up into the Shenandoah Mountain. So we're standing there, we see this object coming from the right-hand side. And it was pretty far away at first. And my buddy noticed it first, and I saw it. And we're trying to figure out what it was as it's coming in. And I remember thinking it was a plane about to crash because it kind of had this like haze coming off of it that I assumed was smoke. Kind of like when you look at a hot road in the summertime, you have that like haze coming off the road. This thing looks like that a little bit. So it's coming down like towards the trees, like descending. Right when I thought I was about to see a plane crash and an explosion, this thing shot past us at just an unbelievable speed. Just absolutely mind-blowing speed. and then just a 180-degree turn right back the other direction without having to decelerate or accelerate. It was able to do 90-degree turns, 180-degree turns, just absolutely mind-blowing aerial maneuvers that, to my knowledge at the time, couldn't exist. So when we first saw it, and it came close to us, we got a really good look at it. So we're standing there. The first shape that it made, or that it was a metallic boomerang shape. And it was flying around doing these crazy right angle turns, 90-degree turns. It was like just below the ridge line, shoot over, like pass us again, and then pop back up, like above the ridge line. And it kept doing that, like going below the ridge, shooting over, popping back up. And then it would hover right out in front of us, like fairly close. Like I feel like if there was beings in this thing close enough where they could have seen it. And it changed shape. It right in front of our eyes. It went from a metallic boomerang to a metallic sphere. And a lot of people, I think, see spheres, but I haven't really seen too many.
Well, listener, thanks so much for sending in your UFO story. I don't think you left your name. I tried to listen for it, but I didn't catch it. That the ending of your UFO story where it changed shape, like
that's
first I was
listening.
Yeah, I was listening to it. And I'm like, man, could it have been some sort of like governmental craft? Because me and Kyle were just having an off air conversation before we started recording tonight about like how many of these aerial phenomena we're seeing are probably and possibly and quite probably governments, our government, other world governments, technology that we are not privy to yet. But then when you said that because you were talking about the crazy aerial maneuvers and things, and you hit
the way he was talking about how it was like dipping up and down behind the hill and stuff, and then doing these maneuvers, it felt like you were saying, like a government,
like it was like almost like it was training.
Yes,
like a training exercise.
Like when you brought that up while we were listening, I'm like, that's exactly how I feel about this.
That's
100%.
It was practicing aerial maneuvers.
Yeah,
so I thought. Then you hit us where it completely changed completely morphed into a sphere. And I don't even know.
I don't know that I've ever heard one of them stories.
What to do with that?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some videos where a UFO will break into multiple UFOs.
Yes, I've seen that.
I don't know that I've seen one that's changed its
structural
shape so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially so drastically. Like you go from a fucking boomerang to a sphere.
Yeah, it's almost like molecular manipulation.
Oh yeah, and then like I realize that you probably don't remember exact details, but like think about it like this, Steve. Like it would make sense if, in a way, if this boomerang turns into a sphere, so the sphere is kind of small, right? What would make it bizarre if the sphere was huge, like there wouldn't be enough
boomerang to create.
Yes. Yeah. That's where it gets really fucking weird. Because then it would add mass. Yeah. And then you're just like, what the fuck? Like, how does it get bigger?
I don't even know.
Like, it's weird enough that, like, it stays in the same general, like taking...
I wish I could have been there to see it.
Yeah, like taking Play-Doh. Like a Play-Doh, and you make a boomerang with that Play-Doh ball, and then you roll it into a ball.
It makes so big of a ball.
Exactly. That's where we get fucked up. It's fucked up either way.
Whenever I hear listener stories, I like close my eyes and try to like vision it as it's going. Try to put myself there. So I'm watching this boomerang make moves and dip behind the hills and make these crazy right angle turns. And then when you hit me with the turn into a ball, essentially, I'm like, what
Oh, dude, I was exactly like, it's like you said, like, I don't can't remember the exact words, but it was like, and then it changed shape. And I go, like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, what does he mean? And then you're like, it turned into a sphere. And I'll go, what the fuck?
It can't. Like it's not supposed to do that.
This is crazy.
Hey, Holocaust, have you ever gotten back from a paranormal investigation, woken up with some funky symptoms like a swollen itchy eye, tight pain in your neck, weird cold symptoms that just won't go away, and then you immediately Googled it or searched TikTok to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you need with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can filter doctors who take your insurance, are located nearby, are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and are highly rated by verified patients. Luckily, I haven't had to book an actual doctor's appointment. I've stayed pretty healthy, but I have used the app to book a mock appointment. It is great. So easy. It's a one-stop shop for any of your booking needs. You can search up doctors close by, doctors in your insurance network, ones that have short wait times. It really is nice. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/hollow1 to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/HOLO1. ZocDoc.com/hollow1. Hey, Holocult. Do you remember a time where if you wanted weed, you had to meet up with some sketchy dude behind a dumpster in a Denny's parking lot? We don't have to do that anymore, because you can get federally legal THC shipped right to your front door. How can you get that done? With Mood. Mood delivers premium 100% federally legal THC right to your door. You can get 20% off your first order at mood.com/HOLO and enter coupon code HOLO. I'm talking high potency gummies, top shelf flour, home baked cookies, vapes, anything you find at a dispensary, you can now order online and have it shipped quickly, discreetly, and conveniently right to your door. Every Mood product is made from pesticide-free cannabis grown on America's best small farms at prices that won't destroy your wallet. Best of all, not only is every Mood product backed by 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, listeners get 20% off their first order with code HOLO. So head over to mood.com/HOLO, check out their online dispensary, and let Mood help you discover your perfect mood. And don't forget to use coupon code HOLO when you check out to save 20% on your first order.
One of the largest Star Wars fan collections in the world is coming to Kosai. Unofficial Galaxies opens on May 10th, and this is a one-of-a-kind exhibition with iconic characters, props, legendary ships, costumes, and behind-the-scenes secrets. It's going to be a must-see whether you're a hardcore Star Wars fan or just curious about one of the most famous sci-fi franchises of all time. Unofficial Galaxies is coming to Kosai starting on May 10th. So get your tickets now at kosai.org.
I love it though. I love it.
I hope I get to see something. I've been on a mission to try to see some shit here.
We will.
I'm just ready. I'm putting it out there. My intentions are to see some weird shit.
Great.
I'm sending it to the moon.
Full send, baby. But I'm assuming this guy has a little bit more to the story because it looks like he has called back 2 more times, it looks like. So we'll go ahead and dive into these and see what's up.
Just going to pop in with a little disclaimer here. The next call has a bunch of weird feedback in it. I don't know what it is, but it's creepy. It's also loud. So if you're listening to headphones, you're going to want to turn it down a little bit because whatever it is that's interfering with our caller is popping in hot. So I don't want anybody to blow their eardrums out. If you want to skip it, you can pop back in at about 33:30-ish, and we get the second part of his call. But if you want to still listen to what he has to say, just kind of tweak the volume a little bit so you don't blow your eardrums out.
I'm calling back. I've got another story to share that is called with my UFO story. This one is about, I guess you could say, a glitch. I've since gone back and listened to some of your older episodes. before I was following you guys. And recently, listened to the Glitch episode, and I was like, well, I got a story to tell, something like that. So this is probably, the UFO and this are, I would say, some weirdest things that I've experienced, and they're very different. UFO is obviously, you guys listened to that already, very visual and mind-blowing technology that we're seeing. And this one is just totally on a different level. So I used to live in this little farmhouse. It had a nice bit of acres. My girlfriend and I were living out there by the American River, and I was doing some work in my room one day, and earlier that day, her and I used to do these like online workout programs. I was doing like a workout with her on the front porch, and we noticed that there was this little thing, on the ceiling, like this little piece of wood that you could push up and slide over, and there was like space up there that I don't really know what it would be for, but I guess I want to say a crawl space, but it's like on the ceiling. And then we were doing some work in my room, and she's laying on the bed, and we noticed that there's another one in the closet that you can push up and slide over. And we were like, that's weird. Like, I wonder if those connect. Like, we didn't know if there was like a wall separating the two little things, because they were like right on the right close to each other. Like, it would have been on the other side of the wall, like where the porch is, like from the room. So I meant to check it, and I finished up, doing the work, and like the next day, and I left some like, super valuable things in that closet. I was gone for a little while, and kind of like beating me a little bit. I was like, I'm gonna show things, and that's because of this things often like get in the house through the front porch. And I was like, I have to get back there and make sure that these things don't connect. And I was thinking about it. So I get back there, like maybe like 5 days later, and I open the closet and check. And we had like a decently long conversation about this, like her and I. Like, oh, we need to make sure. And I'm so glad that she was there, because I definitely would think I was going a little crazy if she wasn't also there to like witness it. So I get back down there, I open up the closet, so I want to check to make sure that this thing doesn't like connect to the other little crawl space on the porch from my bedroom closet. And I open the door, and the thing is gone. Like, it just looks like it was never there, like it didn't exist. And there's no explanation for it. So I call my girlfriend on FaceTime. I'm like, hey, like, remember we were talking about that thing? And we wanted to make sure that we couldn't like get in the house through that. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, it's not there anymore. Like, what do you mean it's not there? Like, it's like it never existed. Like, it's just a regular feeling now. Like, I just got cut off on that. But thought that was the story anyway. Just wanted to call and wrap it up. Yeah, so the thing on the ceiling is gone. We just have no explanation for it. Like, I mean, I still don't. I have no idea what happened. Possible things that come to my mind, like, I don't know, did we shift timelines? Where things are suddenly different? I don't know. That one has got me stumped. I feel like I've gotten some answers on some of the other weird stuff, or at least in my mind, answers, when it comes to like UFO stuff and cryptids and stuff like that. I can wrap my head around those things better than this one. Like, this one just has me completely stumped. I have no idea how something in my house can one day be there, and then all of a sudden it's just like it was never there at all. Yeah, I mean, I would love to know if anyone else has experienced anything like this. who knows what's going on in this crazy world we live in? Reality, simulations, who knows? Anyway, thanks. I hope you guys enjoy the stories. All of these are 100% true. And I've got some other stuff I can share later on, but I feel like I've taken up enough time for now. All right. Bye.
Caller, that is so awesome.
It is weird.
The first thing that pops into my head was, I don't know if anybody's read the book, but House of Leaves. It is absolute task to read, but it reminds me of this so much. It's almost like a reverse House of Leaves situation. The couple in the book goes on vacation, and when they come back, there is a door in their house that wasn't there.
That'd be weird.
So it gets the dad like interested in the blueprints of the house, and he gets it out, and he's trying to see if this door was on the blueprints. Maybe it was covered up. Somebody broke in and like tore down some drywall or some weird shit. And he gets to look at the blueprints, and the blueprints of the house are different than the actual measurements of the house. He's like, what in the hell is going on? So he measures the interior of the house, and it's bigger than the measurements that he takes on the outside of the house. So it turns out to be this whole just clusterfuck of absolute nonsense. But anyway, that's what it reminded me of right off the rip. Secondly, I don't know where we're supposed to go with this one.
I don't either.
The fact that you have your partner that substantiates what you have experienced takes it to a whole different level. When you said maybe you've switched timelines or realities, I was like, holy shit. Because if you hadn't noticed that before on that very day and you came back, you would never have known that door was there.
Yeah.
You would just open your closet and there wouldn't be one there.
Right.
But the fact that you noticed it and then came back and it's gone, what?
Yeah, and the fact that like they had a full blown conversation about it, him and his girlfriend.
Substantiated that it happened and it exists.
Yeah, because they were worried about people being able to get in, et cetera, et cetera.
And her reaction to it, like, what do you mean it's not there?
Yeah.
We need to get Stone Cold Steve Austin's voiceover of him saying, what? Whenever something hits that's just like off the wall,
I agree.
I just want to hit.
I agree.
Because
it's,
I don't, outside of some handyman bandit breaking into your house and
fixing the hole,
re-drywalling the hole, I don't have an explanation outside of that.
Unless, like you said, it could be a form of a glitch.
A dimensional shift?
Or like a matrix glitch. Just like something was there that's not supposed to be there, and then it corrects itself.
Oh my God. What if that door was legitimately a doorway between realities,
could have been,
universes, and something is making its way in and out of there, but whenever it closes it disappears.
It could have been, and if you think about it, like, look at the old lore around, like, the mountains and stuff, how there are appearing and disappearing doors.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff like that. I don't know. It's truly bizarre.
It's awesome. But
it's truly bizarre.
We also want to talk about the feedback in that second call. That was weird.
That was definitely weird.
And the fact that you chimed right back in and it wasn't there.
Yeah, because you called back.
It almost, I don't know, it almost sounded like like some weird voice or some shit.
It was weird, dude.
It's bizarre. I'm curious if you left these calls in your house. Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe it's just a hotbed for weird shit, you know? I'm curious as to if you have had any other kind of paranormal weirdness in your home that you can't explain. Since you have that portal door, that's what I'm going to call it. From here on out, that is the portal door to something we don't know. Have you had weird shit happen? Have you seen stuff out of the corner of your eyes? Have you had stuff move around?
Well, imagine if you would have crawled into that motherfucker.
He might not have came back. That door shut and disappeared.
We may not have ever had this call.
He made me call from there.
Oh, shit.
Does that mean... Oh, hold on. Yeah. Have you seen stuff move? You smelled any weird smells that's not supposed to be there? Like anything out of the ordinary, let us know. On that note, if he did switch into parallel dimensions, he essentially was listening to our show
in 2 different
in the first dimension, and now
Fuck
we're in
yes.
the door shut dimension, and we're there.
Fuck yes.
Which is the real Stephen Kyle.
Who gives a shit? We're in 2 separate dimensions.
What if in the other dimension we're super successful and good looking?
Oh. Well, don't tell us that part.
They're winning.
Don't tell us that.
We'll fight them. I will go.
I'll fuck them up.
I love that we are crossing dimensional lines as a podcast.
That's great news.
But
that is a really fair observation.
I wish we left his name because I hate referring to him as a caller. But hit us back up and let us know if anything else weird has happened. Like, because
I think he said he had a bunch of stories.
Yeah, send them to us.
Yeah, and you
love them.
You need to.
That shit is weird.
Yeah.
Like, we hear some weird shit, and that I'm like, damn, that's weird. And that's coming from me. And
you know what's awesome about it is that, like, it's subtle weird. Like, it's like you could tell that story to a lot of people, and they would be way more drawn to the UFO story.
Oh yeah.
Versus this story, and I love these
ones
these just really fucking off the wall ones
that are that defy explanation.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if he would have never have noticed that, and then it disappeared,
then none the wiser. Yeah, I mean, and
I'm checking all the crawl spaces in my house to see if they're still there.
Fuck that! I don't want to know.
I do.
Something's coming out of them.
I know I have to fight a
more
successful, better looking version of myself that's probably stronger and cooler than I am. I want to be able to get prepared for it.
Good luck.
Oh, they're gonna need good luck.
That's what I'm saying. All right.
Moving on.
All right. Moving on.
I love holophone episodes. I don't know if you guys.
They're fun.
It just brings out the weird in people, and I am here for it.
Yeah, holy shit, I ain't reading that one.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Is it a long banger?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. Read it. Oh, whoa, we might have to save that one for the...
That's enough.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, do it.
Let's go.
Read it.
Can I see? Okay. This is a text message that we have received. It starts off, "Hello, Stephen Kyle. I've always wanted to write into you guys, and I hope this is a good one. I have a dogman story. All my life, I've been sensitive to everything supernatural. I've dealt with and seen lots of spirits, shadow people, a demon, and one cryptid, and another unexplained and weird things have happened over my life, including weird dreams. I'm just used to it by now. I'm Ben, and I'm 24 years old, and I live in Michigan in Roseville. My encounter was very supernatural, and it started with something that happened to my girlfriend Amber. She was outside one night fixing something small in her car, and it was very late, about midnight. She started to hear weird noises behind her garage. It was a very loud chewing and growling noise. She ran in the house to get her sister and aunt, and they all came to peek around the corner. They're way braver than I am, and they didn't see much, but they did still hear it. It was in a corner by the fence in a tree, and it was a tree there was covering it. But they heard it chewing really loudly, and they also saw 2 baby raccoons on a telephone pole. We assume it was eating the mother raccoon, unfortunately. When it was running away, a few minutes of them standing there, my girlfriend saw some kind of dog-like creature hop over the fence and leave. She said the way it hopped was really high and strange looking. Now for me, I saw it at her house, but not behind her garage. I was over there with her mom and aunt outside, and it was the day before Christmas Eve 2021. My girlfriend's encounter was a few months before, in the summertime. It was also late, about 8ish p.m., and it was a very quick encounter. I was facing the street, and I happened to look across the street, and I saw a very tall black shadow in the shape of what I can only describe as a werewolf. It was running from right to left, and I saw it kind of like super fast in an all-black silhouette. It was very supernatural to me because we didn't see it in full view, flesh or blood or anything. But it was still very big, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing in the moment. I didn't even say anything to anyone or talk about it after. I was confused, like my brain didn't want to fully accept it. It took, I think, about January when I really started to look back and talk about it. I can remember it very easily because you can't make that up, that it was a very clear shadow and weird to see in the neighborhood like mine. I've also had small things to add to it, like 2 years even before this happened to either of us, I would sometimes only at night see yellow eyes in our kitchen window. At a different house from my girlfriend's, but same neighborhood. In one spot in my living room was the only place that I would see it, in a chair where you could still see the kitchen. I didn't even know what it was or put it together until after this. I'm not sure exactly if that's it, but I don't see it anymore. And back when I did, I would always get a creepy feeling from it, and it was like only I could see it. It would always trip me out, and I would look for lights that were maybe reflecting from the house or the neighbor's house or anything at all. I could never find anything. It also wouldn't be there every night. I would think about going up to the window to look out, but I always had this very sudden terrifying feeling, and I just wanted to get away from it. Also, one morning when I was getting up for work at like 5 a.m., I heard a bump and slide on my wall, the other side and from my backyard. I heard it, and I just told myself I needed to go to work. I'm not dealing with anything right now, and I didn't see anything after that. I don't know exactly if it's a dog man or something else. I feel like it's not exactly harmful because we haven't seen much and it hasn't come too close, but it's definitely made itself known. I have a lot of other stories about things that are paranormal in part of my life. I'm scared of it, but I'm used to it by now, and I can kind of feel when I should be scared or worried. I love your guys' podcast. It gets me through my workday. You guys are awesome. Keep it up and do some more Dogman stories. LOL. Hopefully I won't see anything else or see it fully, but if I do, I'll let you know. I've always wanted to contact a podcast, and I thought you guys would be the best one. Let me know if you have any questions, and I would love to hear what you guys think of it. It kind of bothers me sometimes. I've never really talked to anyone other than my dad and girlfriend about it. Ben, my guy, thanks so much for choosing us.
Appreciate
to share your Dogman story. You are definitely in Dogman territory up there in Michigan. 100%.
So we basically got La Familia up there.
Oh yeah, Kyle's got fam up that way.
Well, that and then that's where Kyle's from.
Oh yeah,
Discord Kyle.
Nice. I forgot
We got
for some reason in my
some loyals up there.
he lives closer to us.
No, he lives in Michigan.
Right on. Let me think here. Some notes. I'm curious. Have you ever found any like evidence of it being there, like a physical being? Like you heard it eating something. Did anybody happen to go out and look around where it was to see if there was any carcass left, to see if there were any tracks? Like, I'm super curious if there's any tracks out that way, because I've seen reports of Dogman leaving big wolf-like-esque tracks whenever they've been sighted. So if you do happen to encounter it again, if you don't want to see it, I'm not imposing that on you. I hope you don't see it, but if you do, I would definitely safely try to do some follow-up and maybe see if you can't find some evidence of maybe a track, take some pictures of it, just to kind of solidify your story. The fact that so many people have also seen it is pretty telling. Seen it and heard it, essentially. The eyes through the window thing reminds me of Kyle's encounter with the black dog, 100%.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that popped into my head. Even the way he reacted to it, like, I'm not dealing with this right now.
Yeah, it was terrifying. But I do, like, I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but you have this feeling that it's not, that it won't or can't hurt you or whatever you were saying. It ate something, my guy.
Yeah, it was
chewing
on the fence
on an animal. However, it is interesting how it has these paranormal abilities, these spiritual abilities, like how you described it as seeing it in more or less like this shadow form. And Tony, in his Dogman venture, after he got back from chasing the Dogman down there in Kentucky, he says that him and his wife one night heard what sounded like a dog walking through their house. He could hear the nails clicking on the hardwood.
Like tip taps?
Yeah. But he got up to look and there was nothing there. And it makes you wonder, I mean, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's some type of spiritual ability, for lack of better words, that surround these types of things.
Almost like it can switch in the realms.
Oh, that's
of
gross to think about.
Switch from the realms of supernatural to physical, metaphysical.
Like, I knew where you were going when you started saying that. I'm like, that's gross.
Like, I mean, because
essentially you're gonna have to tie the two together. Like even with Bigfoot's encounters and shit, where people see it just disappear into nothing. Like, how else would you describe it? You know,
like it's like being able to
explain it.
Yeah, it would be like the dog man encountering a wall, and then it decides, oh, I'm just gonna go into spirit mode and float through the wall, and then I'm gonna go back to physical mode.
Yep,
that's gross.
Yeah,
That's gross.
Because half of his story essentially,
100%.
This spiritual being, this paranormal being, but you have the other half where it was physically eating.
Yeah, that's physical.
Another physical creature.
Right.
So,
That's it's scary, and it's also a really crazy way to think about it, because I haven't really heard it. I know people have described it, just like with Bigfoot, like you were saying, in this back and forth, but to then have I guess you could loosely put it as our dumbed down version, but you painting that picture of it being able to turn it on and off like a light switch.
Yeah.
Because you hear a lot of people that are back and forth. It's either spiritual or it's physical, and then I haven't had it put in the understanding for me that it's like a light switch. Like they literally can control it when they want to control it.
Which explains so much, especially like in the Bigfoot community. You have your flesh and blood Bigfoot people, where this is a flesh and blood primate, and then you have your paranormal Bigfoot people, where this is some sort of creature from another realm.
Right.
Well, who's to say it's not both?
It very well could be.
And
100%. It might as well be.
Manipulate it as needed, which would lead a whole bunch of credence as to why we cannot find legit hard evidence of these creatures.
And then you would think, as far as capturing pictures of them, a lot of people will capture supposed pictures, but the pictures are fucked. They're just trash. But you would almost think that if it does have these abilities, that there would be a type of energy difference between us and them.
Yeah.
Right?
Where it would,
if that makes sense.
Manipulate the flesh.
Yeah.
At least affect them.
Right. And that could explain a lot right there.
I love it. I love cryptid stories.
This has been an awesome night.
So, definitely call us back or email us or text us about more of your paranormal experiences, Ben, because I'm curious if we can tie these in to whatever this creature is.
So awesome.
The werewolf form is that would be, I feel like the Dogman is probably the most terrifying cryptid.
Wendigo, bro.
Yeah, Wendigo.
Wendigo's pretty fucking creepy.
I'm trying to fuck with the Wendigo.
I do like his description, though, when he's like, I've more or less seen a werewolf.
Because that's you don't think about it when you think of Dogman until you think about Dogman, and then you're like,
that's a werewolf.
That's a werewolf.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, they could almost be responsible for where werewolf lore came from.
100%.
You know?
100%. I love it.
I love all you weirdos.
That's so awesome. So awesome.
And like he said, he hopes he never sees it again. And on that note, I hope you don't see it.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you do, let's
get some footprints.
Let's take some pictures of some footprints.
Hell yeah.
Pull hair off the fence, send it in. We'll pay to have it DNA tested eventually.
I would.
Because that would be.
Yeah, I'll come up there and I'll find him.
Yeah. We'll send Discord Kyle out there.
Right. He'll do it.
I'll have boots on the ground, bud.
He'll get it. He'll capture it for us.
I love it. All
right, we're right there at the end.
Shorty?
We got a short voicemail.
Yeah,
I'm gonna burn it. So let's see what this is.
Gonna burn.
I just found your guys' podcast, and you guys are great. I am obsessed with the Butso episode right now. You guys are just phenomenal. I would really like to talk to you. I put on a Truth Seekers Water Festival, and I think you guys might be interested in coming because it's next to the highest point on this side of the Mississippi, which is the East Coast in the Appalachian Mountains. My name's Kimberly, also known as Water Woman, and I teach the language of water. Let's have a conversation. I would like to teach you the language of water so you can feel the truth when found. If you find my website, please use it. I'm getting it rebuilt as we speak, but you gotta put the www in there, man. It doesn't come up, but it's www. Two speakers with an S, waterfestival.org. So let's co-create something great. How about a new heaven on earth and a new script? Well, that's what we're doing at the True Seekers Water Festival. And I'd like to tell you guys about it. I'm really looking forward to talking to you guys, and keep up the great work. I'm so inspired by you. I want you to do a podcast at the festival. It's going to be woo! All right, listen, you guys call me, and we'll do the language of water, and we'll get this information out to the world, and we'll share. That's what it's about. It's all about the water, my dear. So I'll talk to you soon. Blessings.
Kimberly, thank you so much for the message and the call-in. I love your enthusiasm.
For sure.
It is awesome. And I'll be the first to say that I don't know a whole lot about water or the truth that water brings or any of that.
Same.
So we are definitely open to learn.
It does remind me of like water spirits and shit, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for the conversation. So
yeah,
let's get in contact and see what this is all about.
Might as well.
We are open and ready to roll.
We definitely get invited to some particular things. This being one of them.
Let's go.
Like shit that is way out of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Might as well.
I love the enthusiasm. I love the kind words. That was awesome. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we will definitely get in contact and see what this is all about, because this is definitely new to me. I'll be checking out the website and seeing what's going on with the truth the water is bringing. But yes, thank you so much for calling in and being inspired. Your energy has inspired me.
Yeah, I actually, now that you bring that up, why did we inspire you?
Yeah.
I feel like it's a fair question.
Yeah, for sure. Email us or call us.
Yeah.
Call us back and leave a message about how we were inspiring. Because
I'm interested.
when I think of inspiring, I definitely do not.
I think of like
myself.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in The Predator, Bruce Willis in Die Hard.
Inspirations are subjective.
I mean, that's just my form of inspiration.
So I think that is a good spot to end the holophone episode.
For sure.
This evening.
For sure.
There's a bunch. We're probably going to make some more. So until we talk to you next Monday, stay safe, stay weird, and call us back with the MH70 story.
Please.
Email us, text us, because I'm trying to figure out how this damn missing airplane ties into your UFO story. Let's go.
Do you want to help kids with their feelings but aren't sure how? You're not alone. Research shows many adults struggle to support kids' mental health, but help is here. Backed by experts at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, the Kids Mental Health Foundation offers free resources to help you create a supportive environment for the kids in your life. Visit kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org for more, because kids' mental health starts with us.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15/5/28.
McCrispy strips are now at McDonald's. I hope you're ready for the most dippable chicken in McDonald's history. Dip it in all the sauces. Dip it in that hot sauce in your bag. Dip it in your McFlurry. Your dip is your business. McCrispy strips at McDonald's.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Do you want to help kids with their feelings but aren't sure how? You're not alone. Research shows many adults struggle to support kids' mental health, but help is here. Backed by experts at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, the Kids Mental Health Foundation offers free resources to help you create a supportive environment for the kids in your life. Visit kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org for more, because kids' mental health starts with us.
Welcome back to the Hollow Sky Podcast. We're your hosts, Steven
and Kyle.
And I have allergies, so you guys get to deal with that.
Awesome.
That's my gift to you this week.
That is pretty fair.
Wonderful Monday morning. Today, me and Kyle are going to talk about a little UFO incident that happened a long time ago in a galaxy not far away because it was our galaxy here on Earth. But before we do that, we got to get through all the business. So check us out at all our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, anywhere that you like to hang out and be social. Search up the Hollow Sky Podcast and find us there. If you have a paranormal encounter you'd like for us to feature on a future show, Kyle's got all the sick details on how to get your story to us.
You can call or text the holophone, and that's going to be 1-618-556-0837. You can also use your voice memo apps or just record yourself on a video. Shoot that over to the email, which is going to be hollowskypodcast@gmail.com. You can also write out your stories, send them there. You can just do whatever you want, really. Note to everyone out there, something me and Steve have just discovered, is that sometimes you guys submit stories and they go to junk mail. Now, normally that's not a problem. However,
in our research, we have put our emails into some questionable sites,
and one of them email bombed us, and we are to this day still getting like 500 fucking emails slammed to our junk email, where sometimes your emails also get filed.
So if you don't ever hear your story, that's probably why.
Yeah, probably got lost in the ether of a bunch of questionable other emails.
Very
Should never
questionable.
Ever.
Yeah, it's that's a given.
Yeah, I just need to burn that whole file.
Yeah.
Since we were looking for one specific email, like we should have heard from this person, and I couldn't find it. So I'm like, I'm gonna look through the junk folder, and there was another one we didn't even know was in there.
Yep.
And I'm like, bitch, because I never check it.
No, I don't either. Because
it's full of garbage.
Yeah, it's like really, yeah.
Like I feel like I'll get an STD just skipping through it.
That is probably the best way to put that.
It's not a healthy place to be.
No.
Our junk email folder. Anyway, so bear with us if you sent your story and haven't heard from it yet. Hadn't heard it yet. There is a chance that it fell into the garbage pile. That is our junk folder, and I think it erases after every so many weeks. So
it needs to erase itself every like 30 seconds.
I know, like it's so bad that we're like, maybe we will create a new email, but then like the flip side of that is that we have to change everything to have a new email. So we're just gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
But good on bringing that up.
It's a part of us now.
Yeah, it's our burden to bear. It was signing up on that stupid website for the Brotherhood of the Snake.
I know.
As soon as I put it in, our emails just start going ding, 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 ding.
Blowing up.
I'm like, great.
Hey, you guys signed up for
first disinformation.
True Green. You guys signed up for this. And it's like, no.
Have you gotten your payout yet? Oh.
No.
Oh. We're still poor.
we need that.
Start signing up for that. Anyway, that being said, since we went off the rails there, just bear with us.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
We oh yeah, if you'd like to support the show, which I'm sure you do, the first wonderful thing you could do is share the show word of mouth. Post it on social media. Post it wherever podcasts are. Share it with all your weird friends. Just pass the love that is the Hollow Sky Podcast to anybody that listens to the podcast and likes weird shit. Now, if you want to support us further, we have a Patreon. You can go check it out. We release all kinds of extra content over there. There's goodies you'll get after you sign up, and I get on my mail days, and we'll send you some good stuff. There's extra content, all kinds of stuff. Check that out. See if there's a tier that you like. Sign up for it. We have a Venmo where you can throw in some extra pocket change to buy us some monsters. What else we got?
A actual physical address where you can send us weird shit. We haven't plugged that in a minute.
We do have a P.O. box. You can send us some cool stuff.
Yeah, please do that.
Definitely.
We like strange shit.
Yeah. Our haunted doll could always use companions.
That's true.
Cursed items.
Big facts.
We're all about getting curses here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna argue that fact.
Yeah. It couldn't be any worse than it already is. So.
No, yeah, I'm with you there.
Send it.
Like I literally sat in the dark the other night. I actually commented on another podcaster's, the Freaky V podcast. He made some joke. I can't remember what it was, and I was like, "Hey, that's comparable to me finding scratches on my back and then laying in bed at night, looking into the darkness of my room and going, do better, and then going to sleep." He's like, "Yep, that's pretty much."
I've yet to be attacked in my sleep physically, so I'm waiting. It'll be fine. Oh, but wherever you listen to podcasts, you can leave us a 5-star rating and review. That would be super sick and dope. And if it's a really good one, I'll find it and I'll shout it out. So that's what I do. Today's 5-star rating and review comes to us from our friend Electric Dreams 88, top paranormal podcast. Electric Dreams 88 says, I stumbled across this podcast while researching Stardust Ranch. I binged the 5 episodes on Stardust while cleaning the house and didn't realize the time went by and the episodes were so good. I was impressed with the amount of information, research, and thoughts given in the episodes, along with their shout out to fans. It's been about a month now, and I've been binging episodes when I can since they offer a little bit of everything and touch on lesser known stories. If you like anything weird, paranormal, or downright creepy, Some episodes made me want to sleep with the lights on. This is your podcast. Well, Electric Dreams 88, thank you so much for taking the time to leave such kind words.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Yeah, we appreciate you as much as you appreciate us.
That review had some valuable girth to it.
Yeah, took some time.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Me too. So
much love.
Yes, keep it coming. Keep them rolling in. Leave us good words, and then we'll repeat those good words on the show.
Yeah.
There, we are going to roll into the listener experience of the day, week, however you want to say it. This is from our friend who doesn't leave a name. Nope, Jay in the UK. Paranormal Encounters from Jay in the UK. This comes from our friend Jay in the UK. Hey guys, I want to say you guys are fucking legends and I love your shows to the fullest. I follow your TikTok and I love your shit. Everything you do bangs. My TikTok is
awesome. This dude is awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out his TikTok here. My TikTok is ArkVNA Official. ARKVNA Official. Go subscribe to his TikTok if you guys are in the TikTok world. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my submission. If you do, and like I said there, don't hesitate to send a follow-up email if you have any questions or anything. Love you, dudes. Peace and love, brothers. And then he does a prayer hands emoji and a fist bump emoji. So
Hell yeah.
I am metaphysically fist bumping you, Jay, from the nethers of Illinois across the pond to the UK.
That's pretty significant there.
Built a wormhole here.
Hey, I mean, why not?
The wormhole.
Why not? Why not?
That's where we're at tonight.
That's okay. That's okay.
Let's hear it, Jay. Let's fucking go.
From the UK.
Yo, Hollow Sky family, this is Jay from the UK. I just wanted to say first off, man, your show is 5 stars. I've given you a review on Spotify, but I don't let you type a description of why you think it's 5 stars. So I just want to say, man, I'll wait for every episode to come out, listening to all the back catalogue. Man, A star, mate, A star. So yeah, I thought I'd record something because I've obviously listened to a few of your shows, well, more than a few, but yeah, with people talking about shadow people and whatnot, and I just wanted to give my encounters and whatnot, so I'll just dive straight into it. Hopefully I don't make this too long. But first off, like so the house that I grew up in when I was younger, we heard that somebody had committed suicide in there previously. And you know, we had a couple of odd things, nothing that I can remember too much, but I remember it always being a bit uneasy in the bedroom where this gentleman committed suicide. So it was always a little bit eerie, always felt like you're being watched or something. Like, you know, I'm not really too sure what all that was, but things really started popping off after my mother died in 2005. And I remember the night my mother died, we everybody used to gather outside our front garden and whatnot, and we was out there by the front gate, and my dad had left cigarettes upstairs in the bedroom on the bedside table. All the lights were off upstairs, so I turned the landing light on and went upstairs, went into the bedroom. It was darkness, grabbed the cigarettes from the bedside table, come round the side of the bed, so come out of the bedroom, and I switched the light off, so there was no lights on upstairs at all. It was only a downstairs light that was on, and there was our stairs, there was 3 stairs at the top, leading to a little square bit, and then the rest of the stairs pointing down. It's kind of like an L shape. And so I jumped down the 3 stairs onto the square, as I usually do, and from grabbing the cigarettes, and I looked back into the bedroom that I had just come out of, and there was a shadow. I'm getting chills talking about it, and I've probably talked about it about 5 times since this happened, maximum. But yeah, so heart's racing talking about it. But yeah, I jumped down the stairs, looked back to that bedroom, and there was a shadow coming out of the bedroom, hitting the wall. And there was no lights up there, no lights on, curtains were closed, there was no lights drawing in through that could have, just the way the window was situated, where the shadow appeared and it was coming out of the bedroom, there was no way of a light creating a shadow, and that definitely could not have been my shadow, because my shadow would have been hitting a different point, you see. So that was like my first real memorable experience of like a shadow person. I always for years thought it was a shadow of my mother, but due to recent occurrences I've kind of drifted away from that, because I've had few more dealings, viewings of said shadow people, you see, in the house that I'm currently living in with my partner and my son. And it's really been picking up since my son has been born. But going back quickly, so when I was growing up, after my mum had died, I remember one time I got suspended from school, so I was at home for a week, and me and my dad was sat there in the living room. It was just me and my dad, and the TV was off, and there was like 3 stacks of pound coins on top of the TV, because when growing up, we didn't have a lot of money. My parents didn't work due to certain reasons. And we had a TV that had a box on the side of it that you had to put pound coins in it, and for every pound coin you got 6 hours of viewing on the TV or something like that. But the TV was not on, and there were 3 stacks of pound coins on top of the TV, and we were sat there talking, and all of a sudden all 3 stacks lifted into the air, like separated, lifted into the air and dropped probably about a meter away from the TV, like all kind of sprawled out on the floor. Me and my dad just looked at each other, and we was like, we'll go out for a cigarette. So that was another experience. Yeah, I feel like in this house. So that's the 2 from that I remember from when I was growing up. But unfortunately, I don't have too many. Well, fortunately, I don't have too many memories of my childhood so much. They're the 2 that really stand out for me. I had an abusive father, so my brain's just blocked out a lot of stuff, and I don't have a good memory because of that, because I just like to, I have an automatic mechanism where I just like to forget stuff, and my brain just doesn't remember things. But recently, in the past year, since my son's been born, in the house that I'm currently living in with my partner, we've had a few things fly about, not like big weighty things, but little bits of things, like little bits of plastic that flew across the room when only one person has been in that room. Like my partner experienced it. She was cleaning the floor by the washing machine, and there was nobody in there, and a lid from a gas refiller for lighters. It shot from one side of the room to the other. It flew over the top of her head and bounced about. She was like, just, have you, was you chucking anything in that? I had not been moving. I was sat in the living room. So that was one thing. And another one, I was washing up in the kitchen, and just out of nowhere, from underneath the cupboard, a piece of plastic dropped from underneath the cupboard. And it was a bit of black plastic, no more than an inch in size. And there was nowhere that it could have came from, but it was directly under the cupboard, and it just bounced on the side. I was looking at everything I was touching. There was nothing that it could have flew off from, and there was nowhere that it could have come from underneath that thing. It was just really weird. I do not know where that bit of plastic came from to this day. And we also see a lot of the time on the baby monitor, like black shadow pass in front of it a lot. And go up there's obviously nothing in there, and we don't know if it's a malfunction of the camera. That's what we've been putting it down to. But we brought it brand new. It's no more than because we had one previously and it was happening with that one, so we brought another one, and the same thing is happening with that one. So that's very strange. Also, around December time, the December just gone, I was home alone with my boy. I put him to bed. Come down, watching TV, waiting for the missus to finish work, and I sat on the sofa watching a bit of TV. All I heard was a bang in the kitchen, just a doo doo doo, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening here?" Right, so I walked out into the kitchen, and there's a pot on top of the fridge that I keep our baby's like formula and snacks in and whatnot, all the baby's food, and it wasn't hanging off the side of the fridge that it was sat on. It was fully on there, and there was nothing that could have pushed it off. And I've walked out there and I've looked on top, and that pot is slid down directly 90-degree angle down the side of the fridge. It was like pushed right against it. So it's literally like something had just slid it off and slapped it to the side of the fridge. It was very, very weird. I still don't have an explanation for that to this day. There is a video that I can send you guys as well of when it just happened that I sent to my partner at the time. I can send that through if you want to shoot me an email, reply back if you want to want me to send it over so you guys can have a little look at it. But yeah, and very, very weird, very weird. Yeah, so they're the bits that's been happening, and sometimes as well at the top of the stairs. Like as we sat in the living room, we feel like there's something watching us through the bars of the stairs. It's very weird, and sometimes we've seen a few shadows passing, like by bars of the stairs, which is strange. And we've heard nothing about people that's lived there previously dying in the property. It's been about for a few years, so it possibly could be. It's built in the 90s. So, there's enough time for there to, a spirit maybe be here. But I feel like because I had such a traumatic childhood that, I've heard that people that have had a traumatic childhood sometimes have these experiences. And I feel like it's attached to me to a degree because it just feels like it follows me. I've just got uneasy feelings a lot of the time. And my partner's stepmother is she does tarot readings. She's very spiritual. She goes to shows, and she does a lot of work in that field. So she's come and smudged the house a few times, like twice, so a couple of times, and she's given us some crystals to try and help cleanse the energy and that, but nothing seems to really stop the activity. And I don't know, I just feel like something might be attached to me. So currently I'm looking at getting a personal smudging or a spiritual cleansing, but I'm still trying to research it and find somebody that's decent and within my range, of where I'm at. So that's kind of all I've got, guys. If you want to, shoot me back an email and reply to this and, ask me a few more questions, see if I can elaborate on anything you might have questions on. Or if you can provide me with any information sort of thing, that would be fantastic. But I just want to appreciate, obviously, if you guys don't use this for your show, that's cool, man. I just really felt that I needed to record this and send it over to you. Yeah, I had the feeling for the past week to do this, and this is the only time I've kind of got 10, 20 minutes to be able to sit down and record this. But, well, yeah, 30 minutes, it's not too long, just that I wanted it. But, yeah, I really appreciate you guys' time, and, yeah, man, keep up the work you're doing, and keep up with the content that you're doing, because it's very entertaining, very informative, and I fucking love you dudes, man. You get me through my day half the time. So thank you for all that. And yeah, peace and love.
Jay from the UK, thanks so much for taking the time to submit your story and leaving us all the kind words, my friend. Let's break this down. I do know that you hear stories about when someone has a lot of trauma in their life, that it kind of makes them susceptible to spirits, sometimes not good ones, to become a presence in their life. And the way you described your initial shadow encounter kind of makes me feel like it's similar to mine. The one that I see in my house, granted, the one that I see pretty much, like I said before, stays the same path, but like there's no necessarily a light source to produce the shadow. It's not my own shadow, and it's always the same thing over and over and over again. Another thing that makes me think you're probably hitting the nail on the head when you said it's tied to you and not to a geographical location, is that, again, it kind of, whatever this thing is, moved with you, essentially, from your original house to the house you share with your partner now. Does it feel, I know it's creepy, and like when you describe and see it on the baby monitor, I looked at Kyle, I'm like, that's fucking
Yeah, that would definitely get me.
Do you feel that it's malevolent? Do you feel that it's trying to harm you in any way? Do you feel that it's like trying to cause drama or grief in your life? Is it trying to affect your child or your partner? I'm just curious if it's like a benevolent being where it's just kind of there, kind of follows you around and makes its presence known, or if it's actively trying to cause chaos. Because I can see how that could get annoying really super fast.
Yeah, and scary.
Especially having a young child in the house.
Yeah, and
it's different when you're just dealing with yourself.
Yeah.
Dealing when you're out trying to protect your kids, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, and it's no different than where I was, when we were looking to go to Cemetery X and stuff, like looking for my own ways of protection, and my son started experiencing shit. And to be honest with you, and it's cliche, it's whatever. Everybody knows me and Steve aren't the most religious people in the world. However, knock on wood, man, like by me saying, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you, get out, you're not welcome here. I do that relatively often, unbeknownst to a lot of people. I also, not that it's very specific, but I also sometimes before bed, I will give thanks. I say, thank you for keeping my family safe today. Me, thank you for looking out for my son, my daughter, my wife, and myself. And it's not in specifics. Like it's just me giving thanks is all that is, right? And that seems to be working so much so that I don't hear the woman's voice at night anymore. I haven't heard that since I started doing this.
Yeah,
and it's fucking weird.
If it works, it works.
Dude, it is bizarre.
Like Julie said at the paranormal conference, she said one of the strongest spells you could put out is the Lord's Prayer.
Yeah.
Like it works because it works.
Right.
It's just whether so many people put so much good intention toward those words that are said, or whether it's some kind of biblical higher power.
Yeah.
Whatever the case may be,
it
words work.
Yeah.
So that might be another avenue. Or maybe print out a copy of the Lord's Prayer and hang it on a wall.
There you go.
I don't know. But if anybody listening, I know we've got a lot of awesome, knowledgeable, excellent listeners. If anybody has any advice to help our buddy Jay out in possible like self-cleansing, either hit us up and we'll pass the word on to Jay, or call in and we'll share the advice on the show, or just anything we can do to help him kind of lull whatever he's got going on.
Hey, Holocult, have you ever gotten back from a paranormal investigation, woken up with some funky symptoms like a swollen itchy eye, tight pain in your neck, weird cold symptoms that just won't go away, and then you immediately Googled it or searched TikTok to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you need with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can filter doctors who take your insurance, are located nearby, are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and are highly rated by verified patients. Luckily, I haven't had to book an actual doctor's appointment. I've stayed pretty healthy, but I have used the app to book a mock appointment. It is great. So easy. It's a one-stop shop for any of your booking needs. You can search up doctors close by, doctors in your insurance network, ones that have short wait times. It really is nice. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/hollow1 to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/HOLO1. ZocDoc.com/hollow1. Hey, Holocult. Do you remember a time where if you wanted weed, you had to meet up with some sketchy dude behind the dumpster in a Denny's parking lot? You don't have to do that anymore, because you can get federally legal THC shipped right to your front door. How can you get that done? With Mood. Mood delivers premium 100% federally legal THC right to your door. You can get 20% off your first order at mood.com/HOLO and enter coupon code HOLO. I'm talking high potency gummies, top shelf flour, home baked cookies, vapes, anything you find at a dispensary, you can now order online and have it shipped quickly, discreetly, and conveniently right to your door. Every Mood product is made from pesticide-free cannabis grown on America's best small farms at prices that won't destroy your wallet. Best of all, not only is every Mood product backed by a 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, listeners get 20% off their first order with code HOLO. So head over to mood.com/HOLO, check out their online dispensary, and let Mood help you discover your perfect mood. And don't forget to use coupon code HOLO when you check out to save 20% on your first order.
The best piece of financial advice I've ever received is to pay yourself first. That's why now with every paycheck I receive, I start by putting a little bit away for those rainy days. Today's episode is sponsored by Acorns. Acorns is a financial wellness app that makes it easy to start saving and investing for your future. Acorns lets you get started with the spare money you've got right now, even if all you've got is spare change. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns recommends a diversified portfolio that can help you weather all of the market's ups and downs. Using Acorns, before I knew it, I had a couple $1,000s in a little nest egg account. Sign up now and join the over 14 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $25 billion with Acorns. Head to acorns.com/EYL or download the Acorns app to get started. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/EYL.
But yeah, again, Jay, thanks so much. And if you want to, shoot those pictures to our email. If I think about it, I'll hit you back on the email. But if you listen to this, definitely send us that post whole pot collapse picture that you snapped and sent to your partner, because I'd love to see that too.
Yeah, for sure.
Send it our way.
We like the weird. It makes me real quick. I've been thinking about it too. We need to touch base with the Anil guy, because he was more or less wanting us to try to help him too.
Oh.
Where Anil was talking to him from the closet.
Oh yeah. Damn, I wonder
Yeah.
if he's hit us back.
I don't know. I plan on texting him and getting an update, but this is
You know what just hit me in my head? If you change the words in Anil, it spells alien.
that is weird. That's scary. That's scary.
I hate that.
Yeah. I
Because
don't
you said
like that
Anil,
either.
and I'm like, what are you saying? And you made the connection for me. I was like,
Gross.
oh.
Gross. Yeah, but these things happen, and don't think like the Neil guy. Don't think that we're just cold shouldering you or anything like that. Like life gets crazy, and we apologize for dropping the ball sometimes. But in these cases where if you really do need help, and then say we forget, and that goes with everything. Just keep reminding us.
Yeah.
Keep sending us shit because it brings it to the forefront again. Where we're like, oh shit, yeah, we definitely need to do this, you know. So sometimes you got to kind of hold our feet to the fire.
Just kind of stimulate our ADD brain sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, if anybody has any help that you can send our way, we could get to Jay, especially if you have any contacts in the UK. If it has to be something on a more like personal level, send them our way. We'll get them to him. Hopefully we can chill out whatever he's got going on. If he doesn't want it there, it shouldn't be there. So.
Right.
Again, if you have an encounter you'd like for us to feature and talk about, listen to the beginning of the show.
Yep.
I'll tell you how to get there.
Also, a lot of that information is in the show notes as well.
Oh yeah, Kyle slathers it in there.
I do my best.
So I have been looking around at some UFO incidents, and I picked up some books on some UFO incidents, and I've just kind of been into this whole UFOs is on the forefront of everybody's talking point, especially lately with all the government shit going on, with it being brought to the Senate floor and all this other shit. So I've just been kind of digging into some interesting UFO reports. This is one that had made its circuits quite a bit. I know it had been on UFO hunters and all this shit, but I figured I'd bring it to the Hollow Sky table and we will talk about it. It is the Aurora incident, also known as the Texas Roswell encounter, the Roswell of Texas. So this UFO incident is reported to have happened almost exactly 125 years ago. According to the legend, on the early morning of April 17th, 1897, something absolutely bizarre happened in the small town of Aurora, Texas. Aurora is located just north of Fort Worth and Dallas in Wise County, Texas. According to the information I got from the 2010 census, Aurora had a population of 1,200 at that point. So I imagine it was probably less in the 1890s, because that was a long time ago. So on this fateful April morning, the town experienced something truly out of this world. As the residents of the town were stirring awake to begin their day, a few started to notice something in the morning sky, something falling from the heavens. As people looked on, they began to realize that the object falling from the skies was actually a silver cigar-shaped aircraft. It was falling out of control and headed for the ground. As it fell closer and closer, it actually collided with a windmill at the house of local Judge Proctor, where it reported to burst into flames and smash into the ground, completely destroying the craft and allegedly killing the pilot. It was reported to be of another world. That was quote, of another world. That being said, a news article from the Fort Worth Register stated that this pilot from another world did not survive, but he was given a Christian burial at a local cemetery.
I mean, that makes sense, right?
Especially
given the time, yeah, that totally makes sense. And it's also actually, if you really think about it, it's actually kind of fucking cool. It's cool that the people of that local area decided to bury them with the same respects they would bury their loved ones. Like, I find that really fucking cool.
Yeah, I feel like it says a lot about the town, absolutely.
For sure. Fuck yeah, man.
So, after this crash, the word spread pretty quick and made its rounds around a lot of the local newspapers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I found the actual article from the Dallas Morning News that I'm going to read right now. Keep in mind, this is from 1897. So, it's titled, "A Windmill Demolishes It." Aurora, Wise County, Texas, April 17th. About 6 o'clock this morning, the early risers of Aurora were astonished at the sudden appearance of an airship which had been sailing through the country. It was traveling due north and much nearer to the Earth than ever before. Evidently, some of the machinery was out of order, for it was making a speed of only 10 to 12 miles an hour and gradually settling toward the Earth. It sailed directly over the public square, and when it reached the northern part of the town, it collided with the tower of Judge Proctor's windmill and went to pieces with a terrific explosion, scattering debris over several acres of the ground, wrecking the windmill and water tank and destroying the judge's flower garden. The pilot of the ship is supposed to have been the only one on board, and while his remains were badly disfigured, enough of the original had been picked up to show that he was not an inhabitant of this world. Mr. T.J. Weems, the United States Signal Service officer at this place and, quote, an authority on astronomy, gives it as his opinion that he was a native of the planet Mars. Papers found on this person evidently a record of his travels are written in some unknown hieroglyphics and cannot be deciphered. The ship was too badly wrecked to form any conclusion as to its construction or motive power. It was built of an unknown metal resembling somewhat of a mixture of aluminum and silver, and it must have weighed several tons. The town is full of people today who are viewing the wreck and gathering specimens of the strange metal from the debris. The pilot's funeral will take place at high noon tomorrow. So that was the news article directly from the Dallas Morning News.
It's pretty bizarre that they would come to the conclusion that it's from Mars.
Yeah, I looked into that. And considering the time period that it came out in,
right,
which is 1897, they have no knowledge of otherworldly craft or anything, because this was 50 fucking years before Roswell.
Right, yeah, exactly.
5 years before the Wright brothers even made an airplane to fly people.
That's crazy.
But they said that, I found a little snippet from an article here that talked about the time period. They had just developed a telescope. Here it is. This is from KERNAnews.org. It's a local northern Texas news source. It says this wasn't the only UFO sighting in Texas in the spring of 1897. New telescope technology had allowed people to see the face of Mars more clearly than ever, though it may not be quite clear enough. Just a year prior, an Italian astronomer announced that he had seen evidence of canals on Mars, and this information that was coming out kind of freaked people out. Kind of made them thinking, oh man, if there's a canal on Mars, there could be water on Mars, there could be life on Mars. It was the first serious discussion of our time about there possibly being life on Mars. So when this happened, people sort of ran with it. There was also a lot of literature, science fiction literature out at the time that talked about life on Mars.
Okay.
So
that makes sense.
Once you have this aircraft and stuff crash and they put the pieces of the body back together and it doesn't look like it's human, the first thing they ran to was like Mars and Martians.
Well, yeah, it's relevant, right? It's in the talking points of people of the planet, of the town, whatever the case may be. It gives them a general direction, and it also kind of makes people feel better to have an answer than to not have an answer.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of these situations, like it would be smarter for someone to go, no, this is from Mars, okay? Than them going, where's this being come from? And they go, we don't know. Yeah.
And reports from witnesses said that the airship, that news article said it was only traveling 10 to 12 miles an hour. I'd also read other eyewitness reports that said as it was careening out of the sky, the article said that something must have been wrong with it because it was only traveling at 10 to 12 miles an hour. There were other reports saying that it was moving at 100 miles an hour, which it was probably moving that speed before whatever malfunction happened.
Yeah.
Now that I read it and put the two together. But the crazy thing is like at that point in time, No, I don't feel like anybody knew what 100 miles an hour
I
was.
was getting ready to say, like, they can't even comprehend like
No.
how fast that actually
I
was.
watched a YouTube video and they said at that period in 1897, the fastest a human being had traveled was 35 miles an hour by locomotive. There was 5 years before planes were invented.
Right.
There was air balloon travel, but you're not going to move that fast in an air balloon
And I mean, it could have been one of them overzealous things too, where like they know what 35 is, and then just going. I mean, if a train goes 35, it's going like 100 miles an hour.
Exactly. I even wrote that down. So them referring to something that fast would be akin to us seeing something moving at faster than we can fathom. We'd be like, it was moving thousands of miles an hour.
100%.
Like the Tic Tac, where it's moving so fast that they can't keep up with it with cameras and shit.
Yeah.
That's what it made me think of. According to other reports, many of the residents of Aurora all converged on the farm of Judge J.S. Proctor to see if they could help out in any way, put out the fires that had started from the explosion that were a result of the collision. Again, keep in mind this is 50 years before the Roswell crash, and the only reference of alien life that had ever existed is in science fiction novels. It's also reported that many of the town's people at the crash site recovered multiple pieces of the craft.
Imagine that. I would almost be willing to bet that somewhere out there in someone's family lineage, there might be pieces of the craft.
Interestingly enough, after they buried the pilot, most of the townspeople discarded the pieces of the craft down a local well.
That's weird.
It is weird. Either it's part of the legend that people put out there to kind of eliminate any evidence if this was not true, or it makes me think of how people with implants unknowingly get rid of their implant.
Yeah, that is a weird point.
So they discarded it down this well.
Because I also at that time I don't know what the governmental structure would be.
Oh,
right.
I have no idea.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like it could have been like a hiding of sorts of like people start investigating the town. Government officials start showing up, start throwing fucking threats. And the town, whether they did it or not, but just everybody was like, all right, this is what we're going to fucking say. We're going to say we pitch it down this well. That way, if people come looking, we have an answer. And it's one they're not going to like because they can't get down there and get it.
Yeah. And it almost, because I mean, that being so long ago, you don't know if our government knew what was of extraterrestrials at that point, because now that you said that, there could have been a Men in Black type situation that came in and said, you guys are going to get rid of this shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will wipe this town off the map.
Right.
This town of 1,000 people, you won't even have existed off the map. Which, not long after that, it was either after or before a huge outbreak of, let me see what I got here. Spotted fever came through and killed a bunch of people.
Oh, shit.
So, man, it makes you wonder if it was related to the crash or what it was.
It does make you wonder.
But this well that they threw it down at this local farmer's farm, he has reported that it contaminated the water. Started killing his cattle. He developed severe debilitating arthritis from it, so much so that he took the debris and just got rid of it. They don't know where it's at now. They don't know if he buried it. They don't know if he threw it in a gully. They don't know what he did. He said it got so bad after they put it in his well that he couldn't water his crops with it. He couldn't water his animals with it. He couldn't drink it because it was just
fucked everything up.
Yeah.
That's weird.
So the story kind of took off again. It kind of died out. Like, I almost feel like either the town or somebody above the town wanted it to disappear. So it kind of went hush-hush for a while. And then in the 60s, the International UFO Bureau started getting wind of it again. And they began digging into the story, looking into the original news stories to see if they were legit, to see if it wasn't some just legend, some newspaper author put together to kind of draw attention to the town, since the town was kind of drying up and dying. It went on. They noted that in the 1890s, airship sightings all over the country were up. People were seeing these weird balloon-shaped crafts, cigar-shaped crafts, like blimp-shaped crafts all over the place, and this one just happened to not make it out of Texas.
So it would be in the realm of possibility that a Men in Black situation could have occurred, and on top of that, it would also be in the realm of possibility that the government would be now looking into these instances a little bit more serious if this is true. If it had been popping up more and more around the states, that's obviously going to travel. That's obviously going to catch the attention of the government.
Yeah, people are going to want answers to whatever they're seeing. Kind of like how it is now, Like
yes,
we're pressing the envelope for them to disclose information, especially when you've got Navy officials and everybody coming out and being like, "Yo, we've got videos of shit we can't explain," and it's almost putting their hand to the fire. This is what you got to do. This is where it's at. We need answers. Where are we at? Okay. I found a YouTube interview from probably the early 80s, maybe, the early 80s, where there was actually some living residents at the time that were interviewed in Texas, in Aurora, and they clearly remember going to the crash site and seeing the burned out location of the crash, as well as remains of the craft. When this interview was taken, there were also residents. The woman who had actually bought the Proctor family farm, her kids, she said, would go out to where it supposedly had crashed, and they would take an old screen door and they would sift through the sand and they would find metal fragments. And she said it was almost like lead, but not exactly like lead that they were finding. It has become kind of like a local hotspot. Like they have a plaque on the cemetery where this alien, who they affectionately refer to as Ned now, where he's supposedly buried. They have a big like memorial, kind of almost like Roswell, where you can go and take your pictures. It's like a tourist spot. A bunch of UFO research teams have been to the site. I know UFO hunters on the History Channel, or one of them did a whole episode on this. They went out collecting data on the site, everything from testing the well water of the supposed well where all of the craft was thrown down, to extracting metal fragments from the century-old trees that are in the area. They'd actually pulled metal from the trees, which, I mean, seems to confirm that something exploded there and buried fragments into the bark that it grew around. There have been people that went out and actually tested the burial site with ground-penetrating radar to confirm that something is buried at the spot where they say this alien is buried. The encounter stirred up so much attention in the UFO community in the 70s that a group came forth and called for Ned's grave to be exhumed for confirmation and testing. This was hit with a plethora of roadblocks, ranging from everyone saying that if they dig up this body, it could cause an outbreak of spotted fever, which wiped the town out once before, to an Aurora County law stating that since Ned was buried in a Christian burial, one cannot exhume the grave of a Christian unless they receive permission from its next of kin, which is impossible.
Which can't be done.
Since Ned is supposedly from outer space.
So, I mean, ironically, it is an airtight thing where they can't get in there. However, once again, I'll reiterate and kind of go back to my previous statement of how kind of cool that is in a way, that they're that respectful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
somebody digging up my family because they think they're an alien.
Right. And it's just, I don't know, it's cool. Nevertheless, despite, because I actually have seen, I think I watched an episode where they tried exhuming the grave, and it was a no-go all the way around. I have heard a little bit about this story, and regardless, it's cool. Like, it's a cool story. And it's also really interesting because it is so long before 47, the Roswell.
That's 50 years.
Yeah, like that's a huge gap in time.
Before a lot of people even had any kind of knowledge of UFOs. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Exactly.
Roswell busted it wide open. Outside of science fiction novels, which was all essentially just speculation or passed down word of mouth by people who've seen craft,
Right.
there was no evidence, just word of mouth.
Right.
Just encounters. And I mean, if it is legit, like that is the only alien burial that we know of,
Yeah.
at least in the United States.
Yeah, it would be the only one that we really know of. Period. The end.
Yeah,
like it's
probably worldwide.
Because everything else, I mean, look at 47. What happened there? They took the bodies.
Yep.
Like there wasn't leaving them to be buried. They're gone.
Yep.
And had it landed somewhere else, it probably would have been the same situation. It's just that it landed in a podunk town where people still had at least halfway decent morals about themselves.
Integrity.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say is that, hey, Mr. E.T.'s, just take this as a note that not every person on the planet is a giant turd.
Yeah, not everybody's gonna shoot you down.
Yeah.
But it does. I mean, there's such a fine line that could be, you know, a small town stirring this tale. Like it could be so far as that somebody did see something. Maybe a meteorite fall from the sky and landed somewhere close, and then this just kind of spun out of control.
Exploded, yeah.
And once it got to a certain point, the town was like, you know what, we could probably capitalize on this. Because now they're having like little conferences and ET conferences and stuff, but it doesn't seem to be like a giant, like earth-changing moneymaker, you know?
No.
Like something that would just completely save the town. It just seems to be, it's almost like it's just a local legend that could possibly be the truth. You know what I mean? The fact that they've had so many people looking in there, like the ground penetrating radar thing, proving that something's buried under there makes me scratch my head.
For sure, because if it was a straight up hoax, you would think that there would be a headstone with nothing there.
Yeah.
Right?
And in that old 80s YouTube report I was watching, a guy that had moved to Aurora specifically to track down the legends that when he moved there was half of a headstone left in the original plot. But someone had stole the other half. Now, he had a theory that where the townsfolk are saying that Ned is buried isn't actually where he's buried.
I have heard that.
It's a decoy.
Because they don't want anybody to know where the actual body is buried.
If someone gets actual permission, they'll dig this spot up,
right,
which probably has a human in there, and then they can be like, oh, I don't know what to tell you.
I know, and that works in like the opposite side of the spectrum of like keeping the story airtight.
Yeah.
Like because
that just blows the story. That is the end all to the story.
Yeah, because you like you said, you dig it up and there's an actual human body there. Well, that's because the townsfolk hid the actual real body. Then you scratch your head. Okay, is it back? Or now are we back to this being a story, or is it true?
Yeah.
Like, well, it's all just like a cat and mouse game.
And I read that it's like a constant tourist attraction now. Not huge, but they said there's usually quite a few people in the cemetery every day, and people were sneaking in trying to dig the grave up. So now the police have to do all sorts of kind of like patrols around the graveyard in the evenings. And I just saw an article, I couldn't access it because it's a pay to read site, but it said in 2018 someone had stole the headstone that was left there that people had used as a memorial. Someone went in and stole this big rock, and just people being douches.
Giant fucking turds.
For everybody else.
Yeah, well, not only that, but have some common decency about yourself.
Yeah, you're in a cemetery.
Like, come the fuck on.
Jack off.
Like, even if it is a being from another planet, it doesn't excuse you from your right to be a decent fucking being.
Yeah, don't be a turd.
I mean, come on, that'd be, if you believe in aliens and the whole stigma around it, that'd be you being okay with them coming down and anal probing you just because this is what they do.
Yeah, right? Just because they're being a jerk.
Right. And no, you would want to look at them and go, hey, no means no. All right, we're going to start there. And then just don't be a turd. Come down and have a conversation. Don't be an asshole.
Yes, that's what we want to take from this. Don't be a turd.
Please.
Damn.
Please.
This is actually not too far from where my kids live, so next time I head down there, football season's firing up, so I'm sure I'm going to head down there and watch some football games. We might make a day trip.
There you go.
To go check this out.
That would be pretty sick.
Get pictures. It's also not far from the old Goatman's Bridge, so we may just make a paranormal day of it. Me and the boys take a road trip. But I thought I would share that with you. Like I said, the information from it is kind of here or there.
It's more or less like it is what it is.
Yeah. Either it's a legend or there is an alien buried.
Right.
So
either way, it's been a cool story.
Yeah, when I saw it, I'm like, man, this is pretty cool.
I dig it.
I had heard it before, but I never really looked into it, and I started reading some articles, so I'm like, I'm just going to throw this out there. I know we got a lot of listeners in Texas. If anybody lives around the Aurora area, knows more about the legend and want to put it out, or if I got anything wrong, feel free to correct me. Send it our way, because like this is an intriguing story. Even if it is a tall tale, like the fact that they put together an alien crash with bodies pre-Roswell, that's pretty interesting.
For sure. They did work. And it's an airtight story. Like there's not much.
You can't do anything with it.
You really can't.
You either believe it or you don't.
Yeah.
But I know, like I said, I think it was UFO Hunters, the show that was on History Channel, did a whole piece on it.
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
I know. I think they did some ground penetrating radar, and they may have found remnants of the original windmill or some shit like that.
I remember something like that.
Or there was a windmill located there or something. I know there's something about a windmill, but yeah, check that out. If I find the link to it, I'll pop it up on the socials. And again, if anybody has any information, shoot it to us. Send us an email, message us on the socials and stuff. I just thought this was a pretty cool little story to share. Our Texas people, let us know what you know. And that is about it. Check us out at all our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit. Come and hang out with us. And until next Monday, stay safe, stay weird, and don't desecrate the graves of our alien brothers. Don't be a turd. Just don't.
Do you want to help kids with their feelings but aren't sure how? You're not alone. Research shows many adults struggle to support kids' mental health, but help is here. Backed by experts at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, the Kids Mental Health Foundation offers free resources to help you create a supportive environment for the kids in your life. Visit kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org for more, because kids' mental health starts with us.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us, with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Memorial Day deals are here at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances, including Samsung. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances, $396 or more. Like the Samsung Bespoke French Door Refrigerator, featuring beverage center and dual ice maker. Shop at Lowe's today. We help, you save. Valid 5/15 through 6/18. Selection varies by location. Total savings varies based on purchase amount. See Lowe's.com for details.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Bettering your business takes working with the best. With the James Hardy Alliance, you gain access to leads, training, networking, and support from the #1 brand of siding in North America. Achieve new levels of success by joining the James Hardy Alliance today.
Welcome back to the Hollow Sky Podcast. We're your host. I'm Steven.
And Kyle.
And we are busy tonight. Recording also. We're coming back with another Holophone episode for you all because these are our favorite.
They are getting really, really fun.
Love to hear the weirdness flying that way. It is awesome. I love that everybody's experiencing shit and everybody's getting more willing to put it out there. The Holophone blows up every time we release an episode, so keep the weirdness rolling. The weirder the better. I don't know all the crazy shit we got going on. Cryptids, aliens, demons, interdimensional beings, government agencies. Let it rip.
All of it.
We're here for it. But before we get into it, we gotta do house cleaning. So, housekeeping, business, whatever you want to call it. Check us out at all our social medias, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit. Search up the Hollow Sky Podcast and you will find us there. Come and hang out, be part of the community, share any kind of weirdness you find. Everybody's pretty cool. We have a whole cool thing going on the Discord. Come over there and hang out with us. It's pretty chill. If you've got a paranormal experience you'd like to share, Kyle is an expert at getting the details.
You can call the Holophone, which is
what we want
you to do. It's a very fun and interesting way for us to interact with you guys. And that phone number is going to be 1-618-556-0837. Once again, you can find that in the show notes if you were unable to catch it and don't feel like rewinding and all that garbage. You can write out your story. You can record with a voice memo app or your camera, whatever you want to do it with, and then email that over to hollowskypodcast@gmail.com. We also, you can send stuff on social medias, but those tend to get lost in the ether a little bit faster, just because we're always getting messages on there. And
a lot of times I'll be like at work and it'll pop up and I'll check it and I don't really have time to respond and then I forget that I checked it.
Yeah, same. That happens to me a lot. But yeah, we do our best with that. And then the easiest way for us to keep track of things is with the Holophone. And like I just read one that I'm going to respond to, just because I'm not going to go into detail about it. But regardless, like when it comes to the holophone in particular, I may not respond right away. And it's because I leave everything, for the most part, unread and unlistened to before me and Steve get together. That way it's all 100% fresh when we listen to it. So that way you get our honest reactions out of it. There's no writing about it. There's no scripting. There's no anything. It is literally off the cuff reactions to it.
100% in.
Yeah. And that's the way we like to do it. I feel like that's the way everybody likes us to do it. So that's just the way we do it. So don't, and I'm not that I've had issues, but I don't want people to be discouraged in like not a sudden response.
Yeah, don't feel like we're ignoring you.
Yes, like that is not the case at all.
We do try our best.
Yeah, it's not the case, and I just want to reiterate that because I don't want people to misinterpret silence or anything like that in a negative way, because it's not that way. I just figured I'd put that out in the ether. That way everybody knows and is aware, and nobody gets their feelings hurt. I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, hear that. If you'd like to support the show, there's tons of ways you can do it. First and foremost, word of mouth. Share us around. Share us around the water cooler. Share us on social medias, wherever you feel like talking about weird stuff. If you know people that like to listen to podcasts, throw our name in the hat, get it out there, keep the hollow wheels rolling. Secondly, we do have a Patreon. If you feel like that's a way that you'd like to support us, hop on over there. Check out all of our tiers, and if there's any extra goodies that you'd like, sign up for that. There's all kinds of extra content. Kyle's been working hard over there in the Patreon corner. We have a Venmo if you'd like to send us a little bit of loose change for our Monster Fund. We appreciate everything you guys do for us. And wherever you listen to your podcast at, leave us a 5-star rating and review. We love it. It's awesome hearing positive words from everybody, so we never get sick of that. Hop on over there and leave us a 5-star rating and review, and I will gladly shout you out on a future show. Days comes from our friend Justin Wren. He says, love the podcast, 5 stars. Love listening to you guys and also being part of your Discord. Great people and great conversations. Justin, thank you so much for being part of the community. Thanks for taking the time to write out this little review full of awesome goodness. Thanks for being part of the Discord. Our Discord family over there is awesome.
Yeah.
Everybody is cool. Even when we don't agree, it just works its way. It just works.
Facts.
Everybody respects everybody else.
Yep. And that's another thing for everyone to consider. Like, people reach out to us for help, our advice or whatever, but the Discord, if you're trying to get a hold of me and Steve, is probably one of the fastest way to get a response from us. And then on top of that, there's a lot of intelligent people in there with a lot of sound advice. So it is another avenue for someone to, if you're looking for help or looking for knowledge, to go in there and just start asking questions. Nobody's an asshole in there at all whatsoever.
Like I said, even if we don't agree, it's still respectful enough that everybody can get along.
For sure.
It's a cool place to just blend ideas and thoughts and feelings and opinions and personalities, and it just kind of works.
Yeah, for sure. I did just have a sound idea. I would like to find one one specific sticker, one specific design, that every time we send somebody merch or care package, whatever it is, there'll be one sticker in there that your responsibility for that one sticker is to stick it somewhere.
On the White House.
Anywhere you want. You don't keep it, but you put it out in the world somewhere. I like that idea.
We need to name our spooky crew.
The Foot Clan.
Yeah, the Foot Clan sound. I feel like that might be.
No, it's never been.
That might be.
No.
No. Maybe by
No.
branches.
No.
They're trying.
No.
Like their arch enemies might be some sort of aquatic, amphibious,
No.
mutated. No. Okay.
No.
Foot Clan it is.
Yes.
We don't know why you guys listen to us. We can't figure it out.
No.
There's no reason.
Not at all.
Anyway, I do like that. I do like that
Yeah.
idea. I'm gonna look in. They've been running some hot sticker deals. I'm gonna look in. We'll figure something out. We gotta think of something clever.
We gotta find one very specific image and it can never change. Once we decide on it, it has to stay that way.
And it is to be put out in the world.
Yeah.
I almost feel like it needs like our
QR code.
Yeah, QR code worked into it.
Could be. I don't know if there's anybody willing to work with us. Hit us up. If not,
yeah, make something weird.
I'll start thinking of stuff.
That's a good idea, Colin.
Yeah, it'd be.
I just saw the light bulb go on in his brain.
Yeah, it was a good one. Every once in a rare while, I have an okay idea.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it because like the kid that came and hung out with us at the Paranormal Con, he saw a sticker that I stuck in Hannibal, Missouri, at Lover's Leap. He said, I didn't know who you guys were, never heard of you before. I scanned the QR code, you brought up your show, and now you're my favorite show.
That's so awesome.
What are the chances?
Yeah.
That all those things came together in that one point.
Yeah.
Now I get to meet this dude.
Yeah.
Who traveled so far to come and hang out with us. Like
it's awesome.
I wish I could remember his name. I know.
Give us your name.
Even if you don't want to put it out there, just message me. Shoot me a message on the Discord and be like, yo, I was the guy that came and hung out with you at the show.
Or send us your picture that we took together and we'll post it on the socials.
Don't be a stranger, dog. It's cool meeting you.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Anywho, wrapping it back around to the holophone. Where we want to be. The
weird shit.
It's like the magnet of the weirdness.
Big fat.
Let's get it. What do we got here?
Here we go. Looks like we got a three-piece. So we're gonna start with this one.
Yes, this is the guy that said that he was the Starseed and Harry from Resident Alien. About 6 or 7 different messages maybe thrown out on your machine. Anyway, I realized I left a big mess on your voicemail, and I wanted to just clean and clear that up and put everything more concise, and then I can give you more details later on. I have had at least 3 confrontations with Draco reptilians that I can remember. First was I was abducted in a ship, and I told 2 of them to put me back down into my apartment. Second was my ex-girlfriend was possessed by a reptilian, and I talked to one disguised as a ghost, and I talked to her, possessed, and it said it was a ghost. Anyway. Third, I figure out later on that was not a ghost, it was a reptilian. Anyway, third was I accidentally remote viewed a reptilian Antarctica base, and the next day and night I was remote viewed myself by it and possessed by a reptilian. That was a freaky experience. I have had major Kundalini experiences, which is an experience that happens from the process of spiritual ascension, which awakens psychic abilities. I was meditating intensely for a while and started to develop clairaudience and stopped meditating because it was getting very freaky. While I was in school and in college, I was able to know and go to and find friends that I hadn't seen for a while. I was able to go right to their location and run smack into them. I did this with girls I liked, even though they weren't interested in me in the same way. They knew me and I knew them, but we didn't know each other well enough to know where each other would go. And it had been a long time since I'd seen them whenever I did this. So it always blew me away when I did do this. I have been studying the Epifani extraterrestrial methods of manifesting our reality, and I have been studying my consciousness and how it affects my reality for over 2 decades now, and maybe even longer than that, I don't know. And I can now manifest my reality and be where I want to be in life through my thoughts, intent, and belief. My thoughts, intent, and belief. I constantly monitor my thoughts and fight negative thoughts. So I have a close connection to my higher self that I can ask questions and be given the answer within days to weeks of asking my questions. I wake up out of sleep, or I'm still really actually in the sleep state, and immediately begin feverishly writing page after page of the answer in the notebook. I can read to you the information that I have written down over a few shows of it. I have seen a UFO with my dad, where the UFO was hovering at telephone pole height and was in clear sight through the front window of the car we were riding in. My dad was driving and I was the front passenger in the front passenger seat. And for many years and over a few decades, I would say I have been hearing and reading words and phrases at the same time holographically from 2 different sources, which is really freaky and interesting. And yeah. So that's me. There's more to me than that, but I've experienced many, many more weird things. But that's yes. This is Harry from Resident Alien again. I just got some calling. I just wanted to add to my call that my number to contact me back, and I also wanted to add that I am a Starseed. I'm certain that you two are also starseeds, and there are many of us starseeds here on the planet right now, which is a starseed is an extraterrestrial that is incarnated in a Terran or Earth human body. Anyway, we don't come from here. We're not from here. We're from the stars. That's what a starseed is. So I know about extraterrestrials. You can ask me many different questions about extraterrestrials, and I can tell you many different things. I've studied, you are what you're interested in. So your reality reflects what you are interested in. Your reality is the mirror of what you are interested in. That's what is all around you. Everything that you see is a reflection of you. It is your mirror reality. It is who you are. So if you're interested in extraterrestrials, completely interested in them, then you are an extraterrestrial. Even if you don't want to get abducted by them, at least by the negative one, you still are an extraterrestrial because that's what you're interested in. That is your vibration that you're vibrating in, and you resonate with that reality, and you attract that into your reality. So everything you see around you is a reflection of you. Anyway, so that's how you know yourself, is by looking around you and seeing what you see around you and what friends you have and that kind of thing. I'm kind of shy, so bear with me, but I want to share my information. Also, I wanted to give this right quick. I just got through listening to this interview. Amazing. Go on YouTube, look up remote viewing or look up Michael Sala in his most recent interview by Dr. Courtney Brown. And that interview is called Remote Viewing, Extraterrestrials, and Secret Space Programs. An interview with Dr. Courtney Brown by Michael Sala. That's Michael with an A-E, and Sala as in S-A-L-L-A. Listen to that interview. It's about 2 hours, and it is amazing because it really does tell you about what extraterrestrials are, what we are, where we come from, why we're here, that there are positive and negative ones of us, about the Draco, everything, about remote viewing, what it is, etc. It's a really interesting interview, really a good lead for for at least a show or at least one show. So anyway, I may try to email you some of this information as well, and I think I just got cut off here. So anyway, yes, this is Harry from Resident Alien again. I just want you always forget what you want to say over the phone, especially within the 5-minute time frame. But which is probably why they should have like an interview or something. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I did call your other number, the number that you had in the past, I guess. I wasn't sure which number it is that you leave a message on, so I just called it. Neither of them said that it was Hollow Sky podcast. So I want to put that in your message somehow, if you could. Also, just wanted to say, love your show. Love everything. You're great. You're amazing. I'm so glad I found you. I listen to you on YouTube. I don't really do much on social media. Basically, my social media is YouTube and comments through YouTube. Anyway, great show. Amazing. Listening to all your shows. I'm glad that you're doing what you like to do, what you're supposed to be doing. Really, is doing what you're doing now. Hopefully, you can do it full time. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. Keep it up. Just keep us more content. Great. Great. I just love it that you present the information and then you discuss it and you both are, that bounce ideas off one another. That's what we should be doing. It's how that you are ascending. It's how that you are interacting to learn more about what reality really is, and in the process you are ascending and learning more about the spirit side of things, not just the physical, but also the spiritual, which the physical manifests from. All right. Well, anyway, I said what I wanted to say, and you're welcome to contact me and get an interview or something like that. I would like to share what I know. I need to get it out to the world somehow. I've experienced a whole lot of strange stuff, and I need to be able to share that. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Harry, Resident Alien, my guy. Thanks for calling us back. We are down to definitely talk. I am in it for these draconian reptilians.
Hell yeah.
I'm in it to learn. I'm curious as to the whole Starseed thing and like as to why you put it in Kyle or Starseed. I'm digging that.
I'm with that too, and also you said something very curious that everybody knows, always catch my attention, and is always going to floor me. But he virtually references Charlie. He's like, you guys are doing, I'm glad you're doing this. I'm glad you're doing what you enjoy, and you're meant to do, really. Yeah. And it's the same shit Charlie said to me, and it's something that's always going to blow my mind. But I am with Steve in the same vein of everything. Like, I got mad love for you, man. I really do. I listen to you talk, and I'm just like, I like this guy. I feel like he's honest, and he is all in on his shit.
I know. There's so, like, he is such a source of information. Like, the more stuff he touched on, the more, like, when he talked about remote viewing the reptilian base in Antarctica, I'm like, I'm there.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to know this information.
That's what I'm saying.
And when he said he was abducted by the reptilians and he put his foot down and he's like, no, put me back. I'm like, my God, I do this standing up to extraterrestrials.
Hell yeah, dude.
I love it.
Like it's awesome. It's
do,
awesome.
Do we have to fight him, Harry? Is that where we're at?
You got your back, yo. You got your back.
I ain't got nothing to lose, dog.
We'll. I mean, do what we can.
But yeah, we'll have to set something up where
For
we
sure.
can just get together and have
you know
a phone call.
You know what we need to do, Harry, is you need to let me and it might be a minute. What me and Steve need to do is buckle down, get some episodes in the bank, because I feel like
It's gonna be a multi-parter.
Yeah, you are probably gonna take almost an entire recording block for us.
I agree.
Because I feel like it's gonna be a lot.
There is a lot of information there.
Yeah.
Because he has so like the way he talks and how passionate he is about the knowledge that he knows. I feel like we're in for a treat.
Yes, it's gonna be.
We're here
it's gonna
for
be a
it.
ride.
And we appreciate you staying in constant contact. I did get your email that you sent not too long ago, probably a couple weeks ago. That you had sent to us about Jordan Maxwell, so I did get to read that. I haven't had a chance to listen to all the interviews you tagged, but know that we did. So, Harry, we're gonna set something up.
100%, man. You keep fucking learning more about this weird shit, and you are gonna sit down one day in your future, and you're gonna let us know about it.
Have a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, man. Like I do. I truly, God honest, appreciate you.
Yeah, and thank you for all the kind words.
Yeah.
We can't stress that enough. How much that means.
It means a lot.
Like we never in a million years, when me and Kyle started this, just hanging out, just talking about weird shit. Never in a million years did I anticipate to affect anyone, period, positively or negatively for that matter, especially people that I have never met and may never meet. When I hear stories like that, it floors me.
Yeah.
So we appreciate each and every one of you so much. You have no idea.
Yeah, like we joke a lot, we laugh a lot, but at the end of the day, I mean, I sat down with Steve one day and talked about inspiration, and I'm like, there are people across the fucking planet who've got more faith in us and more good intention in us than a lot of people who live right around us.
Yeah, in our everyday lives.
Yeah.
That is awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, and it's mind blowing. It's really fucking mind blowing that we have so many people out there, and I am not exaggerating at all whatsoever. What you hear in every episode, it's like what you see is what you get. This is me and Steve.
Yeah. Hop on the Discord and talk to Kenneth. He met us at the convention, and he knows that we are just as lame in real life as we are here on the show.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know. It just who we are. Like, this is it, and we're being 100% honest. Like, we really appreciate everyone that puts anything forth for us.
Yeah, you all are what makes the show.
For sure.
Getting feedback from you all, listening to your stories, giving us the opportunity to put your stories out there. That is something that's
yeah.
Especially when a lot of the paranormal and all of this is so still taboo to talk about. Like, you still get weird looks from people.
Yeah.
You giving us the opportunity to share your stories of the utmost importance.
Yeah, and actually, now that my brain reset, where I was going with that is that we appreciate everyone for appreciating who we are. Like, because there's no sugarcoating for me and Steve. We're not putting on a show. We're just us, and you guys appreciate us for that. So, in return, we could never repay that.
Couldn't have said it.
All right, with that,
fuck with people who fuck with you.
That's right. And like
your tribe.
Like old Gates said, we're gonna go where we're appreciated, not tolerated.
Yeah.
Get some. All right, so we're gonna move on here, and we're gonna see what we have. So here we go.
Let's roll.
Okay, so hey, it's here, y'all. Dude, totally. I'm like listening to Coast, and it is from the past. I don't know. It's not showing me. 4/9/22. Ian Punnett is interviewing FBI dude, FBI training in the paranormal, and they are totally playing your theme song on there. Oh my God, they're ripping y'all off. Oh no, wait, they're ripping. Okay, I don't know. Please rip me off. But anyway, it was so funny because it wasn't the regular X-Files theme song. It's the one y'all play. So I thought that was pretty cool. And I was like, oh my God, these guys didn't know this. And I'm like, do they listen to Holostime? Does Ian Punnett listen to Holostime? This Coast to Coast listen to Holostime? Wouldn't that be cool if they did? Bye, I love y'all.
Ingrid, thanks so much for letting us know. I just looked it up on Coast to Coast's page, and it sure is. It is not exactly our intro, but it is the Neo Geo version that we have permission to use.
Yeah.
So shout out to Neo Geo, my guy.
Yeah.
Landed on Coast to Coast, dog.
That's big.
Yeah, that is awesome. I'll have to shoot him an email or a message and let him know because that's pretty sick.
It is awesome.
That is big exposure.
For sure.
The dude does awesome work, and that remix he put together, I guess they featured a whole bunch of different X-Files remixes, which is cool, and it's kind of par the course for the show, the FBI and the paranormal, but
yeah,
dude, Neo Geo put together a banger.
Yeah,
Definitely
it's awesome.
support that dude.
For sure. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the next voicemail.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Where's this one from?
Alabama.
So I'm listening to y'all episode on Blood Code Counter. And I called in. But I'm the guy that does that.
That's one of the things we always talk about. Gotta be undeniable. Yeah. Perfect name. I think it's captured. Yeah, what everybody's trying to do, like really trying to do something well. You know, you're gonna have some haters. Best way to silence it when be undeniable. Be undeniable. But if you're talking shit, you're not gonna hit me. Here's where I have a heart. Gonna be probably gonna hit pretty hard. I'm like more, but pays to do. No, undeniable to me is like people I've had. I've looked at your featured in the book, but it's like what makes what allows people to regard what they do, right? And it's certain characteristics that what it is. It's like they have this
Have you ever gotten back from a paranormal investigation and woken up with some funky symptoms like a swollen itchy eye, tight pain in your neck, weird cold symptoms that just won't go away, and then you immediately Googled it or searched TikTok to see what's wrong? We've all gone down that rabbit hole, but it's time to get the help and care you need with ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can filter doctors who take your insurance, located nearby, are a good fit for any medical need you may have, and are highly rated by verified patients. Luckily, I haven't had to book an actual doctor's appointment. I've stayed pretty healthy, but I have used the app to book a mock appointment. It is great. It's so easy. It's a one-stop shop for any of your booking needs. You can search up doctors close by, doctors in your insurance network, ones that have short wait times. It really is nice. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments. Go to ZocDoc.com/hollow1 to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/HOLO1. ZocDoc.com/hollow1. Hey, Holocult. Do you remember a time where if you wanted weed, you had to meet up with some sketchy dude behind the dumpster in a Denny's parking lot?
You don't have to do that anymore. You can get federally legal THC shipped right to your front door. How can you get that done? With Mood. Mood delivers premium 100% federally legal THC right to your door. You can get 20% off your first order at mood.com/HOLO and enter coupon code HOLO. I'm talking high potency gummies, top shelf flour, home baked cookies, vapes, anything you find at a dispensary, you can now order online and have it shipped quickly, discreetly, and conveniently right to your door. Every Mood product is made from pesticide-free cannabis grown on America's best small farms at prices that won't destroy your wallet. Best of all, not only is every Mood product backed by 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, listeners get 20% off their first order with code HOLO. So head over to mood.com/HOLO, check out their online dispensary, and let Mood help you discover your perfect mood. Don't forget to use coupon code HOLO when you check out to save 20% on your first order.
In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, we're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why, this month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on us with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what we call a celebration, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Anyway, it's a little podcast. Keep the voice together. One day, I'll call it. Or maybe.
All right, our dude from Alabama. Something definitely interfered with your call. It sounded creepy as shit.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. It sounded like there was something there with you, but I kept making out bits and pieces of what you were trying to say. If you listen to this, definitely call us back and leave us the message. It was hard to pull any audio from that. It's just all sorts of interference. I don't know what was.
Yeah. Yeah,
We
definitely
want to hear what you have
to say. But that being said, I guess we'll move on to the next one. So here we go.
Hey guys, this is Water Woman Kimberly, and I am going backwards listening to your episodes, and I just got to the Water Guys one. Oh my gosh, very, very interesting, and I can't tell you 1,000 things that have popped up in my mind while listening to this that is so connected to what you guys are talking about. I really can't wait to talk to you guys. My website is up and going officially, and it's just the beginning. We're building, but check it out. It's truthseekerswaterfestival.com, and we would love to have you guys come out, have a booth, go camping with your family, be in the beautiful Appalachian Mountains. And don't worry, it's not like in the woods because we're all camping together, but it is in one of the darkest counties in America. That's why NASA put a telescope right down the road, and it's now become an observatory. And you guys can check that out too, because here where I live, you can see the Milky Way and all the stars. So, just want to throw that out there. I would love to talk to you guys. I think we need to do a whole episode about water and how it's alive and conscious, has the ability to communicate. And oh boy, you two do the water, do the language of water so well. And it's just really exciting when people do it very naturally. We all do. But when you become conscious of it, we'll just say that dimensions open up within. because, in my opinion, time travel to space and time continuum is in and through the water. But we'll leave that for another conversation. Great job, you guys. I love it. I'm going to go in and 5-star all of them. It's really one of the best podcasts out there. To the point where I'm almost listening to nothing else. So great job, you guys. Such an inspiration. I can't wait to get my podcast going and, getting the information out there for people for solutions and how to thrive in these times. And, we're very blessed to be alive, especially our generation. We saw things how they were before and how they are now. And so I feel like we're the bridge. We're the beautiful bridge where tradition meets technology, and we're able to live in a time where we can share it in person or in a worldwide form. So excited to talk to you guys. Many, many blessings. And you guys make sure to create a great day. Blessings.
Kimberly, thanks for calling in again. Yeah, we are definitely interested in talking to you, especially I'm all for the time travel and interdimensional theories. We're here for it.
You know what that reminds me of when she says that? Constantine. You've never.
Sorry.
How are we even friends?
Lack of options.
Valid point. Valid point. No, but he uses water as, he calls it like a lubricant to get back and forth between hell and current, so it's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in how water's alive and can communicate.
Yeah.
I also would like to know what you mean, what you say, we communicate well with the water or something like that. Yeah, something like that. I'm curious as to how that is a possibility.
I'm game. So
100%.
We will be in contact. I'm stoked to hear that you're starting a podcast too. So
yeah, congratulations.
Let us know whenever you get that off the ground, and we'll help in any way that we can.
Yeah. With that being said, we'll move to the next one now. This one looks like it's from Texas. Like a shorty.
Number off of TikTok about creepy experiences that have happened, and I would really appreciate if I could get a call back. I think I have some very interesting things that have happened with, I think, evidence to prove a lot of it, but some of it is local knowledge. So if you could, please call me back. I'm been looking for someone to help me get this. I even left messages with other paranormal people who never returned. Well, one returned my call but never showed up to investigate. So if you could, please call me back. I will be.
Joy, that is cool that you found us out from TikTok. I'm glad that's kind of coming to fruition and getting our name and our number out there. We will try to get a hold of you to see what you have going on. It sounds like you've got a lot of stuff happening in Texas. No one can really hear you out. So we'll try to get in contact with you and see if we can help you in some way. I don't know that we will be able to investigate. We're not even like paranormal investigators, but we do have some connections.
We're willing to be.
Yeah, I mean, we won't be good ones. I mean, what is paranormal investigator? You know what? I'll just whatever. We are paranormal investigators.
There you go.
So,
Make it till you make it, baby.
If we can help in any way, then we'll try.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
We'll try to get a hold of you and just at least have a conversation, see what you have going on.
Absolutely. All right, so got a couple more here. I'm looking forward to this next three-piece. It comes from our friend Mark from the city of Fallen Angel.
Ooh, I love Mark.
He usually goes hard in the paint, so I'm pretty excited. All right, so here we go.
Steve, this is Mark from City of Fallen Angels, Los Angeles, California. Start date 4/28/2022. So, you guys are just talking about matrices and the glitch. So, driving an ambulance in the ER, trauma patients. Every once in a while you'll get a deja vu. And you're like, oh, I like to think of those as like a breadcrumb from like a checkpoint. Like if you're in this system, you're hitting checkpoints. Believe it or not, they happen so often. It's ridiculous when especially when you're in a field where you're interacting with so many different people. Sometimes you'll have them simultaneously with other people. But that to me has been a lot. So things that you remember specifically, if you have an ADHD, a lot of people are negative. You have that gift. Remember things specifically. Remember your short-term memory is tight, but you remember specifically. So when you go to someone, you say, "Hey, talk about this." No, that didn't happen. No, I know for a fact. And you have somebody else that may have been there. Look at it. You know, that's one thing. Have something that you specifically remember, and like the lady that had the number for the person lived there, it's crazy rabbit hole now. You see that quite a bit. You go back X amount of time, 6 months or 4 months, whatever that time frame is. I don't know what it is, but you go back. If you have, that's what's weird is your ADHD memory is not neurotypical. It's non-neurotypical. You have neurotypical and normal ADHD. So you have this special long-term memory. You can't forget. You can't forget faces. You can't forget memory. You can't forget the way things are sounding, the way things are spelled, different things throughout your life. Music, concerts, all the stuff. Also, your mind works super fast. You think about 5 things at once. But yeah, so I also called it back and I got cut off. And I was trying to tell you guys about I was fasting and I was really interesting about fast. And I was driving and listening to Christian music. And I went to look it up. And the world that I knew, that I thought I knew, different drastic things that I saw when I looked up. Like different types of technological advancements that you don't have. And I asked my partner, my rig, you see that? You see that? No, I just clouds. I'm like, okay, all right. And I'm trying to figure out what it could be. I mean, he's coming up 3 days. 3 days, look at that, still get hungry. And you just sit in the water maybe. And it was like downtown Los Angeles, cloudy, you look up, you see that the egg. It's all like the egg shapes that the firefighters are seeing. So you're seeing them in sequence, maybe 4 of them. Now there's 3 of them. It's almost like a pattern. But it was interesting because you see clouds, you see them, then you see clouds, and you see that, and it's like, oh. Voicemail, chapter. Sorry, 8, 7, we're just talking about. You can't fucking figure it all out. And as you get older, I did it. I don't know. Not only that, no way. That's why I argue about things that they don't know. Instead of just going, what is that? How does that work? But instead of actually being genuinely curious, fools like to try to pretend that they know more than you know. It's not possible to breathe underwater. Don't pretend you can. It's not possible to know everything. You just can't. There's going to be people that know things you don't know. Celebrate. Enjoy it. You know, I think that's one of the best things that's ever happened to me through this podcast. There's so many different interests. So many different things they're studying. It's an amazing. Not one. Whatever it is, I have it. Whatever the fuck it is. I'm raising my hand. I got it. It's like nice, but I have people that my son has it. I'm like, oh, what? Son is amazing. It's smart.
visually. I feel like I connect with him because we're alike. So I raise my hand. I am that too. I subscribe to media. I really, because I think the people that can't focus on nonsense, generally speaking, they can focus on things they love. Really focus. Really excited about it. But everything else they can't bother with. Like when I was a kid, I remember being in math, checking, because I said, wait a minute, can I do this on a calculator? Yeah. There are calculators, right? And there's an unlimited supply of battery, right? I said, yes. Like, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not going to think about math now. This is not something I'm interested in. If I can do all this math on a calculator, why do I learn how to do it? Obviously, it's a dumb thing. But I remember thinking that at 13 years old. I'm out. So I'm not going to think about this anymore. Use a calculator. So stupid. Just give me the result. Yeah. I don't need to know how you made all those numbers work. I know it's real. Okay, that's great. I'm interested in other things. But the thing is, school was designed to make good factory work. That's what school was designed for. The Americans were designed by the Rockefellers, and they're essentially preparing people to be cognizant. They're preparing people to show up, do what you're told, live life of quiet desperation, sit there and absorb whatever they tell you to do. You have to go and work it, do all day long, show up, do it again. I don't know if I would 100% agree. That's how this was created by design. I think the school system in America certainly was created by design. But the idea of sitting people down for 8 hours a day, but education way beyond America. Back in time, was always an interest for writing and teaching and sharing knowledge. And obviously, the very relaxed ones, the reason to go, were the ones that were able to acquire that knowledge. That's what I think started people off in class all day. That's relatively what I'm talking about. Sitting people in the classroom, children, relative. This is not something that think about scholars. I'm not an expert on that. You, man, I think that sort of that's where everybody's great. Learn management, type of learning, type of teaching, and method. I was fascinated. I was so fascinated that I almost felt like a dad. I had to go to this school to learn the Montessori system myself because I thought it was great. I thought it was giving my daughters a great framework and how to be themselves, how to draw, how to organize themselves, giving them the freedom to become the young woman they are becoming. So for me, watching them going through when they were 4 or 5, with the Montessori, I thought it was amazing. They saw little human beings that they were far away smarter, I think, than when I was the same age. But no, education that was used guiding them like cows, like horses. What do you go to blinders? No, it wasn't fair. It was opening, well, not introduced, but almost intentional. Them options for them, their own. I think that's why my daughters became highly opinionated. And so that is, thank you for your opinion, but let me tell you something else. Right? And so, yeah, I'm not expert on fiction. I see, but this thing I'm not going to try to it. I wish that time the way proper fiction. In many ways, I wish I slightly more proper fiction. I learn business, giving the every time. Now, Churchill, the claim he said, success is going from failure to failure without losing. Yes. I had a lot of successes, but I had my share of failures. Like I'm sure everybody. But what makes the difference between looking down and never moving again, or picking up the pieces and lifting it again, that's a great quote. Failure, failure, well, that's a great quote. Well, I don't know if it was his, every phrase, good phrase, they don't know who did it. Right. Even though, church. Or Socrates. Yeah, Socrates. There's always a bunch of those. Yeah, but whatever it is, it's accurate. Definitely accurate. I just think there's a lot of different goals in life, and the problem with traditional schools is that they're preparing you for a job. And I think there's a lot of very creative people that would serve better if they had a more open-ended education, allows you to pursue your interests and be excited about certain things. Get a rudimentary education in other things. That's just. I think there's certain people that they just don't fit in regular 9 to 5 life. It's not for them. And like I said, you can call it ADD, whatever you want to call it. Well, I know all my friends, everyone I hang out with, I don't know anybody that's built for regular life. Yeah, on that I feel I'm more different. I think the best university is the university of life. Yes. Long, really challenging, really applying. That's and a lot of. I think the more interest you have, the more things you ask, the better you understand, better your life. Engaging. I know that.
I was talking to someone else.
What?
I was talking to someone else. I don't even know. It could have been a podcast. There's a podcast on. Look, Audie, I'm sleeping, girl. If I said something, I said it in my sleep. I don't know. I was asleep.
You're in a safe space. You're in good. Everybody's protecting you and protecting you. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think some people don't have a challenge. If you're fearful, right, and never learn how to challenge. That's never walk. They never push themselves because of that. They're terrified of it. Like, take something you never done before. Go take a yoga class. Go learn how to speak Spanish. Go do something. Something. And then try to do something else. Try to add. Don't just go right into, like, you want to try Apple. Do something that makes you a little nervous. And then try to build on that. But do it intentionally. That's my advice. Remember, the reason why people don't like so it's of the whole. Actually, the one very it's certainly I hit the wall, wonderful, but and to reach for thousands of years, And the earth is beautiful, but all of the yeah, get lost in the forest without anybody, without anything, without a knife. Things are gonna happen. It's scuba diving in waters, in the ocean. There are things moving in the water. Things are complicated. If you want to find out this mushroom poison, to be a human, yeah, okay, go. To be a human for centuries, for thousands of years, was a dangerous place. So I'm only saying that this part of the DNA, that is part of who we are as humans, that we could be in a place we feel protected and equally protected. Yes. Animal response that is true, but also the contrary. When you take risk, rewards risk, that are getting excited about taking risk. Get excited about it. Excited about not certain army. No, no.
Artie, if you really want to know, just watch the stream and see what I said. If you really want to know, watch the stream and see what I said, if I said anything.
The Everest, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't get it. They are going to, it's up, and the guys are in there, are in there, and the sharp, like, actually, if I was any of the folks, the amazing mountains on the top, the Agua, and the Everest, all the big peaks, I would make it mandatory that you have to go your own. You could argue that, okay, but then scuba diving, you are using air. Why is it? Okay, but I want to be fair. It will be an argument. No, okay, you like a scuba dive. You can go down into the ocean. You can bring air, but I'm going to the Everest and bring air. But I take my bottle with me. I don't leave there at the bottom of the ocean as a scuba dive. I leave the ocean as I found. That's the real problem. And it's a human fix. Tons human all over the side of the Joe, they're the one that be holding their boat. I get it. I get it too. But they can put it on the back. Maybe on with that. Yeah. How many bodies are on the side of Everest? Well, how many bodies are on Everest? That's climate change. Taking down some of the ice and the snow, and it was. I ain't no climate change up there. That's cold. No. I don't know. I've not been, but yes, but ice is serious. People died. 30, over 300 have died. 300 have died. They're very dangerous. 200 bodies. Yeah, they have like, there's a map. I'm sorry. But I see you. But this is an interesting price that people want to go to the topics. Even myself, I thought about it. That one, because, as you older, it's like these things of that I want to do check. I want to go Joe Rogan when he invites me to his show. Check. Here I am. So maybe one day, I'll choose to go back. But all day, probably in better shape. Who's the first? There's still up. The first guy they ate it up. His body's on the way down. They don't know if he actually made it and died on the way down or if he died on the way up. And the second guy made it all the way up. But yeah, not good. Without oxygen, very difficult to do. So you mentioned about the tribes, right? The tribes, and we were, and before that, we were having a conversation about the world is the dangerous. That's why we get tribes. But yeah, the world is still unprotected by things, by life. Right. But whatever, that's why then humans are, I mean, part of a little tribe, bigger. Because we cannot all be good at everything. You like your friend. I, I know the thing that are not many, but I know that not life, work, whatever. Surround yourself with those people. Cover your blind spots. Surround yourself with friends that cover your blind spots that make you better. Same way you are going to make them better. Yeah, where everybody covers each other. Yeah, well, you have to do that. It's not the way. Everybody has to work hard. I mean, that's one of the most underappreciated ruling jobs. Be a cook in the kitchen. 15 other guys, and everyone's running around. Everyone's got a job. Like 100 people out there waiting to serve. You run around making this, that. Orders are coming in. This is medium rare. That, this. Well, I think the ultimate power. The ultimate power is that power of. That's why for me, we are all dreadful. But the power of feeding body, that's all power. Feed money. No, but even in a way, what you do, the people that listen, you're feeding them. You're feeding the soul. You're serving. Yeah. But feeding is. But you're feeding. Yeah. But we are all feeding each other. We're feeding each other with hope. We're feeding each other with respect, with love. Right. Food. Yeah. But it's about feeding. Yeah. I'm gonna feed you. And I know you're gonna feed me back. Yeah. So in restaurants for me, I love that my culinary profession. I agree with you, it's a hard one. Has come a long way. Has come a long way. I'm talking about, 30, 40 years ago, in Spain, Spain were told family wanted to be a cook. Oh my God, we're looking like not a profession that would, wow. Right. Wow, you're not going to be a doctor, you're not going to be an architect. Like, what? No family member that went to university. I have uncles that went, but my mother didn't. But now my profession, this profession, has become a profession that has become very dignified, and it's more than being a chef and a cook. It's the restaurant business, but offshore is. When is that change? Why is it? Well, nothing happens. I used to have this documentary on the last season of Chef Table on Netflix, where I am one of the chefs that on this season they've done a documentary. They've done a documentary of my team and myself, culinary guy. You're going to minibar, my top restaurant, or Michelin Bazaar, everything else. You're going to see me telling stories about me cooking with my mom, my dad. Sorry. My God, maybe I had to figure it. But my profession is slowly but surely, because everybody, I always talk about longer tips, but this goes almost to the,
a moment that was very important in my life, talking about cooks, chefs, restaurants, and food people, and the first time I became a dad, my daughter, who is 26 years old now, Carlota, an amazing young human, when she came out into the world as a father, that I began having, that's another moment to realize that there's always so much pressure on everybody. I feel as a young man, a lot of pressure. Be the man everybody was expecting. And sometimes you felt like you never came with instruction. But you had to, no, I have to be a boyfriend. What is that? What do I do? Manual. What is right? And then you get married. And, hey, I'm a husband. I'm going to fall short. Being a husband, a friend, and a provider, but my wife was working. So, and I was with a job, but she was. They fired me from my same restaurant like 3 times. A restaurant I've always fired, but technically I was even fired. You got fired 3 times? Well, and almost I fired myself. Well, right for this though. Because I was too young to be a chef of a restaurant. And I'm a creative guy, the guy that run numbers and do food cost inventory. And I was concentrated in, can we make the best food we can, new dishes. And the restaurant needed more numbers and food cost and labor and scheduling. What? I'm a cook. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook. I want to cook. I don't want to be running numbers. So that's right. But anyway, it comes without instructions. We start looking around it. Daughter born, like, okay, where are the instructions? I'm barely aware of how to become a young boy and be powerful. Now I'm a husband. Now I'm a father. I'm still learning about everything. And nothing comes with instruction. But one thing I realized was the lessons of that moment that I had this amazing joy of happiness. Wow, I'm a father. I was part, or at least I did my part. I don't know if I did 1%, 99%. Carry it. They take the actually pick it. They actually pick it. But with our little thing, right? Our little thing that they are. Correct. But that young girl comes to the world. Moment I realized our. It's when my wife gets to her first time she's. And I realized the amazing power of. Because the first gift or and you that sends a message of I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna love you. Mother's milk. Our mother cannot sense mother. Our dad with baby formula. Nurse will be the grandma. But that moment that we are brought in somebody's arms, we're fed. That moment feels our connection with food forever. That's the moment that we are all put in ways we cannot escape. For obvious reasons. We need food to be alive. But that tells a little part of the deep found story of the connection that human we have with food. That's why then being a cook, yes, is one of the most fascinating professions. Because in a way, we're all the ones that eat the biggest of the mothers feeding humanity. That first mothers that set the ground rule we are forever.
also the temporary needed, and I think because it's not like you can do over and over again, or comedy, or movie, or literature. We don't think of it as art form. I didn't realize it was art form until I started watching the show, No Reservation Travel, and then being like really a big fan of that show, I realized like, oh, art, because of his narration. Narration was brilliant. He wrote all the descriptions, the cultures that he visited. How it was all the language, his mind, all out. He didn't have writers, script writers, wrote all the things. Then I realized his passion and for shit is others. It wasn't about self-deprecating. About other people, how amazing love them. And sometimes it was some Italian mother, and I'm translating questions. Like, and I realized like art. I never can feel embarrassed by that. I oh, this is fun. It's not just it's a form of art. There's something to it that's it's just unheralded art because everybody art, like Twinkie art, but it's 50 calories you consume. Say a lot. So you don't think of it when it's done passion, done in this creative way. Like you talk about it forever, but it's amazing. It's like going to see an incredible concert, or it's like going to see a movie that rocks your world. Same thing. It's like expressing yourself through a medium, and that medium, and it's the medium, the one medium that we all consume. Everyone consumes that medium. When I talk to people and they say, I don't really care about food, it's just full for me, I'm like, holy, you're an idiot. Like, you're missing out on life. You're missing out on a giant chunk of life. It's delicious. And delicious food that you enjoy with others is also part of it. Enjoying delicious food by yourself is really fun. As enjoying delicious food with others. Something about it, which goes back to our tribal ancestors. First time. I misspoke. No, it's what's that? Yes. Oh. I got fresh. Other day. Walking on the beach. Diving. So when I need to, when talking these savages, most of these makes is fishing life and the left. Which wasn't chance. The people and
You don't want to stop time to time, so I didn't. Just one. You got two? I think I'm. Something like that, yeah. My mom was like, oh, great. Just like for people here, the team. The next home change is that night. It was the man. He made a whole bunch of it. And on the weekend, we get a soda. And then she would give us some ad. Everybody got one on the weekend. Cool. Sorry. They only have one family. And because of these things, people get less than you. But we get way less than that. The people that are born vegan, we get way less than what you got. Not in the whole day, because everybody with birthday that I know in the girls, they come October, they get a treat. It comes here. Unfair.
And like not just like we're working with each other like on the ground. And he's like fascinated by this martial art. And I was one is like this sensitive, good, poetic guy found the but to the outside person who's uninformed. And I got a song. It's not. When Albert Conley got the picture in Dad's newspaper, my dad used to buy him 7 rounds
We live by the school. What's that? Next. And he's got two just bags, two boxes, you know, that round basket. And get one. But he buy two for us. I'm always cancer, of course. And then he is another basket. They might not have enough now. And without most everything was bought from the truck. He could do it. And we had 2 acres of land. Mama put onion, cabbage, potatoes, tomato, green beans, corn, sweet potatoes.
Whatever you think is the worst thing that's happening here is not love. Love is amazing. You want to see. You don't want to let people behind. You don't want to.
What's that? I'm sorry. Keep going.
Audie, please mute yourself if you're not talking to me.
I'm not.
Audie, please mute yourself. Please mute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to. Is that okay?
Audie, I'm going to mute you if you don't mute yourself.
Don't mute me.
Mute yourself if you're not talking to me, please. Audie, I don't want to hear your conversation with your grandmother. Please mute yourself. I'm trying to sleep.
Can you imagine what it feels like? Because you really wanted to get to know who.
That's great. Precious. Show up and notify. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And like you go about them. Enjoy it. See that you're another person that is really married himself and others around a beautiful life that would so there's something special for you. It's always there for you. Yeah. It's always there for you. Let's all be any especially this or any just let's be kinder to each other on the of the people you know and of the people you don't know. Because we're all more connected. And what we say, opinions, they may be touching and affecting somebody else. Somebody else we know, somebody we don't know. That's okay. Celebrate the good times and agree all the time what we can. But if it moments that you don't, sadness, or moments of hate, or anger, and in those moments of disagreement. If anything, that's the lesson. Because you don't know what anybody is going through. You don't know what anybody. In other words, that any conflict that I've ever had with a person is correct. Even if I was right, that I said, I never. Every interaction that I've ever had with me and the person, he had been smiling and hugging, and we found common ground. Oh, it's great. You know, there's going to be people that you run into in life that are stubborn. They don't want that conflict. Whatever. Not, they're on a bad path. They have a bad programming, bad, whatever the patterns that are ingrained in their consciousness. They're unforgiving. They're, you know, they have this way of living their life, and it's not a good way. You can't fix it. You know, encounter those people to filter people out of your life. You know, like some people you can't interact with. But the people that you can try to not have conflict. I don't want. I'm good at it. I know how to conflict. I do literally professional. Sure, you can break it. You can break the neck of anybody. But what do you mean even verbal conflict? I'm not interested in physical conflict. I'm not interested in verbal. That's not what I like in life. What I like in life is fun, joy, and around interest, talent, create, learning about myself, learning about other people, learning about life. Conflict is distraction, your own personal demon. A lot of it. If you're angry at other people, a lot of times you're really distracting yourself, like about yourself. Law. And I try to filter it out as much as possible in my life. Not interested in that. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to become the person. Second important word we can hold our vocabulary, the second thank you. But the most important one, sorry. Thank you. Don't have a hard time. And try. But because God knows I'm an imperfect. The more stories that I also try to do as quick as I can. And me, yeah, that's don't say sorry. Correct. And you are the best change. Your effort, have you raise your voice, but thank you. Second most important. It takes a minute to say sorry. So a lot of people will never say sorry. That's terrible. It's terrible to walk through life. It's a silly way to go through life with no humility. Why? Life is a beautiful thing. Especially when you are in obviously in city, beautiful life is. But when you're in a tree, you're seeing the sunrise. You're seeing the sunset, the moon. How little you are. How insignificant you are. But at the same time, how God gives you power to far. Amazing. You are famous there. You are like, oh my God, I am a part of something so beautiful. All over the space. Space beautiful. Why should don't make it work? If anything, leave it as it is. I mean, you can do whatever you can just make it a little bit better. And that's our destiny. Yeah. You only need to don't fuck it up. That's it. Fuck it up. And if you can do a little bit more, even better. Me, when I am in those places, I go to the south of Spain, and My wife is from there, Cadiz, where I did military service. Woman, not too far away from Gibraltar, little possession that England has there in the south of Spain. Maybe one day England back to Spain. There is a place that almost can touch Africa. Feel like you can touch Africa right of you. And it's just like with a movie cannot replicate. It's an amazing place you are with birds and ocean, the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean, and continents that want to love each other, but they are separate by the water. They are, I began searching like 300. I'm like, oh my God, what a beautiful planet. What a beautiful thing. One time, my oldest daughter, very young, went to Hawaii, went to the Big Island, and took on a lark. Went to the top of the observatory, and Mauna Kea, the Keck observatory, whatever. And we were driving up there, and they said, well, it's a cloudy night, it's terrible, you can't see anything, but maybe you'll get lucky, there'll be some stars. We're driving, and as we're driving, I was telling my wife, wow, this sucks. We're going to get up there, and then drive even further, long drive, so 9-minute drive through the mountain. As we got further, the crowds were very high, and the stars, the whole way, the entire sky was filled with stars. There's no light pollution, because the Big Island has the lighting. And they have specific lighting just because of the observatory that doesn't keep light pollution from stars from up there. And I remember that day like it yesterday. Every day, I think, every time I see the stars, I'm like, it's so fucked by because we can't see what it's really like. That's what it looks like at night. And I remember thinking, why don't the universe is so vast? But you're in your place. Oh my God, like you are in a convertible station. You're hurling galaxy. You don't get protected from everything else. Layer of gas. Layer of gas that surrounds this beautiful planet. Of course it's life in one of those stars. Oh, 100. What are they one? Oh yeah. They're not ready to let us know yet. Well, that's all right. I'm sure they're trying. Some of them, I think they're trying to contact others like we are. I think I had a guy yesterday, Cal Pro, this is working, the government, this stuff, whatever. He said they have 10 retrieved craft that are non-intelligent. 10 the United States possession of. And he said during the Bush administration, during George Bush's administration, they were contemplating closure of the American people, and they wanted all these physicists, scientists, and psychologists to make a list of things that be negatively impacted by disclosure and positively impacted by disclosure, and give them a numerical value, like a 0 value. And when they calculated it all up at the end of the day, con outweighed they decided not to. But during the George Bush administration, during 9/11, during that time period, they were contemplating, in 2004, they were contemplating having to release the fact that during non-intelligent crafts, they have recovered biological entities from another planet that Earth have, that non-human crafts are visible, or might not even, might actually be here, they might have been in the ocean, might have been somewhere in the but this is the real thing. But he started working on it in 2000, and 100%. Is there movies about it? This is how do you call it? Zone 51, Area 51. Listen, nothing will give me more joy As a young boy, I always thought, man, the guy that finds ET would be cool. And especially if he good alien species, that alien species of goodness. Imagine, imagine in the science fiction movie, planets like us is part of, yeah, let's say they're here, you know, and let's say that all the, junk, extra calories, the obesity pandemic is actually something like this alien civilization has orchestrated. And so as we become fatter, they're going to be able to recollect more protein to take back to their planet. Okay, that can be a great this big movie, and then we'll eat seeds, and they'll take it with us, and they'll put us in the planet, and at our stomachs will have potatoes in their fields. I don't know. But I only will say that if that already happened, and the government, the U.S. government, number one, thinks everything that happens in America, all the great movies of the world, everything happens in America, the science fiction movies, and me as a young boy, like, that's why I wanted to come to America, because, man, the aliens never visit the space. It's always America. Everything cool always happens in America. And that's why I wanted to. But I would say that if already something like that happened, and we've not invaded again, that they're good aliens. But I would say that our government sharing about things that would forever change the present and the future of humanity. You think they would already share? Why not? There's a bunch of one of the problems is they've been studying this stuff for decades. Studying this stuff, back engineering crafts, all that stuff takes money. And the way they get that money is by lying. They lie to Congress. So they misappropriate. So they lie about where they're going. People in jail. So in order for them to tell the truth, they have to open themselves up to serious criminal prosecution. Like, you're in trouble. Appropriating funds, lie to Congress. And there's probably some fraud involved. You get a bunch of people that can lie to Congress. Knows where all money's around. And there's also the fact that the way you work on these crafts, you have to use defense. They're the ones who check. They're the ones who fish it. Like, you can't put on your own. You have to scientists. So bring in private industry. Bring in private industry. Now you have these government intelligence agencies embedded in private industry, and then their competitors suffer. So if the competitors go under, then the competitors can sue. Hey, whatever, racing on special generator that you back engineered from the flying saucer. Why did you give it to General Electric? Why did you give it to this company or that company? Like, it's all Lockheed Martin. There's too many problems in terms of ramification, prosecution. People are going to lose their careers. They're going to be brought in front of Congress. They're going to have to testify. The only way they're going to really have at this point is amnesty. The government is going to have to say, listen, let the past be the past. No one's going to get in trouble, but for the greater good of humanity, you know what the fuck is going on. Tell us. And that's a tough. So you mentioned about aliens living in the ocean. That's Atlantic. Well, it's not Atlantis, but Atlantic is Atlantis. At the water. No, Atlantis is a city above it. Correct, but they could somewhere submerged. Still they're looking for it. Well, they found the pyramids, some of the drawings and paintings. I mean, you can go to Peru, the Incas, with the Mayas, Guatemala, and it's about people that always trying to make connections. Things that found that they say already we made contact previous civilizations on planet Earth, but they have a believing that this has happened. And I respect the opinion of both people who's an expert of time. Either you believe it. I don't want to believe that there are other planets and we are not alone. I would love joy. Yes. So I hope that if there are good people and that happens, that you and I and everybody else around the world, maybe that's the moment that the world becomes one. And all of a sudden we are all fighting. You remember what was the movie? Independence Day. If they are the bad guys, you and I will be doing jiu-jitsu against aliens, and me, I will be doing hands. I don't know, crushing their head. But let's hope that they are more like not like aliens. Well, I want to look at the trajectory of life on the planet. The world is safer than it's ever been. People are smarter than they've ever been. More aware. We have more access to information, and generally, people are kinder and less tolerant than they've ever been. There's still problems. The tribal nature of territorially, that's what we are. But I would imagine they are so capable of traversing galaxies. If they weren't and they have reached us, they would have destroyed us 1,000 times. We can destroy ourselves 1,000. But with our inability to go to other galaxies, we could destroy ourselves. They could destroy us. I don't think that's what they're interested in. I think we are an emerging civilization in the galactic. I think that if you look at primitive man, primitive primate, the current technological achievement, all of our medical achievement, our ability to enormous groups of people, learn about the environment, and all the things that make us special. I would imagine that would expand. I think that's the only way they're visiting us. And obviously, that's the other way. You don't get to visit tribal territorial. Technically, they say that it's like we are, even if we are able to, our body will not be able to thrive, whatever that means. But now we see that we sending our conscience another way without our physical body. It could be happening one day. What I know, the thing I'm interested in, I wish I could be alive. We put the first restaurant in the moon or the first restaurant in Mars, and I will be there just cooking for the first people arriving. I've done my little part. Many chefs, they've done, thanks to NASA, their work, and they put their mark on food that has been sent to the space station. I did it in 2016. My dream was paella, the Spanish rice, the space station. This is a space station. I able to partner with a company called AXIM. It's one of the companies helping provide services to NASA to bring astronauts, and they will do 1,000 billions to the station. And was a Spanish astronaut, the Spanish American, called Lopez Alegría, and he's like, Jose, next year we're interested in want to do a dish because we're going to be all the astronauts in our first trip, and you are up to it. So yeah, what do I have to say? We send Iberico ham, and paella valenciana. We send a pork dish with pizza, which is like a ratatouille, Spanish ratatouille. That's all. I can also maybe new things. My pleasure, Wilson. That's on the subject. I was like, oh, yeah. What do you do?
Right. Advanced power propulsion. I've been a passion of mine for the last. I kind of look back through my life, right? I've been thinking about advanced power propulsion ever since I was a teenager. What do you think inspired that? The space mission? Did you look at it? Could be better. What was it? Well, I grew up in Washington, D.C., and so I got a chance to spend a lot of time in the air and space. I don't know if you've ever had a chance. I haven't. But growing up in air and space, and we got to see all the awesome examples of people working to try and accomplish amazing things, right? You might walk into the air and space about, wow, this is a bunch of stuff. But it's not just about the stuff, right? It's about the people that work together to do all these amazing things, right? Like the LX-1 rocket, right fire, right? That's something where guys work together that made bicycles that decided to create something that flew in less than 50, 60 years from when they flew that right fire, right? We're human beings on the surface of the moon. So all that really resonated with me, tended to make me gravitate towards a technical field, though it wasn't a straight line. Right? I'd like to say, I knew at an early age, college, I bounced around for a little bit. I finally got a path. I really, I think I knew very early on in my journey in university, my degree, that I wanted to work in advanced power propulsion. So at that point, everything I did kind of worked towards how do I get the skills, how do I get the training that helps me kind of work in this stuff. So I was thinking about the idea of space work very early on. It's amazing that we're so focused. What a great head start. The huge advantage. What you really. There were a few speed bumps along the way. We took a few detours, like any human, right? You're like, I don't know if I want to do this. Yeah. It's pretty extraordinary. That number that you said, like from right travel. Like how quick that. Yeah. I mean, we think about how long it took us to get to this point, and that kind of acceleration so rapid, the world and the happening. Right? Absolutely. There's another story, right? So my background is I've got a PhD and a master's in mechanical engineering, so both a scientist and an engineer. Right? I have a deep appreciation for both disciplines. But within the discipline of science, right? If we just talk about the right fire, it's going to serve engineering story. On the topic of science, think about E equals mc squared. Probably heard that or saw it on. I don't really honestly the theory of relativity. It's theory of relativity. I like come on, man. Right. Whatever. The theory of relativity. So where right it's an equation that relates energy to mass. If you were to take some modest piece of mass, say you got some here, mass that is 10, take the mass that's 10 and convert it to energy. That equation helps understand exactly how much energy. So that equation might sound very humble, right? Oh, that's cool, but it has super big implications. And you just talk about how quick things. Let's talk about that for a second. E equals mc squared. Einstein comes up with this equation. Somebody will look it up on the internet and correct me if I'm wrong. Comes up with the equation in 1911. Split the first atom in 1928. 1942, we had the first nuclear reactor underneath this wash. Chicago did things very differently in 1940. Let the people playing squash know? Knows, right? What happened to them? Are they X-Men now? Yeah, right, exactly. That's the origin story. That's the Spider-Man story, right? Yeah. That's where Phoenix came. Yeah. Your friends tell you, I think I can hear the color blue now. 1945. So in the span of just a few decades, we go from a huge coffee cup worthy equation, a paradigm shift in right computers, what we think of, machine learning, and so as we move forward, right, we got think about everything we know in physics today, general relativity and quantum mechanics are the ends of everything we know. We're going to continue to expand our knowledge, come up with new E squared kind of equations. Now we're equipped with machine learning, so it's going to be exponential. Interesting to see how quickly we go from hey, I have this found this funny thing in a lab to wow, everything culture. So there's several problems with the current propulsion, right? A big one, biological entity able to absorb genes. Right? No matter if you super hyper engine or something, have it really crazy, but the things that things describe like Commander or describe that vehicle, that thing, whatever it was, above 3,000 feet to sea level in a second, and shot off at biological can't survive that kind of gene. Yes, I think in terms of human, yes, human, not like tardigrades. Yeah, right. Yeah, so a human being can, well, trained being can take potentially up to 9 Gs. Have you ever done that? I have not. I did it once. Yeah, I got 7. That's awesome. I bet that was experience. Oh, I am so jealous. Mad respect for those guys. Mad respect for those guys. Well, the biggest thing to go to that area, like these guys are jacked. They're in like insane shape because you're literally blood in your brain or in people. So they have to hold on to their stick, you know, the joystick, and they're going. Yep. While they're flying, you know, through the canyon, bananas. Like extraordinary. Imagine a person being able to tolerate that on a regular basis and perform fine motor skill functions, like, you know, pointing, aiming, shooting, all the crazy stuff those guys are capable of doing. Being able to think, and in some cases, if they're in combat, able to make critical. You know, in some ways, what you're talking about, when you look at the NASA astronaut corps, it's part of their regimen, have to go up and on a regular basis, try and help train with the whole. How do you make decisions, right? When your life is on the line, the time is finite, right? So there's a whole aspect of kind of geared towards keeping those portions of the brain trained and sharp. Right. Best argument for AI. So when you hear about fighter pilots finding objects in the sky that exhibit extraordinary and don't have all the signatures of traditional propulsion, what is your thought? Generally, I tend to be agnostic. I have a lot of friends that are extremely interested in a lot of things that are out and about in the media and in the literature. But generally, I tend to be agnostic, and here's why. In everything that currently out, people talk about and highlight, it's difficult for me to take the data and evidence and pull that into the work that we do, some of the different test devices we work with, kind of explore the frontiers where physics and propulsion intersect. It's hard to take that, turn that into some kind of an action. So I'm certainly aware, like David Graeber experienced it as he calls it Big Tax, right? An amazing account, and there's people saw it, platforms saw it, and so to start with, right? I thought maybe there was a small chance that was just like we have stealth technology, right? Where you want to hide a what if we have the ability to inject, right, through some mechanism where we can make people go where we want to go, right? So there's technology that uses different lasers that triangulate a certain open air. They put enough energy to a particular location, they ionize the air, and so it creates like a bright picture. And so they use that to create three-dimensional places, like they're just floating out in air. Now, they're not quite as big as what we saw described with the Nimitz encounter on the West Coast. So I thought for a little, maybe that might be something that we're seeing. They can project plasma as well, right? Is that the same thing? It's the same thing. I mean, so the lasers intersect, they ionize the air, which creates a plasma. And they can do this over long distance as well, right? I don't know about long distance. I know they can do it over short distance. So that, for a while there, I wondered if that might be something that could explain what that makes sense. What David Fravor and the group saw. One problem with the radar is I don't know pick up that on radar. It's not a map, right? So the plasma would certainly absorb a right. It's going to polarize electrons. So it would show up. It might. Would it be possible to make something that's 20 feet long for that? It's hard for me to imagine. But I think there's one piece of data that came out the last week. I think David Fravor's wingman, Alex, her name, right? So she came out, and so in all the things associated with that particular encounter, right? One of the things I've been trying to figure out is how do they describe the specular surface, right? Because if it's the plasma picture kind of creates a volumetric display, I would speculate it might be a glowing looking. But I think Alex, her account described it as type of like, yeah. So that kind of my working theory. But again, while it's amazing and incredible, it's something that I want to go think about and go try and collect the data and help me track what I'm. So I think to kind of keep, my eyes dart every once in a while over to that particular title about it. I mean, I'm on agnostic as well. I bounce back and forth, being real excited about it. I feel like I'm being duped all the time. Jamie and I talk about it all the time. Back end. Jamie's back in. Jamie's back in. Listen to the article about the they're designed correct. Okay, so they make a heat signature. So they trick the heat signature, which makes sense, right? Because it's plasma. Yeah. And where are you at right now? When you're out? There's still some, but I don't know that the object is. Well, we've both been in and out. Thing. I'm on that. Oh, the one where they can call them in. Not just maybe. There was some talk of gravity propulsion. The 90s, the work that was done and question whether or not sort of gravity. Well, I think in order to do obviously, no, it's okay. Right. So in terms of the language, they trace what you need. You might use the parlance case, right? So conceptually, it would be a form of propulsion that instead of using some form of onboard propellant to tank, right? It's found some way to couple some external field, whatever it generates as propulsion. So in my mind, in order for us ever be able to go down a path where we're trying to create something like that, or smell like that, or what have you, you need to have a deeper understanding of gravity. Right? So, we just talked about E equals C squared and some of the backups. If you think about everything we know today as if it is as a diagram. There are two circles on this Venn diagram. One of the circles is quantum mechanics and how atoms behave, light. And in the other circle, we have the words general relativity. That helps us understand how the cosmos evolved, how stars. So, circle such as tangent, they don't overlap. What that says is gravity. We don't have to connect gravity to quantum mechanics. We don't. But in terms of all of our daily life, just that level of helps us every single day. Right? So, it's only possible because of quantum mechanics. GPS is only accurate. General correct on the clocks, GPS, satellite. But until we develop a better understanding of how gravity might connect to quantum mechanics, or alternate quantum mechanics might connect to gravity, I don't know that we can make meaningful progress, right? So we need more circles on the Venn diagram. Those aren't enough. There are a number of people that would speculate that, quantum mechanics, complete and relativity, perhaps even convergent. I think you had Half on here a few days ago, right? He talked about macro, about first pioneer thought, maybe gravity, convergent phenomena, develop a better understanding. We had more circles around quantum mechanics. So I think in order for us to be able to come up with a widget, right? Some widget that generates a force in the form of a space drive, we're going to have more physics than we currently have. So we'll have to understand gravity actually. Yes, generate gravity. Yeah, and it's not the gravity. It's quantum mechanics by itself. Quantum mechanics is completely incompatible with general relativity. So this is a big issue. There are tons of people that spend their entire life trying to figure out how to unravel mystery. So fascinating because for a scientist in 1400, we're having this discussion with those people. Absolutely, especially if you held up something like that. Yeah, free, but I get burned at the stake. Right? Right. That Jamie pulls out the doing. What is happening? What is it that you show it upon thy wall? Or so imagine, extrapolate. Right? Imagine going to the future and what all this stuff is going to look like once we gain more understanding, more scientific researchers piling on their discoveries. Ultimately, one day we'll be looking back at 2025 with our bearing. Oh my gosh, did you see that study in show where they were talking about a bunch of they didn't even know gravity was like it'd be like interesting because I bet every current civilization thinks it's mechanical that we suppose this everybody else is a moron. We are a serious society, right? But it's interesting, I get a chance to discussion students all over the globe, right? Talking about space exploration, specifically, advanced propulsion, through space. So as part of that narrative, we spend time telling them, right? We live in a society where everybody likes and we got all this stuff figured out. There's nothing to figure out. The internet, airplane, right? All different kinds of stuff. There's really well, yeah, exactly. And I like to remind you, right, when I talk about, let's talk about it. Kind of take them through that the Venn diagram, right? That says there's a bigger circle, right, that connects the dots. I highly doubt we'll ever come up with a single step that goes from just circles on the diagram to a final branch by theory. I don't think we'll ever take one single step. I think it's going to be a series of a bunch of different steps by a bunch of different people, many generations. There's so much stuff to go figure out. Come help us right? So I think sometimes in today's society, we lull into this sense of security that we got it all figured out. I mean, the AI does all kinds of things, helps us out, all things. We get lulled into the sense that we got it all figured out. There's so much mystery for us to figure out. Also, there's a lot of people that are pulling their money up the water. It's very difficult to know what is exactly true at any current moment. I mean, just in the world, there's a ton of grifters, a ton of people that are just fictional nonsense out to get a bunch of clicks. In some ways, when I talk to students, I kind of give them advice and mentoring, like if you've got some particular area that you're interested in and it's highly technical, go do the work that's necessary. Give yourself math skills, engineering skills, the science, whatever you need. Make sure you're equipped, right? So you can, whatever's in front of you, look at it with a discerning eye, right? Like you said, the internet's changed the world for both the better and the worse, right? With noise ratio has changed a lot of noise out there. And so the best thing to do to try and cope with it, make sure you're trained, capable to discern something that's real versus something. So what is real in terms of at least perception? What is real about org chart? The great question. We talk about space exploration, right? A lot of times, like a Falcon 9 or space shuttle. These are all wonderful examples that should come in. This get to space, I guess if you will. When you get into space, trying to cruise, right? Things that you might use to solve that problem, often sense might look very different from the idea of rockets. So through space, there's a lot of things that we can bring to bear. But this gets into, I think, a larger framework I'd like to unpack with you today to talk about this through space process. Specifically ask about kind of jump forward on the discussion thread. Okay, well, let's use that as a teaser. Let's back up then. Okay. And I provided a video called Going Incredibly Fast with a Swedish artist, Eric Hornquist. He's done a bunch of wonderful for NASA and a bunch of other friends. But this video kind of encapsulates the challenge of time and distance. Send human beings past Mars versus that sets up a problem state, right? That changes the nature of the types of technology you might think about bringing to bear to solve it. So this video tells us what are some things that we can do to solve this problem, spanning from things that we kind of know to things that we kind of know in terms of this video is kind of an emotional encapsulation of a highly technical story. So let's watch it. It's a great way to kind of tee off the discussion. I call it destroy those one venture to Carlson. As incredible as there will be time, and it goes world, Mars, and in space. And when that day comes, does the following. Children, curiosity, trust, desire, and beyond Mars, distance between worlds, that are versus ever. Clear electric pulse. Here we all we know, using our current knowledge of experience in our starship power system approximately generate all lives of the nation or a quarter of the body. Saturn and another years reach accelerate a starship up the across Saturn and stick just if we want Earth intercept in less we have versus Soda space development starship this cross effective reach Mars there are no perhaps one day humanity will look up at its night sky and strain to find the pale yellow dot our home and no back is is the it is the hardest thing to use to oh my gosh yeah we had a like a plain very technical version but
No, I'm not. What video games do I play aside from the mini golf and bowling and things? I like Madden, which like sports games, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, I do, but I don't really get into them too much. I like Civilization games a lot. How about how about you? What kind of games do you like? What's that? Alright, you're good.
you know when we think about space exploration percent human beings probably going to go back to later and eventually want to send you
I also like The Sims.
to Mars but what chemical propulsion can't solve that problem. So this has started to kind of frame the discussion, the narrative together. We talk this all around the globe. The difference between space and the difference in through space. We talk about through space. Distance is just so big, right? You have to restate the problem, especially with training. How long does right? So this particular video encapsulates things that we like to solve problems like that. Maybe even into another star system. Talking about things that we know. The very first part of the video, didn't yet your electric. Why can't electric propulsion? So where no one that's visioning radiation, say, part atoms. That's the source of energy. Use that energy plug into some form of electric propulsion. The neon sign that's behind, imagine you could take one, cut the end off, and allow the green right? So the of electric propulsion is much better. And so that's a way we can potentially think of a spacecraft architecture, electric propulsion reactor, coupled with some form of electric propulsion that allows us to send human beings to Saturn in 100 days. Technically, that capability, if we didn't invent anything else beyond that, that would allow us to send human beings everywhere in the solar system. That's why that's extremely important. Now we're getting into the passion of what I fought for so far working with NASA to try and advocate for understanding of the difference between types of problems. If we, if we make up our minds to perfect the idea of nuclear electric propulsion as a capability, that unlocks the whole system. Right? That's kind of like the tip of the iceberg. So the big goes on after we take nuclear electric propulsion, open up a lot of stuff for us. But it's still going to take. You remember how long it's going to go to approximately 100 years? That's 2,000 years. Better be one window. A long time to be on a flight. How screwed up? Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, well, yes, it's definitely it's going to be generation. So either you generation something. Right? How are you going to choose? You're going to have a range of averages in space, right? Progress. right. Yeah. Right. Force people to carry child. Yeah. Or they might be pros like. Imagine if they're debating whether it's I'm saying? Like, it gets weird. Yeah. So anything keeps civilization. Right. But you all commit, but I didn't commit my grandparents. You're still it's like my great grandparents. Right. Not only that, reality by the time they get the being creative technology that starts yeah. Too. You got this boat, you got the usually the next one that comes by and the guy's like waving by well, we're already there for months. Right. The grandparents of the so the fusion propulsion is kind of the next step. So when we make that step, we're a little bit right. We understand the physics, right? The sun at the center of our solar system works on fuses atoms together instead of margin. Fusion propulsion is kind of another step in capability, right? That allows us to maybe do an interstellar mission measured in 100, maybe 200 years. That's kind of long, but a lot more respectable. 2005. Contrary to what the movie Iron Man might say, we don't have fusion reactors that are gigawatts the size of a coffee cup. Yeah. We got a little work to do. Right. So when you think about this kind of progress, generate that amount of power. stuff like that. That's actually one of the most popular questions I get when I go talk to, right, whenever you talk about that last lane in the video, the guy, or, you know, you can contract space that allows it to potentially go somewhere in months, whereas previously talking about millennia. Right. So just to remind folks, we just talked about everything that we know of physics today, quantum mechanics, general relativity, right? We got to add some more stuff to the diagram, develop an understanding. And so my crystal ball is no better than I couldn't say specifically if, when something like that might happen, but I can say I actually do know we need to be working on right now, right? And so in that context, right, I'm certainly doing the things that I think might help make meaningful progress towards that type of operative at some point. But, you know, I don't know how long it might take. So let me kind of give an experience at so I taught at International Space University over in Strasbourg in France, and they have a cathedral there in Strasbourg, absolutely stunning. But the thing that's even more interesting about this structure, like 500 feet tall, they started building it in 1100, and they didn't finish the cathedral until. So the people that built the basement had no hope of seeing finished product. All they could do was imagine in their mind's eye what it looked like, and but they knew what they needed to do to kind of make the progress. So they did their work, and then they hand the baton off. Next generation, you're floor in, and another generation, buttresses. So from that standpoint, I think sometimes it's important. You know, we talk about teamwork, right? Teamwork is a thing, but teamwork we typically think of shoulder to shoulder, right? But I think there's also value in teamwork across generations, if you will, right? In the day and age where you get impatient, text somebody, don't text you back in like 30 seconds, right? I think we've lost an appreciation for the value of what that means, right? In terms of working over stuff longer than what your horizon might be. I'd love the idea of space work, you know, before I go to the next chapter. But I don't know that will happen for sure. But I do know specifically what I need to be doing. And so from that standpoint, that's how I grapple with that particular question. But I mean, it's a wonderful question, and I would love to be able to tell you a very concise answer that fits with what I would hope it would be. But I don't know for certain. But I do know what I need. And that gets into, maybe we can unpack that just a little bit. That gets into the idea of how the space work works and how that traces back to those two circles on the diagram. Right. Yeah, I'll talk about that. Yeah, so maybe what we can do, Jamie, I sent you, there's a slide that's got like a cartoon space warp. It looks like a sheet of a mesh or something like that. I don't know how to explain it. Pull up. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. We actually did that graphic on the right for Nature, the journal Nature, doing an article on the 50th anniversary of Star Trek. They asked together that graphic. And so this is an illustration of the idea of the space work. Let me give a little bit of background. You know, in physics, there is a speed limit that we have to acknowledge when we talk about trying to go somewhere really quickly. Right, and so I like to call it the 11th commandment in physics: thou shalt not exceed the speed of light. Right, it's kind of a hard and fast. So if you talk about trying to get to another star that's 4 1/4 light away, that should automatically set in mind you can't get there quicker than 4 1/4 light. Right, well, there is the hope because there's a in general relativity that establishes that hard speed limit. General relativity says we can expand and contract space at any speed, and we evidence for this. We'll look at the nature of the cosmos, right? Right after the Big Bang, 14 years ago, there was something called an inflationary phase, right? Where if you were to pick two random points, expanding the bubble of the early. Put on one point, looked at another point, figured out how fast it was moving away from you. Away from you, like 10 to the 30th, with 30 zeros times. So, you know, really fast, right? And so we know from astrophysics and cosmology that this is possible. So this idea was kind of rattling around in a brain called Alcubierre. He said, hey, this interesting. Nature can do it on a grand scale. Can we potentially do it in a purposeful way? So he published a paper in 1994 that kind of encapsulated mathematics for this idea. And if you take his mathematics and you put it into physical form, it's going to look like my little cartoon on the right. You got the little ring that goes around the surface where it looks like a wave, and then the central portion there kind of looks like a football. And so what happens is that ring goes around that little football. That's what's necessary to make the trick work. And so it has to be filled with something called exotic matter. And that's an important issue, right? Yeah, what's exotic matter, right? So it's something in general relativity that's also equivalent to negative mass. And so y'all understand positive mass, right? If your little brother hits you on the head with something, that's positive mass hitting your head, right? Negative mass is not only zero mass, but it's a negative value. So what does that mean? So in the context of general relativity, if we come up with a model that requires exotic matter, we have to highlight that problem. In general relativity tell us how to make that. And so that could potentially be an obstacle that would prevent something. But if we could figure out how to make it, I'll actually speak to that. If we could create a ring that manifests that exotic matter, it would cause space-time to respond in such a way so that expand and contract allow you to approximate Centauri in 5.5 months as measured by you on board the spacecraft in that football, and as measured by folks over in mission control over in Houston. Now, this exotic matter, let's speculate that would. What would that be? So exotic matter, and this the cool thing is, these are the equations. There'll be a test later. So I'm ready. So in Alcubierre's paper in 1994, right, he rightly highlights the fact that danger's a problem. Danger will obviously the stuff requires exotic matter that may be nonsense. However, he highlights the fact, hey, we have this other circle called quantum mechanics, and there's something in the context of quantum mechanics called negative vacuum energy density. And so that's something that's connected to the idea of the Casimir force. We'll unpack that later, but that is something that could serve as a proxy for the idea of exotic matter and may help us one day make the idea of a space warp. Well, so this ability to go as fast as you're describing, where you could make it other sources. This obviously is a version of it that will probably be improved upon, right? So if this ever does come to fruition, you could conceivably imagine a time where you generate even more power, have even more capability, whoever we're in. Right, potentially. Yeah, it unlocks that anything. Let's go back a slide real quick, Jamie. I want to share something with you. Next time you're in an airport, you can do that, right? Okay. So if you want to try and imagine the idea how a space warp works in theory. Now this is just a thought experiment. So thought experiments aren't exactly precise, but they do help communicate. So when you go to an airport and they've got the long conveyor belts, I think they call them travel. And so they help us move quicker between. Yeah, by the way, folks, you're supposed to walk on those. Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, absolutely walk. Right. So if you think about what happens when you make use of one of these travelators, just like you said, most of us walk, right? So when we're at airport, we're walking, we're dragging walking. Now, if you think about what, let's say Jamie sitting at a gate and he's watching you walk by. Before you get onto the belt, he sees you walking at 3 miles an hour. When you get onto the belt, all of a sudden, Jamie, looks like you're going 6 miles an hour. So what's going on here? Think about the belt, right? The length of the belt in front of you. What's happened? It's technically it's going underneath, right? It's a metaphor. It's going underneath, but the length of belt in front of you is actually contracting, right? So by the same token, the length of belt behind you, yes, it's conveyor belt, but it's expanding. So the belt is contracting and expanding in such a way that it now seems like that you're moving it. Next time you go to an airport, get onto one of these travelators, put your hand on the railing and say, well, that's a great comparison. Totally makes sense if you think about expanding that idea instantly with gravity and just being able to, right? And that video, by the way, is so cool. The way he generated that, and that's like people describe things they're saying in terms of, when people find VPs that are particularly unusual. Right. The cool thing is if you pop forward one more slide. Maybe. There we go. When you look at the math and physics associated, right, the proper acceleration on a spacecraft is formally zero. What that means is they turn the warp on and off. It doesn't like splatter the crew. Okay, talk about keyboard, right? And so I don't know if Alcubierre specifically is hoping to land on that kind of observation, but the little toy model that he came up with got a lot of appealing characteristics, and that's one of them. Right? Turn the warp on and off. Proper acceleration alpha is probably zero, so it's actually zero. So he stumbled into a really nice. If you don't mind, while we're here, I'd love to maybe spend just a second talk about life. Interesting thing. I think it's the next slide or two. I keep going. We'll come back to this. So this is it's a modern rendering done by Mark Rademacher, a digital artist from the Netherlands. This is Star Trek ship concept that was developed by Matthew Jeffries in the 60s for the TV show Star Trek. And so you might notice there are some qualitative similarities. Great on it, I think that's the structure. But there are actually fatal concepts. But the thing that's fascinating to see before we talk about the things we're going to fix is Matthew Jeffries is not a physicist. Number one. Two, the math associated with work hadn't been published. It came up with artwork. Look how right for somebody just following the gut instinct in terms of pulling something together. Let's back. That's sort of the background. I don't know for certain, but man, sure did get nailed it. Nature of this fatal flaws as we update part of like right video version of project. Yeah, that's I go back to so the problem with version range around the entirely so when you calculate how much size matter something large number might so it's a fatal flaw out front of the warp rings would form like a warp
Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai, Echad.
my house now. Right. Do you imagine that you right? Where they take for something, right? About really taking fun of it. Um, tell us how to highlighted the paper review say this problem. Quantum mechanics has stuff called negative. Maybe we. So what is negative vacuum? So um, let's talk about some of the implications of quantum mechanics and how they're a little different from our day-to-day experience at microscopic level. Empty space quantum mechanics actually not it. So if I told you to think about a vacuum, right? Vacuum chamber is for vacuum, nothing, nothing that property work, right? Vacuum pumps is on the ball. Vacuum, quantum mechanics, the idea of empty space. There's the classical vacuum, right? It's not actually fluctuating fields and forces that are always going on all the time. So even though like this is Plum Brook, a large vacuum chamber, Ohio. So if you imagine that vacuum chamber and pumped on it, so there was no air on it, you might say there's nothing in that vacuum chamber. Well, quantum mechanics says that at the microscopic level, there are fluctuating fields, particles all the time. And so it sounds very, very, very counterintuitive to what we experience in our day-to-day life. Coffee cup, at the store, right? That's how we think of the world. Quantum mechanics deals with the microscopic realm. Things different. So that's kind of background. So you can there your nature that I'm explaining. You can actually do an experiment that provides you observational consequence of this nature, and it's called the Casimir force. I think I have a slide there, Jamie. So the Casimir force can be thought of in the following way. Imagine that you've got two metal plates, like you see here in the graph. You put them very, very close to one another. That separation is maybe 100 nanometers, so certainly much smaller than very, very small distance. And then you imagine you have a vacuum chamber that you put small plates in, and then you turn on the vacuum pumps and you pull all of the air out. Nothing in there. So now we're going to conduct a little thought experiment. We're going to imagine that Jamie has superhero powers, and he can shrink himself down to be a wee tiny little atomic person. And we're going to ask him to go into the vacuum chamber, and we're going to ask him to measure the pressure on the outside of the plate, and we're going to ask him to measure the pressure in between the two plates. And so we're going to expect, based on the normal way we exist, he's going to say 0, 0 on the outside, and he's going to say 0 in between the two plates. But what he's going to report back, he's going to say 0 pressure on the outside. He's going to say there is negative pressure between the two plates. What the hell is going on? Well, quantum field is full of fluctuating fields and forces. Matter is both a particle and a wave. You may have heard that at some point in your life. And so all these bits of energy, right, they have wavelengths. And so any wave bigger than this gap cavity, it won't be able to manifest cavity. We add up all the bits of energy on the outside. Our 0 limit. Add up all the bits of energy on the outside. We add up all the bits of energy in between the plates. There are less bits of energy. All the bigger wavelengths are extinct. And so there is a deficiency of vacuum energy that manifests with the plate. And results in that negative pressure that wants to pull those two plates together. That's called the Casimir force. A guy by the name of Casimir was the guy that that back in 1948, but it took us until the late 90s to actually measure the satisfaction. And so it's been studied hundreds of times since, measuring forces in different regimes, well. And there's also something called the transverse test. So if you try and slide the plates relative to the vacuum wants to resist sliding the plate. So this is a very real phenomenon, and it's a wonderful illustration of the pure nature of reality at the microscopic level, right? So, the theory was worked out in the 40s. The experimental stuff started in the 90s. There's been a bunch of work since then, and I think looking at trying to use the Casimir force MEMS devices, but all that to microelectromechanical, some small spheres that you can't see with your eyes. They serve different purposes. People are trying to come up with sensors, maybe some things with your car, so people chips that might be your phone or something like that. Where they make micromechanical. So the quantum vacuum, the fluctuating field of particles and forces, it's a very real phenomenon. And this stuff I just described to you is the negative vacuum energy density here highlighted in paper. We said we don't know how to make exotic matter in relativity. That circle on the diagram doesn't tell us where to go. But quantum mechanics tells us how to make negative vacuum energy in the context of what we can. And so maybe we can, some future kind of figure out how to do something somewhat. Like if you ask what's in the ring around the IX Enterprise, right? Maybe it's some understanding of the nature of the quantum vacuum. And in fact, I talked to you about, asked me when might happen, and I said, I can't tell you when, but I know what I'm next, right? In my mind, I think some of the next big chapters are going to be centered around understanding the nature of the quantum vacuum. I think there's going to be a lot of fruit there, and that may provide an opportunity circles and on what have you. Experiments or you talk about that are going to achieve particle colliders. How are they? What do you anticipate? That's a good question. And there's a lot of different approaches people have taken to try and explore the nature of the quantum vacuum. And you can even start to look at cosmological, talk about dark energy equated to the quantum vacuum at cosmological. I think there's even some stuff that's come out in the peer reviewed literature, cosmological constant actually changes over time. There's experimentation to do with they work on space work. They're trying to understand the nature of the cosmological constant scale. There's a domain where some interesting work might. I know universities all over the world still do work today. Casimir work, they make different materials just to try and understand how materials respond and make small things, trying to understand how quantum vacuum works. But I think there's also some other things that we try, right? So that goes, I think you've seen some of our work that we've been nanostructure that we've been doing work for DARPA for a number of years, where we're actually trying to work on generate power.
Welcome.
So in the process of doing that, we've found that our nano actually has I think it's our nano might create some spatial effect, right? Maybe can you pull up one of those slides close to the not that one, go back. There's a Yeah, keep going up.
Welcome,
Go right there. Right there. So there's on the left-hand side of the image, there is scanning electron microscope image of a nanostructure. In this case, with 3D printed, metallized. And so the work that we're doing for DARPA associated with that structure is focused on trying to harvest energy from the quantum. We've been working towards trying to generate voltage on that structure. Pillars are the different voltage from the wall. And in the process of doing the analysis to help us understand how thin do we need to make the rod-like structures inside the we study how the quantum field responds to the structures. We notice kind of an unanticipated intersection of a space rift. If you look at, there's like there's surface overlaid on top of the center pillar there. You've got those little regions like yellow over them. So that's the pillar, and if you move up that surface, shows the quantum field response. So that negative energy density distribution you're talking about, that is like a section in terms of what that looks like. And so we're trying to make sure that the nature of that distribution allows us to see a voltage difference. That now we can go to the middle, the top picture there is that image on the bottom left. And so you see those little yellow, looks like a regular shape. And then if you look at the picture beneath that, that is a section of a space, that ring that goes through space. The exotic method on the bottom versus the distribution of negative active energy density at the top, qualitatively similar to one another. So we, as part of an extra credit, right, we're still, DARPA doesn't care about space work. They don't care about it. This, as scientists, we were interested in, wow, we see this. And so we took that insight and we said, all right, the distribution that's on the left around that center pillar, it's prismatic, right? It's straight up and down kind of distribution. It's not a ring, which is what we think about when we think about a space. So we said, all right, well, let's do a slightly different model. Let's make a sphere inside a cylinder, and then let's study how the quantum field responds to that structure. So the energy density distribution of that, the little green item there, cartoon, the energy density distribution for that properly matches the requirements for the space. So we published a paper. Yeah, this is significant, right? Before we did that, the only thing we talked about in the literature was the math, right? If somebody said, well, what might you build to? All we do is your shoulder, right? And so this allowed us to go through and say, hey, now we can propose a real structure, right? That we can potentially, and you can 3D print it. There are 3D printers that print down to that level, right? We could 3D print those structures. Maybe some clever scientist will come up with a good experiment on how to go maybe study the optical properties like that, where they could take our insights, publish in our paper, and then they could go 3D print some stuff and do experiments to show that they can, measure the change in optical properties in warp bubbles on a chip. Future scientists can do. But this is the first time in literature we can actually say, as a community, this is a real thing that we can go make, and it's predicted to manifest a real warp bubble. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to do anything. But still, that's significant as a measure of a paradigm shift in understanding. It's Leonardo da Vinci's drawing. That's a wonderful metaphor. It definitely could be something. What's the picture drawing? Yeah. Well, it looks like a Star Trek. That's kind of a humming noise, right? It sounds like heartbeat. understand what that means. I don't understand the whole idea of subatomic particles because it's so fake, so crazy that the universe is made out of things that are actually working as magic. They appear and disappear. Right. They're in two places at the same time, both still and moving. Right. They're in superposition. Right. They're entangled. Right. In the grand scheme of things, I would speculate that as we add circles to the diagram, we may actually be able to change some narrative, right? So maybe some of, and so it gets into, now we're getting into like philosophical history of physics and some debates on for the part of the century. But maybe as we continue to move forward, we add more circles to the Venn diagram. It'll instead of having this narrative or this framework where we talk about probabilities, chances, entanglement, and the cat is alive, the cat is dead, right? Maybe there is a deeper level of understanding we have yet to cover, right? Beyond what we know today, that helps us understand things at a fundamental level. There's a sub-quantum context, right, that explains the random stochasticity that we see, and there'll be a much more satisfactory explanation for things. It's not like this. I would almost play back some of what you said. Think about it. It's actually kind of a bit of a metaphysical down to it, right? The collapse of the wave function, right? Maybe continue to move forward. We get deeper understanding, have answers that are much more compelling, logical. In some way, we don't currently. Well, we try to explain to people the experiment. Try to explain that to people the particle. Like, what? I believe it. You have one slit, you get a nice Gaussian distribution around the center point, and you open up two slits, and you got weird interference. Like, right? That's the whole particle in a way, right? That's how you kind of see that. But how do you explain that? And so, actually, there are thought processes you have to explain that kind of stuff. Stuff that's not right. It's Bohmian trajectory. It's almost frustrating because I know we're going to crack it one day. It's like, hey, damn, I wish I was born in 2020. You know what I mean? Like, they probably would already nailed it. I really like it. I love it right now. It's such a fun time where these technological innovations they're happening, compounding, and building on each other in such a very incredible way that this kind of experiment is actually possible, and now you can actually prove, we have a theoretical show you how to do it. Right. And so some of the stuff that we were focused on. So, I spent 20 years at NASA. I left NASA in 2019. Helped save a nonprofit. Basically, we did some of the work, right? And that's where we put some of the work for DARPA, nanostructures that we're working on. We got a lot further with the work. We created a commercial company called we're trying to commercialize our power generating nanotechnology. And so, in some ways, it's like the interesting aspect of the story. In the process of us trying to pursue romantic of the space, we may have stumbled power generating nanotechnology could be useful now in a lot of ways, ranging from powering a Fitbit on your wrist or tire pressure monitor system in your car. Maybe one day as we a lot more. In the process of chasing the romantic dream, we stumbled across one that we're in now, right? So when you add what might bring around that spaceship that makes enterprise, maybe those could be long-standing descendants of some of the stuff we're working on, chips that we're making today. Essentially, like the people foundation for those computers in silicon, they're not going to see it. Right. Yeah. Right. It's neat to think the speed at which it occurs, right? I think you guys must on this time need to see what he's been able to accomplish. Basically, I met him in I was on a planning for a conference, American Astronomical Society, and we were doing a conference in Houston with a focus on commercial on the idea. At the time, I was working at Lockheed Martin, and so we had Elon Musk come in and talk to us about this crazy space. And so Martin corporate contact asked, "Hey, we know you're going to be interfacing with this guy, and so on you might have after the conference and tell us what you think." And so I went to the conference, got a chance to watch a number of people come in and talk about great ideas. Elon came and did his talk, and after the conference was over, I wrote up a corporate. I think the guys everything. I think Lockheed Martin should buy a company at some time. Unfortunately, they didn't. Right? Because if they did, they would have been magic. Right? You need this pretty bizarre idea that watching rocket. That's nuts. That's so absolutely nuts. Right? My brain looks at that and goes, right? Like, what's why they come here? It almost looks it's a leap above anything that's ever been done before. Yeah, could you imagine the design meetings? Right? And I'm sure it was probably on it that said that, yeah, I want to catch it. Story. Yeah. I can see all the engineers are curious. Everybody thought, right? Yeah, right. The rock planet. I do think that I don't know if you've ever met Gwen Shotwell. Gwen Shotwell's telling you, right? So in Elon Musk strikes me as one of those guys that's like an idea generator. All this great stuff's coming out. Light if coming up with all these ideas. You got to have somebody take all that chaos, pull out tidbits into action. So I think Gwen is kind of his secret weapon. She helps take all of the chaos and starts to put it into action of steps. Help basically. Okay, she ruled. Oh yeah. Imagine increase have someone with a sort of an innovative mind and someone together as right. And just kind of put that in context, right? In my mind, SpaceX is an example of mastering the art of getting to space. Right? SpaceX is conquering that, climbing the edge against the gravity, as opposed to Bruce. Therein lies a great opportunity to kind of re-highlight that perennial difference, challenge. Right. Yeah, and then the idea of some sort of a space station somewhere, like not just circling the Earth, but the cosmos. There's so many different ways that can colonize another planet, which is always like that's what we're probably going to try to do with another civilization us, and that's where you talk. Yeah, right. Right. What I guess it gets into the whole. If somebody has the ability to come here, right? Almost like I would rather be the one that technically is able to go somewhere else rather than come here, because if you look at history, that has never gone well for the organization, for the tribes that get visited. No, that's where I'm like, I'd rather be exactly right. So, and imagining exotic virus. Oh yeah, right. It always makes you think. Star Trek. They just go down to the planet. Right. There. Yeah, right. Like breathe air, same atmosphere, same pressure, gravity. That's like over somebody's face starts bleeding from their eyes. Right. The guy with the red shirt, right away. That guy's. Yeah. You have to take a chance. You think of what's currently available today in terms of research on propulsion. When people speculate some sort of a black ops program the government's been running secretly. That's what a lot of these drones are. The people are a lot of TikTok stuff. That's probably our military bases. Given your understanding of the current thing that's well, it's hard to imagine that being possible, right? In terms of, because my entire professional experience has been about wrestling with how do we conquer this time distance. So I know all the shortcuts. I know where we are for the most part today, where we're lacking, right? And so I just don't know that there is an organization that has things that could potentially operate in ways like the TikTok, right? But I don't know that there is actually has that capability. I have to know it's even conceivable that there could be a program where you get the brightest time for working on this stuff, make advancements that are far any conventional described. Yeah, now we know it's on a different frequency. We had some kind of kit, right, that not from here, however we got it, right? And people spent some time studying it. Maybe they could figure it out, but that also gets into a little bit of a project, right? Because I think you talked about going back to the 1400s, holding up an iPhone, right? If you handed something like this, Isaac Newton, right? Would have no idea make it. And he might figure out the interface, right? Apple job for user friendly. I mean, how could he even if he looked at it with a glass and thought it would maybe start to make out pixels, right? It doesn't have the benefit of getting the math, physics, so forth. So it's possible, right? But those are the things that in gaming situations in my head, what might that look like? But it's like, wow, this might be hard to figure. It'd be awesome if somebody had figured that out. That was awesome. Thank you for the people that they have recovered these vehicles from somewhere else. One of the ways they describe them, it's really they describe them. I've heard that word. Yeah, you were willing to try to get someone to figure out how to construct their own automobile in a 2025 Ford CR model. Give them a combustion engine, carburetor. Go, okay, like somebody knows how to make a motor. They look at that and go, wow, all right, combustion, and then the gases spin around, and then it creates energy, and then spins wheels. This thing has and that goes back. Oh, yeah, I think we can do it. But it, he gave it some electric Tesla, new Model S. I think this. Yeah, exactly. They go, what is this? Right, this country. Right, electric. And the first thing was here was 1.9. Yeah, car. That's amazing. Tesla. It feels like spaceship. It feels like you're not. Right, you're in something. So if they gave us something to back in, actually, I had never thought about it that way. Yeah, right. That's the best shit. You know what I mean? Like, right. I mean, a Jeep, a 50. You know what I mean? Like a Willys, right? Yeah. Look at all the stuff. Like if you open up the hood of one of those things, an old Jeep, you go, oh, I see for everything else. Here's the spark plug. Right. Here's the computer cap. I get it. But I guess if that were the case, I can follow you. Right. But then, could you imagine? I mean, that's the I don't understand engineering. Is it possible that there could have been some program that's been going on in complete total secrecy, shielded from Congress, shielded from the higher levels of government, on the most need-to-know basis possible with our current security system, that they could have some kind of a program that's working on stuff. I certainly couldn't rule that out, right? but some things I think about when I think about that problem. Let's talk about the F-117 Delta, right? There was a program that was unclassified early called HAV, and so that's when they were first starting to explore the idea of having an aircraft that could be extremely stealth. And so it was unclassified for a good amount of time until they put the first test shape onto a radar stand out of whatever. And they turned on the radars and they're like, well, something's wrong. We're not seeing anything, right? And then a bird landed on the prototype and they saw a bird. And so that happened, the whole program, right, became classified. Before then, it was not classified. But it of course came out in the 90s, Gulf War I, right? We saw manifestations. So there's the program, extremely classified for this reason, but it still came out, right? And then I also think about, I worked at NASA, right? So you have working at for 20 years, spectrum of people serving different roles in the facility. So you're always going to have people that take out garbage and other things like that. So, you've got something that has implications like that. I mean, it's hard. It could happen. That's the thing I struggle with. A lot of different moving parts to try and keep that. I mean, maybe. Well, if I was running, I would talk. Like, it used to be on this pathway we are currently exploring. I'd want to bring someone in. Well, if somebody's got a manual that can help me figure out to go do something, give me a call, right? And I know I'm going to get all kinds of calls on that. I already get that now, right? You're going to get the good. But, the question I guess I'm asking is, are there even experts in physics and engineering that are out there that could be born, that could be taken away from everyone else and put on these projects? Could they achieve meaningful results given that kind of compartmentalized, right? Maybe the thing that we could throw into the sandbox discussion is the manhandling. Maybe there's something where they were working on something extremely important for humanity. They were able to keep a lot of those secrets for quite some time. So yeah, maybe that's to run something. But would you have the expertise? Are we aware of who all experts are? Is it possible that the government could have access to brilliant minds that are on this sort of path, like you are, gotten them, moved them into the project, and kept it all hush hush? Not even, certainly the government also has an organization called the team. A lot of extremely smart folks from academia, and they come in with certificates. Some are assigned. They band together in the summer to go work on a series of problems that folks might have, and so what you're asking me kind of makes me think about kind of a mechanism to have access to the best and the brightest across the entire spectrum of the U.S. and you pull it together and make sticks on whatever problem you got. But you could run into a problem where they might look at a problem and only look at it in the context of what we know, right? The quantum mechanics and generativity. Want to think about new things that could potentially be brought to bear. So it could be some lies of white across. That in some ways that doesn't always make sense. And they do that work all the time. I guess the question is, there are this particular area of where, if I was running the government, I wanted to work on some certain stuff like fine. That's a tough question to answer, but going to taking that question and going to like steps might take, right? What discipline is relevant, right? That's a difficult question to answer because there's so much stuff that we know. Sample a number of different disciplines, right? Both in relativity and quantum mechanics, with some hope that maybe you've got the right sprinkling of ingredients to bear to that. And then there is a history of, I think, some folks in academia think about advanced matter propulsion. They're also primarily physicists in their day-to-day capacity. But you know how Puthoff, although he's got a lot of many and varied interests, published a lot of great papers in literature thinking about physics, right? He's got some stuff he's called the polarizing vacuum. And so, you know, my drawer of preferred papers, I have a number of papers from Hal's work, polarizing vacuum. Interesting, fascinating. And so there may be some things out there that are basic concepts, right? That's fascinating. How oh yes, I know that. And then, you know, the little icon, the Bob Lazar story. The Bob Lazar story, I'm sure you're aware of, is essentially what we're talking about. Like you bring them out of the and if you found some wild, intelligent, scientist, rocket, backlog, which is what he did. What is that fucker? Yeah. Right, the guy in the rock, Hazel, you know, bring him out there, or guys, wherever he was the rock side, Alamo, guys at Los Alamos, bring him out here. What's going on? Yeah, his story is not too familiar. It's the nuttiest story of all time, and he supposedly, well, they denied that he ever worked at Los Alamos, but he found him on the and not only that. Georgetown took a tour. He knew everybody. He knew the people who worked there. He knew how to clearly. So that's interesting. They tried to deny that he worked there. And then there is the top where he's flown out to the desert to Eric. And during this time, he can't even tell his story. So his wife thinks there, gotta fly away that night. Right. Tell me where you're going. You want to work? You're working late again. The wife starts having it become which is the beauty about the reality. The reality is fake. Sometimes actual true stories are bizarrely fictional. So his wife starts having it because it's inherent. He cannot be if he can be under stress. So they don't give him an answer. First people out in the desert practice. They fly this on certain. They do like around the base. No. So he takes him to the rest. Then he gets caught there. Explains what he's doing. Okay, I've got it. So he goes. Initially, they hide his face. They'll tell you everything. Goes over the diagram of the device. Yeah. And he calls it a funnel, and it looks like that. That thing that we found. Oh yeah. It's almost like a hubcap, right? Okay. In the middle of it is some sort of a generator that he had on this unknown element, element 115. Oh, some of this is kept the stuff over the years. Yeah. Yes. Essentially, the way he describes traveling, and again, the way he describes traveling, that drive, that drive, change space and time over, and that thing to go. It all sounds very surreal, right? Oh yeah. There's another story. Again, I remember friends that are keeping me interested in those things that I did. Tic Tac, interesting. It's got a lot of rigorous data that helps you go, well, I can't explain that. I can't explain that. There is another accounting category. My brain doesn't even know what to make the Rendlesham Forest. I don't know if that rings a bell. There's some over in the UK where base over there is airmen came across the prairie route. I can't even begin to describe. Not sure if I know. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. I don't know well enough to pack it today, other than to say it's so bizarre that when you the accounts that are recorded, right, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, you know, if you think about if you watch an octopus in an aquarium, right, the octopus is doing stuff that sometimes understand what the motivation is. Like it across like communication with birds. You know, that octopus eats that crab or whatever the case may be. And so our chemical computers know they're different. And we can look at their behavior and we can go, all right, I think I understand what that octopus might be wanting to do today, or a shark or a dog or a porpoise. When you hear what happened in that Rendlesham Forest thing, it breaks all of my it's like, what is the story? A colonel and some airmen reported some weird stuff that was going on in Rendlesham Forest. Yeah, and they went out and tried to investigate it. And also, again, I'm doing such a terrible job of summarizing it. I don't really know those words very well, but here it is right here. Everything they saw was very bizarre and crazy. We can read it. It says 40 years ago, remote subject was the most famous UFO sighting. Just what did happen, and would we ever know for sure? Victor Thurn Kettle, chopping wood in Rendlesham in late December 19. Car outstepped two men, about 30, dressed in suits. Good morning. We ask you some questions. Ask them in well-spoken English accent. Earlier, on 26th and 28th of December, United States Air Force security personnel stationed at nearby RAF Bridge had reported strange lights surrounding cars. Forestry worker Mr. Thornfiddle, unannounced and unidentified visitors asked if he had been out the previous night. I said no, because they said, did you leave the house at all? Did you see anything? I said, what? They said, oh, there's a report of some red lights in the forest. We're just checking. The men very politely but firmly asked me probably about 20 questions. I thought they were journalists. They suddenly said, oh, well, fair enough, probably nothing in it, and left. So I bought the papers every day for the next few days to find out what was going on, and of course, there was nothing. 3 years later, however, sightings made the News of the World front page story of UFO land topic, and that's official. The story was based on a memo from RAF Bridge Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Hall to the Ministry of Defense. It was released by the U.S. government, described as an encounter with an apparent UFO in the forest. In the course of much debate and speculation among UFO enthusiasts, subject of numerous books, articles, and programs. In March, a documentary sightings achieved legend status in the Loch Ness Forest Park. The forest even has its own official UFO trail, complete with a life-size replica of the flying saucer. Replica, like the authorities, they didn't learn. What is the story? Get to like the story. Scroll down more. That gets into stuff that it doesn't make sense in terms of very peculiar. Yeah, got the hard ups that come. There's three rabbits, grapes, more carefully. Triangle. Okay, what else? Burn marks on trees, but what's like? Okay. That's what it looks like. And it has marking. There's crush brought it up. How bizarre is it? Has that symbol? That's an Hindu symbol, correct? That symbol. Oh, they're different. That looks very weird. Huh. So what about this one stands out. I put this one in the category of just I don't understand if it's a real account. Right? I mean, so I think when you have a lieutenant colonel reporting something as factual, tend not to immediately dismiss it, right? But what the and it's not just him; it's several people around him. But they tried, right? Doesn't make sense to me, right? You know, in terms of the David Fravor talking about the Tic Tac, I can kind of, that's not totally alien. Oh well, they're trying to move aircraft. It's maneuvering cap, whatever the case may be. I can kind of connect the dots with Reynolds. Well, what about it doesn't make any sense? What they saw, why it was doing what it was doing. What was it doing? Just out in the woods. Out in the woods, leaky lights, weird stuff. Like, why is that weird? I don't know the gut, right? In terms of my gut's telling me I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. I don't know how to explain it any better. But it's just an object. The woods, blinking lights. Like it's fine. Why? I just don't understand why that's weirder. Yeah, I think they also described it had like melty bits or something like that. That were like dripping off of it and so forth. And I just but it sounds so completely surreal. I think maybe what I'm unconsciously trying to do is I'm trying to map. How might I map the text that they're describing? Jay, is this the one where they found debris at the scene? Did someone brought this up? Was it Jacques Vallée that brought this up? Yeah, debris burning up a fireball. Attempt to approach the object through the trees, and the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy. One of the servicemen, Sergeant Jim Peniston, later claimed to have encountered a craft of unknown origin while in the forest, although there was no published mention of this at the time, and there is no corroboration from other witnesses. Yeah, so there's no matter how far you dig, there's not going to be very much satisfactory resolution of the mystery. It's a bonkers kind of story. This one stand out to you more than, like, say, Roswell. Because Roswell, to me, is one of the most bizarre ones. When you look at the front page of the Roswell Daily Record, I believe, that has this story saying that the government has recovered a flying saucer, and that a crashed flying saucer was found. And the story is that they grabbed the wreckage and put out the right Patterson Air Force Base, two separate planes, one of them crashed. Truman met them there. Maybe in that case, potentially a reported spaceship, and it was around military bases. I mean, I don't know. It's just weirder. Again, we're getting into the fact that I don't have a lot of depth in some of these areas. I understand, but it's the weirdest aspect of the whole crash retrieval program, the alleged crash retrieval program. If it has occurred, and it really does go back to 1950, like how did you guys? How have you kept this secret so long? That's one of the things I wonder about. There's a book I was recommended to read called Blind Man's Bluff, and it's a book about deeply classified projects connected to Navy, right? That were, I think, the end effect of what they were trying to do. Part of what's you remember hearing about deep sea rescue vehicles, right? So deep sea rescue vehicles basically covered for the submarines that the Navy to put listen on communication bottom of the body of water that so this book called a number of programs developed kit hardware to accomplish and so it's neat to kind of see how black programs like that how that become the fascinating that's what you're wrestling. How do you have something that's so classic, right? the other data from other programs, you can secret for a little while, but you can't keep it for long, right? That's when I look at these other things, that comes to my mind, right? That doesn't mean I'm right. It could definitely be programs that are out there, or maybe they figured out how to get around that. But when you look at some of the most classified military things that are out there, a lifetime. Maybe it's just one government. The government's out of a lot of one, right, they got it down. Right, you know? Right. Or at least there's a small section. Right. Well, Hal's speculation. Hal says it's pretty short. That's a person. Well, yeah, he's a very discriminating individual. He likes to question. Thought about things over, right? He bring a little bit of that. Some of the different things that gives you some measure of comfort, even though he's thought about some wide-ranging things. Also, as crazy what he says, there's something. Okay, what is that? Like if you're telling me there's a crash of UFOs, non-human intelligence, and then there's stuff you can't tell me, right? Exactly. What else? What have you seen, Hal? Bullshit. You're 18 years old. Let's go. Yeah, right. You're on the clock, bud. You're on the clock. Come on, right. Come on, if anybody knows, please. But I guess if you didn't, my goodness, but no longer have access to any of that stuff, then you'd probably be in trouble. That probably a lot of it. Oh yeah, absolutely. You'd have a lot of special things. A lot of bad things go your way. But what he describes that in perspective to me, that you have to understand that one of the things that would happen is there would be a real problem. You'd have to figure out how this stuff was. So this was funded by misallocation of finances to live Congress. So these are crimes. These are crimes that put people in prison. Yeah. And then on top of that, by the way, that goes back to that book I was telling you about, Man's Blood, because it talks about the amount of money that went into the program. That was hundreds. Right. And it's interesting. That gives you like a little bit of a window of insight into how the classified world moves stuff around. Right. And then you also have the national security problem, because what Hal said, we're not the only ones who have these. Essentially, a mad race to try to back in these things. This was right. I gotta think. Look at counts of the important thing. Help categorize the nature of the craft has the ability to manifest. Well, R-71 does Mach 3.0. You got something that has radar truncated Mach 8 or Mach 10. That's interesting. Now, we do have hypersonics. You can't just automatically think something exotic. It could be something mighty flags on the front of the vehicle. But then, like you talked about, Jesus, like a Tron turn, 90-degree kind of turn, and you've got a radar track. That might help you categorize the nature of the different out there. So, and to me, that's why, like, TikTok is not this hard for quality. Some of the stuff they describe, I can't imagine other to explain what they're saying. A lot of the other stuff I can actually probably together in my head. They talk about the cube side of a clear sphere. There are patents for radar corner cube or a cube, a metallic cube, a clear. They can split it to evaluate radars. Looks like there's a patent. So that's a corner cube, but there's a patent that has a version of that that's light enough to go inside of a some kind of a balloon, maybe it's filled with or something like that. There you go, that's the patent, right? So there's a patent. So I can certainly see maybe that's tethered to a balloon, right? They're just evaluating our radar system. that would kind of make sense. The Ryan Graves with these things where they were standing motionless and not if it's together, but if it's moving, I can't describe that static. Right, but that looks look at what that looks like. Jamie, should pull that photo up you just had. That I don't think that's tricking. Yeah, the one on the left though is metallic. Left is for an image. Metallic cube inside this. Just a okay, so theoretical. Right. So in a lot of cases, I could again, I'm agnostic. Is if I bring this framework to the table, and so only Tic Tac ones really take the bubbles up in my mind. The highest quality data that I haven't been able to categorize. Well, it could be A, B, or C. You know, go back to that more boring. Jamie, go back to that blue on there. Could be nonsense. Pilot's notes for two transmedium vehicle formulated by order of gas. Restricted. Come on, it's restricted. Super important. So, it's gotta be like that. I'm a French model. Right there. Oh, it's box stuff. Just it's just, we need to get those. You know, the lack of that thing could hypersonic. You're right. Right. If it's not right, if it's not some kind of laser creating pixels, right, and it's some solid thing, it's going supersonic. It's based on everything we know. Damn, it should have. If it doesn't, it is a physical thing that demands an explanation, right? And I wouldn't be able to explain that, right? Right. That's exactly why something like the data that comes out of the Tic Tac, I haven't been able to pound flat and they go away, right? Keep surviving all of my grumpy business attacks, right? He doesn't create ones. So funny story, and beer is involved. Much, a little bit. A little bit beer. So we were down at Kennedy Space Center. A cautionary tale. Don't always believe what your eyes, right? Because you potentially yourself on the wrong path. So we're down at Kennedy Space Center. We had put some docking cameras, space station module. Spent a number of days working long hours, wearing those comfortable bunny suits. So finished all this stuff, wanted to celebrate. So we went to the beach and had a little winding time and drank a few beers, hang it out. Around on the coast, down there, Kennedy, and we're looking up at the sky. You could see some of the satellites coming up. Our eyes look light. You can occasionally kind of expect them to have a track that goes west to east, if you will. Generally, I mean, it can come from all the but then we started seeing some satellite tracks that were very different from what we might expect being rocket watching. Kind of interesting. And it's a very different angle. Well, maybe it's a Russian spy satellite, it's retrograde. We're trying to figure out what it be, and then a couple of we see 4 or 5 more of these tracks, right? And we're like, maybe talk about these crazy things, right? Maybe there's something, right? About an hour gone through this process, and I'm finally seeing another one of these glowy orbs. I look at it, and I just realized the edge of the blue orb, wings of a seagull, right? So it's the white belly of a seagull reflecting the light from nearby, and so that's what we're seeing, right? And so those things, it's just something to make you think about what you're seeing. May not be, I mean, because it's breaking all my guessing machines, breaking all of our guessing. We're wondering and speculating about it, but in the end, you know, seagulls doing their nightly business, right? Those are the guys that get me, right? So that's fun. That is fun. So yeah, that's my only. Yeah, well, the mind of especially computers. Right. But I can't dismiss all of the different, very serious people that have talked to me. And that's try and always keep a squinty eye towards it. And I think that's probably good to do that, because then that the stuff that survives that filter, right, high quality, right? So the things that keep coming out of the Tic Tac, I can't kill them. I keep wanting to try. What about when you play like the fast video or the square video crafts that are moving in a very weird way? They don't give it traditional propulsion signatures. So yes, those are interesting videos, and they come from trained professional fighter. What's the one word? Fighter pilots, and so I can't dismiss those accounts. But the integrated quality of that data is not the same as Tic Tac, right? Where you've got multiple aircraft, multiple radar systems over multiple days, right? That's one of those, and it's yes, and not only but they're laying eyes on this, and it's not just one plane where sometimes you can fool yourself. Very example, right? Very right. You put the guy's pocket. It's going, and I acknowledge the fact it doesn't have any thermal signatures or indicative of like a or something like that, right? So some of those things definitely are hard to explain to these guys. Listen, yeah, because their eyes are trained to go through and discern. They're always thinking about, can this kill me? Can I kill it? What do I need to know? I completely acknowledge they have that framework drilled into their head, and that helps put this into a special category. But those are unfortunately single data. I can't do anything. Right. And that gets back to what we talked about at the beginning of all this. I would love for somebody to show up with a notebook, right, full of all these great observations that would help me. We're making these little nano chips that we're trying to extract energy. Yeah, sure. At the actual energy, there are a bunch of nano chips that we're doing as part of the company. These chips interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage potential lead. And so we measure voltage on those guys, put them in dark RF shielded enclosures. There's some pictures. Yes. So and it's fun to think about how you can make stuff like that. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's talk about some of the applications. This is. I think go back a couple slides. Keep going. One more. All right. So let's just spend maybe 3 minutes here talking about the Casimir Force, at least picking up where we left off. Okay. Right. So we talked about the idea of the Casimir Force is a macroscopic observational consequence of something called the quantum fluctuation forces. You go to the next slide. So conceptually, the following is true, independent of anything that we're doing. If you allow the quantum field to interact on the metal plates that we talked about as part of the Casimir, it will apply a force over distance that will cause that gap to close. That is, by definition, a force over a distance. That is a unit of work. So the Casimir force phenomenon is a illustration of extracting energy from quantum, independent of anything that we're doing. Right? That's part of what's baked into the idea of the Casimir force interacting with the quantum. Now, I'd say, well, maybe we could use that power source. The only big problem with this textbook illustration of Casimir cavity, once the plates have collapsed, but there's no more, you can't get any energy out of it. You have to actually pull the plates apart. You have to wind the watch again, if you will. And so this type of an approach would at best simply be a battery. So you can extract continuous energy. quantum from this type of apparatus. So this is an innovation that we came across. The slightly larger version of that scanning electron microscope image. So change the standard cavity concept by adding pillars along the middle. We have these structures inside the middle of the cavity. And so you got a cavity wall on the left, cavity wall on the right. The walls fixed to the substrate can't move. We don't want them. And the pillars are also fixed to the substrate. The walls are electrically connected to each other, and the pillars are electrically connected to one another, but they're isolated. That's just a physical description of what this is. So now let's talk about how does custom structure interact with the quantum. What's this particular structure? So for that, let me give you a metaphor. Imagine a Pacific atoll island. It's surrounded by the Pacific Ocean with all this random wave on the outside of the atoll island. But at the center of the atoll island is a nice, very quiescent, very smooth. The water's connected to the Pacific, but a lot of that wave can't manifest on the active and nice environment. So imagine, Joe, you're sipping nice water and having a nice paddleboard day, quiescent, enjoying yourself. And Jamie, the other package, and went deep sea fishing out on the ocean. He's really bobbling back and forth. It's much more uncomfortable for him. Right. So now with that metaphor in mind, let's come back to the structure. So this structure, the wall on the outside, like the Pacific atoll island, inside the quantum field, like assaulting that structure on all sides. The pillars are like on your paddleboard in the lagoon. It's a protected environment. And so the way the quantum field interacts with the structure is it will occasionally cause a real electron inside the wall to quantum tunnel pillars. And so the pillars are like you on your paddleboard. It's a very quiescent environment. The electron shows up to this quantum tunneling process, but there's no wave energy on the to mirror that current back to the wall. In that way, this structure interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage potential. So we measure a negative voltage on the pillars relative to the wall. So although this is a very tiny little cavity, and we can measure the voltage directly on a force microscope, guys together by the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, then we can get to the voltage current level that map to things that we care about in application, like tire pressure monitor system, something microwatts worth of power, or a Fitbit, or you've got the ring there. I think it's an electronic ring or something like that. An Aura ring. Yeah, it's some low power application. So using this approach, we're trying to create chips that are about the size of pinky hand that generate 1.5 volts and 25 microamps. That maps to a number of chips that are on the market today that operate at that power level, but they have to be recharged. We don't have to. We're like a solar panel that works in the dark. So you can put us in your device down to the bottom of the ocean, and it will continue to work. We can give it to our buddies in the intuitive routine, carry it to the surface of the moon, and maybe they want to throw a sensor or something electric there, even though the sun stops shining. So the cool thing is, like I said at the beginning of the interview, we're going down this path of trying to understand the nature of the quantum field because we're motivated by where we might envision it to lead one as we're a deeper understanding that physics bend back and get to a point where we can figure out what do we need to put into to go around that IXS enterprise concept shift. And so it's cool to think that maybe we can come up with a technology that provides power today, things like this. Maybe if we put it in aggregate, put a lot of them together, right? We could get to a point where this is the 3D print of having a bunch of those chips that are 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters, 1.5 volts, 20 microamps. If we add a bunch of those together, very large, that particular board might generate 3.4 watts. So that board could recharge your phone in 3 hours. So imagine a scenario where you had a phone that's pretty resilient. For most parts, you never have to plug it in. That might be right. And it's neat to think that pursuing this whole reaching for the stars has this exploration of pushing the boundaries of what we know, and then kind of coming across instantiations that make us go, hey, wait a minute, although we were thinking about these things, look at what we can potentially do now. And so we can find ways to, keep the research, bring value in incredible ability to think in terms of what it can unlock. 3.5 watts, put a bunch of kilowatt or even more, right? Have expeditionary power. I don't know if you've ever wanted to have a farm out in the middle of some untouched area where you didn't want to pay the money for the power line. I mean, 10, 15 years, maybe you didn't have to. We could provide a solution to come off the grid. Online about some technology that I've implemented in Japan where they have figured out a way to extract far more energy. Yeah, this increase the efficiency right, in terms of you get to close to 40% on the solar panel. It's kind of at the limit of what you can do. And then the challenge you have with the solar panel is at the surface of the Earth during ideal peak lighting conditions, the flux of power you get is about 1,000 watts per square meter. If you wanted 5 kilowatts of power, have to do a fairly big area. With our technology, we can stack it on top of it. We don't have to stretch out. So the quantum field essentially provide a lot more power with a much smaller footprint right now. But I have to acknowledge we're still very early, very low power for a long time. But we're thinking about what can we do now, right? And then use those all that 50 feet thick, 700 circle, then you have enough power. Right. Well, and just get into the cool thing is what we're trying to understand study the chipset is we're trying to understand the nature of the quantum, right? Structure. Alternate tweak it that we talked about the fact that negative vacuum energy density is essentially a big proxy idea of exotic matter in terms of generativity requires. And so in the process of developing a deeper understanding of the quantum field of what we're doing devices, right? I would contend we're actually adding another circle on that Venn diagram that's potentially not only overlapping part of quantum mechanics, but it's also overlapping part of activity. I think that's kind of what's going to be necessary to be able to make space work real one day. We're going to have that new body of new equation, right, that allows us to potentially, hey, if I listen to this, I can solve that problem. But I think your instincts are right on, right, from the standpoint of what we're doing in the micro, right? If you cracked open one of the access panels on the access side, you might see some stuff that's like, I can see how guys are dependent what gets put together in that macroscopic. It's gotta be so frustrating to have men like imagine frustrating, challenging, exciting. Knowing that there's this potential energy, and knowing that just like all technology, go back to the whole program, the amount of power called far exceeds. They have like a whole giant wall charge. Take that for granted. It mentioned that, right? That through, think about the Industrial Revolution. We started steam power, right? And then when we later figured out gas engine, right? The amount of power we have available to us changed so drastically, right? The change that it had on civilization and culture is hard to fully comprehend because, I mean, if you think about all the different things that get done, a single tractor with one person on it will, do all the stuff that's necessary to cultivate a plow, and it's amazing to think that that's possible. One human being on a tractor, but you had to unlock all the energy, insights to unlock the energy, maybe what we know from the chemical. Right. Yeah, it's neat to think how things like that change civilization. So, in some ways, it's like if you think about the long-term benefits of using something like this, right? We talk about the grid. We're here in Texas. I think we had some issues during very cold winter where ERCOT got its power removed, right? Power grid has some issues that got really cold. Imagine a future where we can start to create microgrids that may eventually away from something. And what would that kind of capability for parts of the world that currently don't have infrastructure? Right. There's a lot of places in Africa. Block of brick down on the table, 1 kilowatt, right? Let people know they can use it. And so just like Starlink provides opportunity for remote locations to have access to the internet, right? We could potentially bring solutions to people that help a lot of places on the planet that they might not receive otherwise. Right? So those are things that have us excited as we continue to wrestle with technology. Right? Anytime you're trying to do something, trying to establish order with only chaos, it's hard. Right? But the things that help us weather that long-term implications of what we're doing, both in the near term and in the far term. It's really cool to think, right? We can provide benefits here, and then farther down the line here, farther down the line here. Oh, by the way, the whole reason we're doing all this stuff is both to try and space work. Right? It's cool to kind of have that connection between all these different nodes. Right? Yeah. Right? I mean, right. I mean, think about like what when we have a hurricane, right? The power goes out. Power until they get the power lines, right? If you have capabilities like this, maybe 50 years in the future or something like that, where everybody they're off the grid, right? That changes the nature of how we handle disaster, right? And monopolize. That's in shape. No longer be dependent. Essentially, everyone is dependent, right? And then if you can imagine it scales up, it gets better and better, just like cell phones were initially very large bricks. Remember from Wall Street? Oh, hi, yeah, sure, I can do dinner. This big brick with it. Yeah. And now they're tiny things. And so you can, that would eventually get to the point where it's portable and anyone can power everywhere you want to go. Yeah, so some of the things we think about in terms of the roadmap, right? It may take us a little while before we provide all the power necessary for like a Tesla. But we could imagine an scenario where, like a problem, we've got this 3.5 watt card. Maybe we put a bunch of together to create a 1 kilowatt module, resource. So maybe a Tesla's got 50 kilowatt hours capacity in it. Most of your daily driving that folks do is home. That's maybe 50 miles to and 50 miles from, 100 miles a day, right? So if you've got a electric vehicle that has all batteries already in it, then you make the decision to buy a right? You connect it to your car. That module provides for a 24-hour period, provide 24 kilowatt hours capacity. And so, in terms of the driving that I just talked about, right? You're not going to drain the battery in as cell could continue to charge it. In that particular instance, even though we might be a little bit farther away from our own car, we might be able to find opportunities for the doctor. 99% of how you might plug it in. So from where we are now, the current research, incredible idea. What steps have to take now? Right. The first step is trying to get the power magnitude, right? 1.5 volts, 25 micro. We have chips, these chips right here, achieve very high voltage, but they lack certain steady state for a long term. So they have the ability to provide state power, but it's like 30 millivolts current. So it's the current that we're currently trying to get the current up to 25 microamp. And so that's the stuff that we're every month we're trying to do another generation of chips work with capacity. And making chips is that stuff. It's been quite the slog. You know, we've been doing this now. The 2020 worked on months to make. Then we got the time 12 months. These guys down. It's actually this was a 2-week sprint. But roughly generation once a month. Making chips is very different from how we do the rest of take this quick table, right? If you think about making something, think about holes and putting forth. But when you talk about making chips, it's entirely different approach to how you make things with light, make things with plasma, right? So this would be a good opportunity. Verbal description, rate how well I communicate. So how in concept, how you make something smaller. So ordinarily when we want to look at something very small, we use a microscope. Look through and it's something. Now, what we're looking at is very tiny. You optics blow that up, and in some cases, instead of putting our eye against the ports, the microscope, we'll put an image or a camera on there, and we'll take the camera, will collect the image, and put it on a big screen, LCD screen. Now, think about that in reverse. What if, you know, let's say you're looking at our chips, you're seeing squares and circles and tiny little shapes. Now imagine for a moment instead you go through in some CAD program, all squares and circles, you draw a picture of the head, and then you go through and you take that digital file that's created, and you kind of look at this whole process talking in reverse. And so instead of using a select project back down through the object, right? Now you project some want to manifest shit, right? But you can look at it through your eyes, right? Through the microscope first, the image down on the chip. Now the next thing you do is take a fucking eraser, and then you go through and you apply something we call really really almost a You put photo on the wafer and you spin it at high RPM and that photo and you that wafer and you expose the image on ultraviolet, right? So that hardens part of that photoresist. And you develop that wafer to remove all of the photoresist that is not tight. And then maybe you expose the plasma place so where the photoresist survives is the light. Now the idea of biggest memory, any of the digital technology network. But old enough to remember Profish, what is that? Yeah, that's another kind of illustration of it, just not applied to the shell. Well, I would imagine that back a spectacular require a long time to develop kind of factor scale. That's an issue that we have that highlight the COVID pandemic shift scale. Right. Yeah, I was a lot of restrictions. Trying to but the highlight the issue of being able to keep knowledge to a large. I think that was pretty interesting. I think those are like once you get our first shift, I was 5 years. The thing about it, the challenge probably first three work well that makes the product that a lot of people need this upside fine start getting yeah. In Taiwan, right? At the element because the machines that make some of those tiny things inside the iPhone, part of me like all people right there, kind of right. But how happened? Less has an accent. something like that. Right? Like small group of people that have this feature crazy small. However, part of it. Right. It's not a lot. And animated, like put DNA on the table. Calculate the animated. Oh, here, let me give you. Here's a better. If you hold a marble in your hand, you imagine 1 nanometer, right? It's kind of engineering. Okay, so you have a marble in your hand, that's 1 nanometer. How big is a meter? A meter is the size of the Earth by comparison. Just a nanometer in mind, right? So we all in a meter, right? So that nanometer. They're making things lateral features to have this handful of nanometers in mind. Now, that said, I do think that's so crazy. I do think chips are reaching the limit in terms of what they can do. The lateral next big chapter, chips 3D start making. They've got a bunch of efforts in place to try and figure out how to make chips much more 3D, like, especially when they may even include multiple different chips serve different purposes. No longer just have single flat chip that purpose, a bunch of chips on top of another. They can integrate it into. You already see it in higher pressure monitor system. Chip here on the back of it. Bunch of chips. Processor, pressure sensor, and there's a nothing. That little shiny, that shiny that is not only the pressure sensors, all the other support electronics. Everything else is just simple dumb and a big battery. Yeah, and a big battery that has the that's why you don't take it off. Done. Oh, great. Now, when you think about the current and how it's expanding very rapidly, do you think that will assist us in with I think when I graduated, I was by the quality of memory, right? But last 12 months, I kind of gotten in the habit of using as much more kind of spending bring out of certain areas. A lot of people talk about and I don't think it's artificial intelligence. More artificial and at times fun to do that. Beings tend to anthropomorphize everything, right? In a lot of ways, we want to be more credible, right? So when we interact with it, I think that on the quality of interaction, oh my gosh, artificial general intelligence, then it go off and totally bonehead. And you call it, it'll say, no, I did that right. Like, from training, right, that whatever it offered up is quite wrong, right? So I keep waiting for somebody. You remember the movie Doctor Strange? Yeah, right. So Stanley Kubrick thing and the absurdity showing how the incompetence of the government and the military leads to the destruction of the world. It's like we need a Stanley Kubrick equivalent today to do a movie called AI Bob, right? Where AI Bob accidentally takes out the world while trying to help, right? And it just, I think it's one of those things where I think AI is an amazing tool. We need to find out more ways it's incredible, but I think we just find ourselves not quite as capable as we think it. Careful that we don't put it in control a certain way, where because it has the other fault, right? It does something unfortunate. We have to make sure that it's reached a very high level of proficiency, right? Or just be careful about how we use it, and never be afraid to question why. Because there's no question it helps me faster. I want to do, right? But I have a lot of talent filters like given me. Yeah. Well, when you think about the potential future that's was wondering how by itself could innovate new ideas. They position that's where I wonder. When I think about how they train AI today, certainly a measure of statistics, right? So when we talk about AI being able to actually think, I don't think anything that we have really got a bunch of GPUs that are taking in input, passing it through a matrix of all this stuff that's training what comes out, right? Training that's done. It's not like Leonardo da Vinci. Imagine where you can brush on the apple. Take an image of the apple modern art, right? Better what conscious, right? Before we really that, I would. Oh, that's. I thought about it, but right. I don't know. I speculate, right? Maybe it comes down to nature of the quantum vacuum. I think there are other forms of radiation, scalar field quantum, that are beyond electromagnetic, like the light radiation. Scalar fluctuation is a whole other realm of radiation that we currently don't have any sensors, right? But maybe biology. And so there are things inside cell structures called microtubules. Something about today. But cells have microtubule structure. I think that may connect to the idea of consciousness, although I don't have a well enough formulated understanding. I'm treading very carefully. But I wanted to speculate, but maybe we can another opportunity to talk about consciousness. A couple other folks that are more cognitive than me. Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, I know. I'll think that's one of the cool ideas. How did you get started in that? I mean, I've always right, and I like enjoy it. I tell them, you know, I'm like, all right. What are you doing before you're doing that? I mean, I've always had them. No. It's all right. We'll bump that bitch up now. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't watch the podcast, but kidding. That's hilarious. That's all right. But, yeah. That is, by the way, so much better than please watch my podcast, like and subscribe. Whenever a video gets interrupted by like and subscribe, the last thing you do is like and subscribe. I mean, I'd rather watch it. Thanks if you don't get it. Well, that's how podcasts get going. Yeah. That's what I started out doing this. I never advertised anything once. Yeah. This thing got where it is 100% word of mouth. Yeah. I started watching pretty early, and it still had like follow then, but we started in 2009. Yeah, so a couple of years after that. When I started, me and my friend Brian started, we weren't even thinking it was we had already done these stream live from Green at comedy clubs back when it was on Justin TV, which became what? Twitch. It would just be, a joke. Yeah. And then I had a few friends start doing internet shows. Tom Green, because Tom Green had it all set up at his time. He's the best. Not just everything that's great. And like really forward thinker early on. Early. Ready? No one had smartphones yet. It's like, but he was patient. I think him, and then there was Opie and Anthony show that they're amazing. But Anthony Coon started doing live from space where he would karaoke the green screen, the machine, and he had like here's on App City, video games. He's amazing. And I was like, tell him something. I was like, he has a set up in his basement. And so we just started fucking around with almost bare of equipment, laptop, webcam, and we had like a USB mic. Yeah. One of the mics is like stupid silver. We had one of those. That's how we started. And then but telling people not go to your podcast, it's classic. That's very fun. Yeah, I mean there are people that think they like it. I like those people. I'm glad those people are around. Well, there's two thought today about the youngins, so it's like get famous at any cost, get on TikTok, share your dick on whatever you have to do, or not, right? Or fuck that, and that you're in the fuck that category. Yeah, I could care about having. What's great you're on. I know it's not, but that's also why that's also why your book came out today. It's like synchronicity going on. Something's happening. So you did your podcast, and in those stories that you tell on the podcast, drop some crazy information. That's just how you start to exactly. I binged and because get ready. That was freaked me out with the whole Outlaw George Wales thing. Like I loved that movie, and now I'm like, oh no, I can't watch it. Oh no. I mean, tell the story. It's so crazy. So yeah, there's another Asa Carter. Asa Carter's massive premise in the KKK and life in the KKK. Y'all don't like people way more. Like, way. He made his own version, like a surfer of the KKK. And, I mean, he part of, like, he would show up, like, Nat King Cole concerts, try to drag him off the God. And, he was writer for George Wallace comic, but, the governor of Alabama, forever. As he said, a massive war. He tried to back up. He helped write that. Segment. Forever. Then, fell apart from Wallace's book. Like, on the goal of, like, I don't want to stuff like that. The same time, I think, worse. Right. One of them, Outlaw George Wales. I guess then there was no guy could do something like that, you would never know. I would. Like, well, that's how Stephen King had Richard Bachman, remember? Exactly. They wrote Running. Yeah. They wrote Running Man. Yeah. Yeah. Was it the Dark House? Was the other ones that are that were? I don't know if that was I think that was a Bachman. Yeah, a bunch of them that were great. That guy was cocaine worked so well for him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if there's ever a dude, and I know he's clean, it's over now, God bless him, and I feel terrible that the guy got hit by a fucking hand, like, crazy. The Dark House adaptation. Oh, so was it Bachman? Oh, he's another pseudonym. Jesus Christ. That's how prolific that guy was. He's so prolific, he has extra pseudonyms. Bro, there's not a guy who has ever lived made more bangers. Or just that Beaumont, a writer which he picks that's about that's because if you look on the post, purely Stephen King. Right, but I think that's the actual that's the trailer for the film or the poster for the film. Yeah, is that what that image is though, or is that the image from the right. No, I know that, but is that image from the book? For the movie? Yeah, so that's why it says Stephen King himself. Yeah. But bottom line is, they all, well, why would you change that? Like, even if the one that he wrote is Bachman, sure. But what did he write as Bachman? Well, Man's the third. Okay, I get it. Running Man. That was also. Yeah, picture everything. That's so wild. Rachel Manuel, builder and friend of Steve Leary. He's just a regular guy. It's some dude. He's like, buddy. He's like, hey, bro, I want to make you famous. Kind of crazy. Oh, it's thinner too. When he inspired him by Turner Overdrive. That's hilarious. ATO all time. So he did write The Dark Half. The surname Stark later used in King. Oh no. Okay. Richard Stark? Richard Stark is the other one? No. Richard is a tribute. Richard is a tribute. Got it. Did he write it as Bachman? He did. At the last moment, he changed it to Richard Bachman. But then there was. Oh my god, that's hilarious. At the last moment, he changed it to Bachman. So Bachman was Dark Half. How was it? Or was it? Dinner. They're bringing up the Dark Half. Stark was pretty. Surname Stark? I don't know. Either way, this is Stephen King. Let's forget about it. But I think Running Man. wrote so many good books. Like, I'm giving you so many books. Like, he writes them under a fake name on the biggest book-selling fiction guy in the world. Have you ever looked at the first 5 about his using maybe? Oh, does Dark Half was great. I've never read that. Well, it's so funny that King was able to pull it off because how many fucking stories about a writer? It's so crazy. The guy just picks mistakes, a writer, profession, and then insanity ensues. You know, like it's all like a writer in vain, and they're all based. They're happening. I can't remember about him going through alcohol. It's there's a lot of signs of photography, whatever you would call it, bibliography. Bibliography. It's Carrie's number one thing is Carrie, Shining, a couple other like and then Christine. I just enjoy the Dark Half. Like, well, I hate that cliche of the book's better because it's never better. But they never nail it. Yeah. It's too hard. Well, because he said that he thought Nicholson turned crazy right away, and he wanted it to be very gradual. You know who? Robin. Oh my God, he would have nailed it. Robin for Harrison. Bro, yeah. Robin Williams, 24-hour photo movie where he played Psycho. Oh, that's it, dude. Oh God, he's so good. He might be one of the greatest. Like crazy how good. Because you did the Psycho. Yeah, because he's the first. Yeah. There's layers. Yeah. There's layers to that story. Yeah. That's such a great movie. He was. Yeah, I've only cried a couple times. A person died. That's one of them. I like broke down. That was a bummer. Especially Chadwick both from Black Panther and good for him too. But yeah, the breaking and where he's talking to that woman or dead. She doesn't know what he didn't tell anybody. The dude went through the middle while he was battling. Well, in preview, like great, which is a gangster way to go. It is. So did Norm Macdonald do the same thing. Norm Macdonald didn't tell anybody that he had cancer. Just went up to Canada and died. He was battling it for years. Told no one. He kind of on this. I mean, back like his show. I know. The ground his eyes were very tired. That's a good. Here's one of those. For sure. I accidentally sat next twice there. Totally accidental, and we were pretty friends. So, like, I had a music club, knew him, be around, and good friend Adam, friend of his, that show did together. Yeah, Adam talent coordinator at the other show. Yeah. So, I'd known Norm forever, and then one time I was flying back from somewhere, down. Norm plops right next to me, like, dude, like, what are you doing? And we're having the most fun. But the second time, crazy. Norm sits down next to me, we're having a great time. Just laughing, and so fun. We're talking all crazy. And he tells me, yeah, and fucking hard to do. It feels so much better. I'm so glad I did. It's so bad for you. I go, yeah, good for you. Fuck with cigarettes, right? So we land, and he walks straight into the store and buys a pack of cigarettes and is literally lighting it before he gets out the door. And I go, what are you doing? I thought you quit. And he goes, yeah, but all that talking about cigarettes made me want one. I mean, he did quit for a little bit. I know that. know a lot of people quit, and a lot of people, I mean, they keep pointing to, like, it's like everyone's playing Russian roulette with fucking lung cancer. It's so crazy. You're trying, right? Like, yeah, 80% of people don't even get cancer, bro. Which, I'll take it. Well, obviously, I'll take it. God, I smoke cigarettes, which I need to not do that. But, God, it does. It's also, there's an, I don't even give a fuck. I'm out here thankful. I don't have to. Nobody's looking at me like, Jesus. But that's like accelerating your demise. Like, accelerating your demise for head. Which I had to do this once. But a buddy of mine had this sketch show, and they were putting together this idea, and he asked me to be like this troubled poet guy. I said, okay, well, smoking cigarettes. You should be the guy to smoke cigarettes. Okay. Right, yeah. So I never smoked. And that day I probably smoked like 15 cigarettes. I was like, what is dog shit? Oh my god. My hands were shaking. And my friend Adam, who was with me, he smoked and he gave me his cigarettes. And I'm thinking, how do you do this? How are you doing this every day? This is so sometimes. I guess we're doing it all throughout the day, so probably 4 or 5 hours. I mean, I don't. That's good. Pack every 3 days. So, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's still simple for me. It is. I mean, I try to justify it in my head. I really, it's a nicotine thing. Yeah. It's like you can get nicotine from the butt, but it's the delivery method that's different. Like, there's something about smoking and cigars. Smoking nicotine, it's a very different thing than pouches. I've never done the but there's a benefit. It's just a delivery method. Terrible. Yeah, I don't think nicotine. It's actually neuroprotective. Like, I love saying those words, but I don't really know what the fuck I'm saying. But it sounds like smart. Julian Michaels is here. She was talking about it. Because things are done. But most people aren't aware of that. They just cigarettes, cancer, people. Yeah. There is like a ton of them. Well, that really many Why is it okay to do that with cigarettes with every other person? Found out on the cheeseburgers, get you come back and burgers. We'd be like, no fucking way. Crazy. More addicted. That's crazy. You can't do that. The sugar. I mean, sort. I would say those. But it doesn't. I'm sorry. Well, kind of. Yeah, it kind of can. It's like very low dose. You know, essentially, if you have a very good diet and you occasionally quarter pounder, you're gonna. You know what I mean? It's a low dose. Your body will grab all this stuff. The real problems see when it becomes the primary focus of it. It's just a bunch of inflammation causing bullshit your body doesn't know how to get rid of. Your body's like, why? Because you're eating. God, look at it. Jeez. to McDonald's? Oh, I love them. So good. They're my favorite. Weird, man. No, because I can't lie to myself. That's a cheeseburger. You know, like you can lie and say that fish. Yes. Yes. It's a thing. It's whatever it is. It's a sweet bun and a delicious salty fish-like thing in the center. That tartar sauce. It's just yummy. I'm not. You don't have to justify it. I don't particularly like the taste of like those kind of burgers. I like a good smash burger or like an In-N-Out burger. I'm with you. Five Guys. In-N-Out. Yeah. Top of like fast. Yeah. Can't go wrong. Like In-N-Out burgers, or if you don't like them, I don't like them. How about that? You like Whataburger? It's okay. It's horrible. It's not. People want to compare it to In-N-Out. Like Texas people get crazy. Like you're getting way out of stuff. Like you gotta look at things realistically. Now in that war, I'm taking the Whataburger. Sure. 100%. The In-N-Out people. Listen to Whataburger. Yeah. I mean, they started this. Telling people that if someone breaks into your house, you should tell them to get out of here. You should gather up your child and run up the hill behind your house and shoot you back. It's like you can't like that shit, writer. Like, yeah, there's gonna be nutty on both sides. Yeah. There's gonna be nutty on the left and nutty on the right, and it's up to us, which is like most people are just reasonable in the center, live and let live. If you had like an ethic country, what are we about? Supposed to be about freedom, let live. But the problem is the people on the far crazy and left and the people on the far crazy and right are all fucking losers. And those fucking losers hate with them and all their stupidity and poison all the ideas they bring on both sides. And they're so much louder, so you can grow in reality. Exactly. It's 5%. They're just the ones that are online all long. And then on top of that, you get a bunch of people who are paid to do it. So it's like, oh God, when you see like people get busted all the time now, air quotes influencers, do something, and then you'll see like 30 versions of the same piece. Like, what is going on? Like, from now to forever, I'll never listen to it. Yeah, on both sides. It's not a left-wing thing, it's not a right-wing thing. I look at everything. It's like, there's like large-scale manipulation going on. Like, really nuts. Not that Reddit dead internet thing. Did you see, Jimmy, do you know about this? Like, there's might be a loss. So this company used a bunch of chatbots. I believe it was on Reddit. I just sent it to someone. I'll find it if you can't find it. But I forget what the argument was about, but essentially they're getting in trouble for facilitating fake arguments, like as an experiment. Which is, if for sure, a country is going to Reddit threatens researchers ran a dead internet AI experiment site, deeply wrong on a both moral and legal level. So this is what they did. Change my view. Subreddit. Long been a contentious place for Reddit users to post an opinion and understand other people's perspectives. Forum filled with fiery but covering everything from role, political activism, the dangers of social media, and echo chambers. Okay. Lately, though, not every user posting the forum has been a real human. As 404 Media reported this week, University of Zurich researchers dispatched an army of Zurich. That's not a guy. Should be involved. Where you look, he's actually research dispatched an army of AI chatbots, fake human users, subreddit, and a secret experiment designed to investigate whether the tech could be used to change people's minds. The optics were horrendous, with bots claiming to be characters, survivor of sexual assault, and a black man who applied Black Lives Matter. Worse yet, the AI models scoured the post-history of users they were applying to in order to be as convincing as possible. Basically, a personalized trial run of the dead internet theory that much of the internet is already AI generated. You know what's that theory? AI dead internet theory. So the idea is that AI becomes sentient and completely fake internet. Fake. Yeah, we'll pull it up, Jim. Like, but there was a link in that article under when it got to dead internet theory. There was actually a right. Scroll down a little bit. Didn't have a link. The link was actually about it passing. Right. There's a lot of like people schizophrenia that get right. Yeah, that is kind of the problem. It's always wrong. Like eventually they're right. Like Ted the bomber, you know, that guy, his whole thing was that technology is gonna overtake the race. Right. And right. Yeah, you know, it wasn't wrong to be well he the really fucked up. Did you ever see the Netflix? Did you see the Netflix documentary with over his life? Yeah. Left in the crib, never got touched. Immediate, permanent. You're screwed. You can't fix that. Like, so get those. And then the Harvard LSD study, where they humiliate him while he's on acid. Yeah, because for the ultra, like he is that professor, the recruiting, impressionable, but highly intelligent. And how crazy is that program? Impaled. Why? That is the most private crazy I've ever seen. Like all the bands, all that. Hey, stuff's not even a rabbit hole. One of the labyrinths that they find in Turkey. Like 2,000 people who live underground. You're like, who the fuck is this? Yeah, like how long has it been going on? Like the French catacombs. Yeah. On the CIA rabbit hole, you find a city. And then you think, okay, but also Russia has the same sort of operation for Russia. Right? Every country has it. Yeah, everybody has it. They have to get it. Like, oh, get rid of this guy, and then what? We get overcome by Russia and China. Like, slow down. Like, there's a nutty AI war going on right in front of your face. You haven't heard the bomb go on. Right. Happening right now. And if they pull that off in the University of Zurich, kind of creepy. That university would like pretend to be, you know, a black guy, matter movement, or a woman to survive this sexual assault with AI chatbots. Why? Just to see how people react. What the fuck do you think? And then react. If that's right. Like you participate or sure, awesome. Yeah, if you're follow spirit, have a whole study, control group. Yeah, you don't have to do it anonymously on the internet under false pretense. You wouldn't have to do that. Have fun. But it's a problem that anytime you're doing a study with real people, they know they're in a study. Yeah, what's that? Or like something about being a good observer. Right. Whatever. Like, or I don't know. Well, I don't even know if that's science. I'm talking about like people know they're being right. Watch it for a study. If you're big, you're gonna influence their behavior. Which is like if you get asked a question from a survey, you're not answering. Right. And church up your answer. Maybe not outright, but if I mean, you're not telling. Exactly. You're not counting them up. You're going. Right. Yeah. This uncertainty, I think we're super vulnerable because uncertainty is why we're all going to be very vulnerable. it's a wearable or plan that lets you breathe time. I fucking think it's in our lifetime. God, I hope. It's so scary, dude, because we'll give it up to the truth. People give it up to the truth. Yeah. How much of your data just so that you can like figure how much money you make off of your data, giving out your email address and all the spam texts that you get every day, all the chaos. Pick that up. I mean, free, just for free Google. Give it all. Everybody does. But imagine the cost. Like if the pay, the only way you could ever know anything about what search it. Every search engine costs money. Right. Like, but instead, free value. But wouldn't you rather not pay? Of course. What if you paid for it and then it couldn't ever own this relationship and you're not allowed to curate the information either. You just have to put out the information as it is. Privacy of our data. We didn't even think about it. We didn't even know it was a thing that we're giving up. And then we're gonna give up attention. We're gonna fucking I really think so. Weird, like stress, way to find out even more of your the data about it. Yeah, but we don't we don't have like a list. Right. Somebody told me there's something that might have to edit this out. Somebody told me there's something fucked up about Google terms and whatever terms apply. The thing that you have to agree to, that it has something in there that you'll agree to. Yeah, like in case of some sort of a dispute, a legal dispute, you've agreed to mediation, and you're not going to sue you. Yeah, like whenever you get hired. Clause. If it's true. Well, we need to find it's true. College man, I was like, wait, what? That sounds insane. Except as required by applicable law, mediation is voluntary, and neither you nor Google are obligated to settle disputes through mediation. But this, I said, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Who? I probably fumbled. Okay. First terms of service include the binding arbitration clause, meaning users agree to resolve arbitration rather than in court. This arbitration is individual and non-consolidated, meaning you can't join with others in a class action suit. We're also limited its liability and states that drivers are independent contractors, not employees. If you have a dispute, you can try to resolve it through mediation, but it may ultimately be resolved through arbitration. That's kind of wild. It's like we have our own rules. Our laws, no, forget about the laws of the land. If you agree to a legal contract, that's like very like law. We have laws to prevent fraud, there's laws to prevent negligence. We have those for companies. And for a company, like, no, we're not a company. Yeah. But they're in it. Right. Oh, you have no liability at all, and you make all the money. What a great deal. Who do you pay? You fucking pay off to get that. Yeah, and also, how many arbitration? I'll be honest. Because I was just kind of going. Sounds scary to go through arbitration. I don't want to do that. Let's find out. Well, I think they're saying we have to have a conversation with them outside of the judge and jury. You know what I mean? Like we have to have some sort of communication. I think that's what they're saying. But I didn't sure that's the best. But that's not. Yeah. That's the thing about Uber is if they're just private contract, then it becomes like, okay, what is your responsibility to bring these private contractors? Some of these people might be psychos. You're a woman in the car with someone who has a bed and they're a psycho. That's Where's it based? On the moon? Netherlands. Oh, that'd be a good move. You gotta start somewhere where the Nazis throw fucking tanks. It's either that or Lux. The Nazis. Well, yeah, that's where Anne Frank. In a convention. Right. Be in a convention on the international sale of goods. Come on, fly. Okay. Except as was set forth in these terms shall be exclusively governed and construed in accordance with the laws of excluding its rules of conflict. Excluding from laws. That's a weird thing. In accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules of conflicts of laws. Yeah, but copy and paste it like Rock or ChatGPT. Oh no! We really have so many rabbit expense in America. Kids use Uber so much, man, that like a small percentage compared to the past, kids are getting the driver. Good. Probably right. Yeah. Is Rock your favorite? Yeah. I'll have to get. I had. Let me break this down for the American audience. This selection of a contrast explains. This is what I'm saying. If it's already happened, if AI is already taken up, we've already agreed by the timing of the book, the synchronicity, maybe the simulation. And then if it's going to be simulated, it's not going to be simulated by. It's going to be simulated by artificial intelligence. Yeah. Dutch law applies. Contract governed by the laws of the Netherlands, not U.S. law. This means Dutch legal principles will guide how the contract is interpreted, except conflicts of laws, which deal with choosing which countries apply. Also, an international treaty called the Vienna Convention covers sales doesn't apply. Essentially, they're saying, like, go by the Netherlands laws. If you have different laws in the United States, go balancing. Those don't matter. This is in the Netherlands. Your lawsuit here. Happen if you the thing, you can apply the speed limit. But if it's something about interpersonal, the driver and huge thing that you is in a particular country, you have to follow the laws of that country. Doesn't that just I'm not even trying to be unreasonable here. Maybe they're better in the Netherlands. Maybe they're more fair. I don't know. It's not even like a value judgment. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they just want the best for their customers. So you know what? If they really want to sue the fuck out of us and win, do the Netherlands. Maybe. Perhaps. Is it with the like crimes against humanity, like war crimes, all of the I don't know if it means anything either, but I would imagine if you're doing business in China, you're not allowed to say, yeah, but U.S. We only got Alabama. They'd be like, fuck you, this is right here. Take your ass down. You're doing business in China, motherfucker. Always, no matter what. Wherever you are, follow the law. That would be how is that for a reason. You'd be able to avoid that by like setting up shop some dictatorship somewhere. You know, like your homies, some guy's a dictator, and you're like, bro, I'm like, holy shit. Very weird. Very weird. But the driver was thing weird because that's a solution out of it. Like, man, I don't trust these drivers. There's man. Get in one of those fucking robot cars. Yeah, get one of those Waymos where you can't even drive it, okay? Government's trying to get you, and then they have a set up pro plan. What I want you to do. I'm going to give you $500. You're going to drive mile. You're going to be able to do that. But the government's after you, and you're in a fucking Uber drive. The guy's going, look, dude, I'm going to make this worth your while. 4-hour drive, 4 hours back. Yeah, that's the lane. You don't. shut the car off. They lock the doors. You're locked for contract. Yeah. Partner with them. I know because I was yesterday. I was like, I haven't been Austin in a long time. And I saw. I've never heard of it. This is driving around, nobody driving. Weird. I at all, but immediately down ran Waymo app because I was like, no, not you. What if it doesn't? Like, what if something happens? There's like, you know what I would like to do? Down 35 about 90 miles an hour in the wrong way. If my camera goes out and I can't see in front of me, I just start plowing into other cars. Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen wherever we'll have much better. Don't get me wrong. But it just catches me out. Although I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, I looked at Dallas involving one, and it wasn't their fault. It was a driver looking for some rear blame. Like, yeah. It wasn't well. They seem pretty safe. Like, in terms of the way they drive real slow and they're easy to avoid. I thought they, like, about 30. Get interesting. Guilty of it. I have a Tesla that does. Turn this button on, and it fucking stops all the time. It's goes around stuff. It's crazy. Very rarely. It freaks me out. But I do sometimes. I mean, I've done it like have it driven me home 3 or 4 times. Like, this is crazy. Just because it's weird, you know. But I'm always hands are close. You know, I'm not for like looking at my phone or anything like that. That's crazy. I would trust it. Like if you and like kind of you could take both in. But that's the bridge. The bridge. That's the bridge to bridge. I agree, but I think we're going. I think we are the last of these kind of people. And the people from now on, like personally, like integrated with some kind of electronics. I don't think that fella. I think there's so much wild genetic stuff going on right now that they're going to change in our life. There was a China, you can find tardigrades are weird little unbelievable. Oh, microscopic fuckers. And water five for what some of the Japanese land that are actually on the tardigrades are on the moon, like in the state of animation. And if you go back as I can feel it. That's so crazy. So they're trying to experiment where they're integrating tardigrade and a human. That's a good idea. There's nothing ever go wrong with them enough. But what happens if someone develops